Chapter 1175. The Silver Fox Team Swoosh. A figure flashed past like a shadow, and did not even cause the space to fluctuate. It could be seen how exquisite the control of the body movement was. Just as he was about to enter a secluded valley, the figure suddenly stopped and moved to the side of a huge rock. Through a small gap, he looked at the secluded valley in front of him vigilantly. He seemed to be very careful. Something is wrong. There is a murderous aura in the secluded valley in front. It seems that someone is lying in ambush there. It is not easy to set up an ambush in this kind of terrain. Ordinary people lying in ambush here are easy to be detected. But if it is an expert, it is not the same. It seems that there is an expert lying in ambush there. Qin Shao frowned and thought to himself. He had been in the hunting ground for almost 2 years, and he was about to complete the 1,000 consecutive kills. Qin Shao had been in the limelight all the way. He had expected that someone would be secretly watching him. However, Qin Shao was not sure for the time being. Was the ambush in the secluded valley targeted at him, or was it just a coincidence? Qin Shao felt that the possibility of a coincidence was not high. After all, such an experienced person would not set up an ambush like this unless he was specifically targeting others. Moreover, the other party was very good at hiding. If it was not for Qin Zhao's high realm, he would not have discovered it at all. With such an elaborate ambush in such a place, was it possible that he wanted to deal with some small fish and shrimp passing by? This should be completely unnecessary. Therefore, this ambush must be targeted. However, whether it was targeted at Qin Shao or not, there was no way to be completely sure for the time being. However, Qin Shao felt that there was an 80% to 90% chance that they were coming for him, so he was a little vigilant. Let's take this as a stumbling block in my 1,000 consecutive kills. If I can't even kick this stumbling block, it will be difficult for me to go far. In the past 2 years of training in the hunting ground, I have improved a lot in all aspects. I have accumulated a lot of experience in the various applications of the myriad things doctrine. The 3 intermediate cultivation methods that Qidong gave me have also been cultivated to a certain degree. They can be of great use in battle. It's true that killing some small fries doesn't have much meaning. It's just collecting some heads. I still need some challenging battles to motivate me. Then let's do it. Qin Zhao's heart surged with a strong desire to fight. His eyes flashed with a sharp dim light. Burn, battle intent. Qin Zhao's figure flickered as he rushed toward the secluded valley. The secluded valley seemed peaceful and tranquil, but it was filled with murderous intent. A sturdy figure was hiding in a tree hole. The outside of the tree hole was covered by a thick thicket of trees. The concealment was very good. Even if one was close enough, it would be difficult to detect that there was a person hiding inside. The remaining aura in the air had long been erased, so unless one was very experienced, they would not be able to discover it at all. The sturdy man's black and shiny eyes scanned the secluded valley. He was the outpost, so the entire secluded valley was within his line of sight. As long as there was a small ant, it would be difficult for it to escape his eyes. When he was bored, the sturdy man transmitted his voice to the others. Calculating the time, this kid should be here soon. Why hasn't he appeared yet? We have been guarding here for almost a day. Mountain, don't worry. What will come will come. Just keep an eye on him. Don't let him slip away. A voice was transmitted over. The sturdy man, Mountain, immediately replied, Tisk, he's just a kid. How can I let him slip away under my nose? Then I, Mountain, will have wasted my years. Not to mention a kid, as long as he is targeted by me, even if he is on the yellow board, he will not be able to slip away. Hey, Mountain, when can you change your bad habit of bragging? If an expert from the yellow board really comes, then we have to think about it carefully. Those who can make it to the Huang board are not easy to provoke. That voice had a hint of sarcasm. Bah, Lu Laosi, Why do you only know how to boost the morale of others and diminish our prestige? So what if he is on the yellow board? Silver Wolf is also on the battle team list. Do you think we are afraid of an expert on the yellow board? If you are not convinced, ask an expert on the yellow board to come and have a try. Silver Wolf will definitely defeat him. Mountain was not convinced. Suddenly, a somewhat dignified voice was heard. Well, stop quarreling. Concentrate on what you are doing. The prey should be appearing soon. Since the boss had spoken, everyone naturally stopped quarreling. Mountain laughed embarrassedly. Boss, we are just playing to kill time. Don't worry, boss. I am watching. He can't slip away. Just after he finished speaking, Mountain vaguely felt that something was wrong. It seemed that he smelled a trace of danger. Yes, it was a trace of danger. Strange, why would there be a trace of danger? Something was wrong. If there was any movement, even if he did not find it, the others should have found it. They were hiding here. Could there be danger in front of them? If that was the case, then the Silver Fox battle team had been in vain for so many years. This feeling made Mountain wonder if it was an illusion. However, before he had time to think, a cold dim light attacked him rapidly. This dim light was extremely cold and terrifying. The extremely cold Tao of all things attacked. The sharpness of the Tao of all things was used to an extremely terrifying extent. The power of all things condensed into a point. The supreme Tao of all things condensed into a sharp light. It turned into a sword and attacked. All the power of the Tao of all things converged on the tip of the sword. It attacked at an extremely fast speed, leaving only a blurry shadow in the air. Fast. Extremely fast. Even a one-star master of all things could not catch it. It was so fast that people could not react in time. Therefore, before Mountain could react, the sharp light had arrived in front of him. This sudden killing intent frightened Big Mountain quite a bit. His face turned pale instantly and became very ugly. Danger! Danger! The change here immediately made the other members of the Silver Fox battle team come to their senses. One by one, they rushed over to help Mountain. However, it was obviously too late. Mountain, be careful. Dodge. Mountain. The other members of the Silver Fox battle team became anxious. Mountain complained in his heart. How could he not want to dodge? However, he could not dodge at all. Damn it. Therefore, Mountain could only clench his teeth and let out a roar. He could only try his best to block the power of the sword. Trying to dodge? It's too late. Die. The person who launched the sudden attack was none other than Qin Shao. Before Qin Shao entered the secluded valley, he noticed that something was wrong. He knew that someone was ambushing him here. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally alert. In terms of concealment, how could the Silver Fox battle team be compared to Qin Shao, who had rich experience? Although he did not bring his strength in the realm of gods, his vision, experience, and the use of some skills were all brought in. Once these skills were used, they naturally had a miraculous effect. Therefore, it was not surprising that Qin Shao could get close to Mountain quietly without being discovered by the Silver Fox battle team. After getting close to Mountain, Qin Shao suddenly launched a fierce attack. How could Mountain dodge it? How could he withstand it? Therefore, at this moment, he could only attack in a panic. However, in a panic, he could not exert his strength at all. Qin Shao did not give him any time to defend. Qin Zhao's sword, with the sharpness of the Tao, came for the kill. Poof! Qin Zhao's sword was too sharp. Qin Zhao's sword easily pierced through Mountain's attack. Then, without any obstruction, the sword pierced into Mountain's body and tore his divine body apart. Ah! As soon as the sword entered his body, Mountain screamed in pain. He could smell the aura of death. The sharpness of the Tao contained in the sword suddenly exploded. With an unstoppable force, it destroyed Mountain's divine body. Without any resistance, Mountain could only watch helplessly as his divine body was destroyed rapidly. Bit by bit, his vitality was draining away rapidly. I'm going to die. What? How could he be so strong? When the other 6 members of the Silver Fox battle team saw this scene, they were shocked. When they saw Qin Shao suddenly come out, they had a very bad premonition. They already understood that they had greatly underestimated Jian Shanhe and made a big mistake. Jian Shanhe's strength was far from what they had underestimated. Just the fact that he was able to approach them without making a sound was already very terrifying. At this moment, when they saw that Jian Shanhe could kill Mountain with one strike, they were even more shocked and broke out in cold sweat. What a powerful strike! What a powerful strike! This was definitely a middle-grade cultivation skill. Moreover, the level of application had reached a very high level. His precise counter-control had reached a very high level. From all aspects, the person in front of them was an expert, a real expert. With such strength, he should be at the level of the yellow board. Mountain could not resist at all. He could not even struggle. Soon, he died under Qin Zhao's sword. When they saw that Mountain was dead, the expressions of the 6 members of the Silver Fox battle team turned cold. Although it was not a big deal to die in the hunting ground and they could be revived immediately, their pride and dignity were mercilessly crushed by Qin Zhao's sword. Their confidence was shattered by the attack. It seemed that this battle was far more difficult than they had imagined. However, their arrogance was completely aroused. Mountain was dead. They had to fight this battle. They had to avenge Mountain. They had to prove the name of the Silver Fox battle team. Since they had accepted this mission, they had to complete it. Otherwise, the Silver Fox battle team would be nailed to the pillar of shame. This was something that they could not allow. The Silver Fox battle team was a recognized battle team on the battle team ranking. A defeat could possibly knock them down from the battle team ranking. With this honor, they could not afford to make any mistake. Therefore, they were determined to win this battle. Even if they had to fight to the death, they had to fight and win. A strong fighting spirit and a strong killing intent gushed out like a raging sea. The 6 of them stared at Qin Shao as if they wanted to eat him alive. Qin Shao looked at the 6 of them calmly. He curled his lips and said casually, "So it's the Silver Fox battle team. I was wondering who could hide so well. It's no surprise that it's the Silver Fox battle team. It seems that you have set up an ambush here to deal with me." Chapter 1176. Battle with Silver Fox. Qin Shao knew about the Silver Fox battle team. It was one of the top 10,000 battle teams in the hunting zone. Although none of the 7 members of the Silver Fox battle team was an expert on the yellow list, the battle team paid attention to the cooperation of the team and the coordination of tactics. When the 7 of them worked together, the deterrent force was terrifying. Qin Shao was getting more and more curious. Just what kind of person would be able to do such a thing? It must have cost a lot to hire the Silver Fox battle team to hunt him down. Could it be the unlucky guy who died 3 times in his hands? It shouldn't be. He didn't plan to kill him the last time. Jian Shanhe, you don't need to know. Good boy, you're quite smart. We hid so well, but you still found us in advance. Furthermore, they were able to sneak into our hinterland and launch a sneak attack on us. This move of yours is quite ruthless. Even Deshawn fell in your hands. The one who spoke was a short man. His appearance was ugly and ferocious, and he had a fiendish appearance. Qin Shao wondered what kind of person liked such an appearance. With one look, one could tell that this person was definitely not a kind person. He was definitely an extremely vicious person. His name was Lu Laosi. It wasn't because he was the 4th in the battle team. Everyone was used to calling him Lu Laosi. Lu Laosi usually liked to bicker with Dashan. When he saw Dashan die in Qin Zhao's hands, he was furious and wanted to avenge Dashan. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "I'm just curious. With the reputation and strength of the Silver Fox battle team, why would you ambush me here so carefully? You think too highly of me, don't you? I wonder how much my head is worth now. Let me guess. 200 points?" Lou Lousy said with a fierce face. Humph, I thought it wouldn't take so much effort to kill a young boy like you. It seems that we miscalculated this time. Even if we ambush you here, you still attacked us. No wonder someone is willing to pay 300 points for your life. 300 points? Qin Shao had thought that 200 points was already very high. She did not expect it to be 300 points. One had to know that he had worked hard in the hunting ground for more than half a year to accumulate 300 points. Moreover, his various aspects were not comparable to the average person. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to accumulate 300 points in the hunting field. Therefore, 300 points was definitely a high price. If he used these 300 points, he could do a lot of things in the universal arena. He could even exchange them for a lot of rewards. However, he did not expect that someone would offer 300 points to the Silver Fox team to kill him. Qin Shao did not know whether to laugh or cry. How big of a grudge is this? To be willing to pay 300 points, it is indeed a good move. Dying once would only result in a deduction of 1 point. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to achieve 1,000 consecutive kills, I would have been willing to exchange my life for these 300 points. You can't really kill me, so there's no need for that, right? Qin Shao shook her head. After all, the myriad arena was an illusory world. So what if one died 1,000 times? In reality, there was no effect at all. Dying once would only result in a deduction of 1 point. If some people had too many points deducted, they could just enter with a new identity. Therefore, very few people would bring hatred into the killings in the universal arena. Life and death were only a measure of strength. If you died, you could only blame yourself for being inferior. Who could you blame? It was also because of this that one could kill to their heart's content in the universal arena. Moreover, most of the people who entered the universal arena used fake identities. Therefore, as long as you did not say anything, no one would know your identity. Under such circumstances, no matter how many people you killed in the universal arena, no one in reality would know. It was precisely because there were so many peculiarities that the atmosphere in the universal arena was very good. The killing atmosphere in the hunting ground was very intense. This place was a paradise for killing. Everyone came here to kill. They could kill without fear and without regard for anything. If they killed in the universal core world, it would definitely cause people to be cautious. They would probably attract a lot of enemies. Moreover, if the impact was too great, even the Universal Palace would intervene. It was because there were many restrictions in the Universal Core world that people had a strong desire to enter the Universal Arena. They desired to kill. It was a way to release the repressed emotions in their hearts. The Universal Arena was a free world. It allowed you to unleash your inner world to your heart's content. There were relatively few people who made enemies in the universal arena. Moreover, it was useless to make enemies. No one knew each other in reality. It's none of our business how great the hatred is. I thought it would be easy to earn 300 points to kill you. Now it seems that we have taken a loss in this mission. Your life is worth more than 300 points, Lou Lousy said sinisterly. Silver Fox's 6 people were also ready to attack at any time. After the incident just now, the 6 of them did not dare to be careless. They all became alert and treated Qin Shao as a real opponent. They had to give it their all. Qin Shao curled his lips and leaned against a tree. He looked at Silver Fox's 6 people with a faint smile and said, "Actually, I also think that your lives are worth more than 300 points. So, why don't you give me the 300 points and we'll call it a day? We can also avoid a fight." In the eyes of Silver Fox's 6 people, such words were undoubtedly a provocation. A great provocation. Therefore, how could the 6 of them tolerate it? All of them were furious. "Kid, you're so arrogant. Humph, don't think that you're great just because you got 500 consecutive kills. The hunting ground is not a place where you can behave atrociously. In front of the Silver Fox battle team, you can't be so presumptuous. Today, our Silver Fox battle team will take your life. If you know what's good for you, you can end your own life now. It'll be less painful. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll naturally kill you. Lu Laozi jumped up in exasperation and pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded him. Such provocation was also a kind of humiliation to the Silver Fox battle team. How could the Silver Fox battle team be humiliated by others? Qin Zhao shrugged his shoulders with a regretful look. Looks like it's really hard to be a good person these days. I wanted to let you guys go, but it seems like I can't. Alright then, since you guys insist on fighting, then let's fight. It's just as well, I want to have a good fight too. Indeed, I haven't met any decent opponents along the way. I believe that your Silver Fox battle team will be worthy for me to sharpen my sword. Sharpen his sword? Use the Silver Fox battle team to sharpen his sword? Arrogant. Arrogant kid, you're courting death. Go to hell. Kill him. Qin Zhao's words completely infuriated the 6 members of the Silver Fox battle team. All of them jumped up in anger and charged towards Qin Zhao ferociously. The leader of the Silver Fox battle team, Yin Bo's expression became colder and colder. His eyes were cold and eerie. He didn't say a word, but his silence also showed his calmness. Everyone, be careful. Pay attention to cooperation. Don't be too careless. Don't repeat Big Mountain's mistake, Yin Bo reminded everyone through telepathy. Yin Bo didn't take the lead. Instead, he charged towards Qin Zhao from the back. However, it was obvious that he was the most lethal weapon. He was waiting for an opportunity to strike. Once he found an opportunity, he would strike at lightning speed and catch Qin Zhao off guard. Old Lu and the other 4 charged towards Qin Zhao from 5 different directions. Their footsteps were very synchronized, and their cooperation was very tacit. The 5 of them attacked from 5 different directions at the same time. Light surged and Tao might rumbled, locking down the heavens and earth. Rays of terrifying light surged out, and strange scenes were shot out from the 5 of them. Endless Tao might of all things surged in the heavens and earth, and the 4 seas rose. It was mighty and had the power to destroy the world. The eerie light turned into terrifying attacks. Moreover, the methods were different and the way they were used were also different. However, each of them was extremely terrifying. They were all capable of taking one's life. Moreover, they cooperated very well. There were binding techniques, attacking techniques, entangling techniques, hallucinating techniques, and strange techniques. When different techniques were used together, they formed an unbreakable prison, trapping Qin Zhao to death. The crazy bombardment of various techniques was indeed terrifying. The destructive power was extremely strong. Qin Zhao was prepared. He knew that the Silver Fox battle team was not ordinary, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. You came at the right time. I'll let you have a taste of my afterimage kill. Qin Zhao became even crazier, and his fighting spirit was burning. Afterimage kill was a middle-grade cultivation skill. It was also the most powerful of the 3 middle-grade cultivation skills that Qi Dong had given him. Just now, Qin Zhao had sneakily attacked Mountain and killed him with one move. It was this afterimage kill that made him unable to defend himself. Cultivation skills were a form of embodiment of the Tao of all things. Theoretically speaking, a middle-grade cultivation skill corresponded to the middle-grade cultivation skill of all things. Theoretically speaking, it should be something that only a 2-star all things master could cultivate. However, Qin Zhao could be said to be an exception. Although he had not reached the middle-grade cultivation skill of all things, he had used some ingenious techniques to cultivate some power. Although he could not unleash the true power of this middle-grade cultivation skill, he could still unleash about 30% of it. 30% of its power was not small at all. It was naturally a terrifying killing move to deal with a 1-star all things master. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao's afterimage kill was able to directly slash Dashin under his sword. Mountain's strength was definitely not weak. It could even be said that he was quite strong. At least, he was about the same level as young Master Yulin. His strength was even above Xian Tai Peak and the rest. He was definitely an expert. If he was placed in a city, he could be a young talent. However, under Qin Zhao's sword, he could not withstand a single blow. Of course, there was a miraculous effect of sneak attacks. At this moment, facing the joint attack of old Lu and the rest, Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was incomparably high. After-image kill was pushed to the extreme. Although the cooperation of the five could be said to be flawless and impeccable, there were no weaknesses in all aspects. However, this was only relative. Nothing in the world could reach absolute perfection. To pick a bone in a big egg and to pick a flaw from perfection, this required an extraordinary vision. How high was Qin Zhao's vision? How much experience did he have? Therefore, facing the attacks of the five, Qin Zhao naturally found some ingenious ways to deal with them. He avoided the important points and focused on the trivial points. He cleverly dodged some attacks and then attacked accurately from the weak point. No matter how vicious the attacks were, if they could not hit Qin Zhao, it would be useless and would not pose any threat. Chapter 1177. Hunting. This lady was called Red Fox, the only female in the Silver Fox battle team. In terms of strength, she was relatively weak. Qin Zhao broke through the obstacles and arrived in front of Red Fox. He curled his lips and said, "I'm sorry, lady. If we were in the real world, I wouldn't kill you so easily. However, in this hunting ground, it doesn't matter. So, sorry for the offense." Seeing Qin Zhao arrive in front of her, Red Fox's beautiful face instantly turned pale. The shock in her heart wasn't small. Jian Shanhe was actually able to break through the encirclement of the five of them. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of her and caught her off guard. Under such circumstances, if she wanted to resist, she immediately felt a little pale and powerless. In terms of strength, Red Fox knew her own limit. Even Dashan was killed by Jian Shanhe with a single slash. She definitely couldn't defeat Jian Shanhe. Moreover, Jian Shanhe's sword was extremely sharp and terrifying. When the sword slashed down, it carried with it a destructive force that wanted to tear everything apart. It was unstoppable. She couldn't block it. "Red Fox, be careful. Despicable brat, you actually broke through our encirclement so easily." Lu Laosi and the other three saw Qin Zhao easily arriving in front of Red Fox and wanted to use the method of killing her one by one. If the Red Fox were to die in the hands of Jian Shanhe, then the situation would be far from good. Therefore, they naturally became anxious at this moment. However, the four of them were in different directions and had no way to rescue her. Humph! A cold snort abruptly resounded. A figure suddenly rushed out. It was unknown where this figure had come from. It was very strange. In an instant, he stood in front of Red Fox and blocked Qin Zhao's attack. The person who charged out was naturally none other than Yin Bo. As the leader of the Silver Fox battle team, the core figure of the team and the leader of the spirit, Yin Bo's strength was naturally unquestionable. Based on his individual strength, he should be at the level of the yellow board. It was only a matter of time before he got on the yellow board. The yellow board, to a certain extent, could represent one's strength. However, it wasn't completely accurate. After all, the yellow board could be accumulated over time. Therefore, the longer one stayed in the universal arena, the more advantage one would have. Therefore, some people who were not on the yellow board did not mean that they did not have the strength to be on the yellow board. The Huang board actually represented a kind of honor, a great honor that was accumulated over time. The Huang board was still unable to determine their true strength. Just like Qin Zhao, he had the strength to be on the yellow board, but he was still far from being on the yellow board. After all, he hadn't even stayed in the myriad arena for 2 full years. It would be strange if he could make it to the yellow board in such a short time. Unless everyone gathered together and allowed Qin Zhao to kill them without any resistance, it was still possible to deliver Qin Zhao's head. However, such a thing was obviously not going to happen. Yin Ho held a silver spear in his hand. The silver spear spun rapidly in the air, forming a huge whirlpool. Meanwhile, this huge vortex seemed to have opened up a passage to the other side, allowing the endless Tao might of all things in the other side to surge out in all types of forms. Be it a huge beast, a blade or a spear, or a mountain rock, suddenly, a vision appeared and streaks of terrifying power surged out. Such a formation seemed to want to annihilate and devour Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's sword was like a ray of light in the darkness, crushing the endless darkness. All the power, all the phenomena, all the methods, all the darkness, all the might of the Tao, all of it collapsed and dissipated before Qin Zhao's sword. The blade slashed down and cut through everything. This was an extreme use of the Tao might of all things, and it was extremely powerful. Yin Ho's strength was also very strong. The technique he used was also a middle-grade cultivation skill. However, his cultivation level was obviously not as high as Qin Zhao's. Moreover, his grasp of timing and control of the situation was obviously much weaker than Qin Zhao's. Therefore, in the battle between the two, Qin Zhao naturally gained the upper hand easily and suppressed Yin Ho. Clang! As the two of them clashed, the powerful Tao might forced Yin Ho to retreat. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage. What? Boss can't stop that kid? That Jian Shanhe is definitely not a newbie. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? That kid, who is he? Is our silver fox going to kick a hard board today? Don't be stunned. Go and calm boss down. I don't believe that the six of us can't suppress him. After Lu Laosi and the other three recovered from their shock, they charged over one by one. The current situation was obvious. Based on individual strength, no one could match up to Qin Zhao. Therefore, they had to work together as a team. Otherwise, the Silver Fox battle team would definitely be unlucky in this battle. After forcing Yin Ho to retreat, Qin Zhao did not hesitate and continued to charge towards the Red Fox. To destroy a battle team, one could only use the method of defeating them one by one. Otherwise, once the six of them worked together, Qin Zhao's chances would be lower. Now that the six of them had not fully realized the situation, Qin Zhao had a chance to defeat them. There was a great opportunity in front of him. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not care about showing mercy to the fairer sect. He wanted to kill the Red Fox first. After killing the Red Fox, the pressure would be much lighter. After tearing a hole, he could slowly devour her. Red Fox, retreat. At this moment, Yin Ho was also somewhat anxious and quickly shouted. The Red Fox also smelled the approaching danger. However, how could it be so easy for her to retreat now? Yin Ho attacked with all his might. Lu Laosi and the other three also attacked with all their might. They used all their techniques to prevent Qin Zhao from killing the Red Fox. With one less person, the Silver Fox battle team would lose a portion of their strength. The Red Fox wanted to escape, but Qin Zhao did not give her the chance. As soon as she retreated, she discovered that pillars of energy had appeared all around her. Strange phenomena had appeared one after another. Very quickly, a prison completely imprisoned the area where the Red Fox was, forming a heavenly prison. This was the technique of Qin Zhao's intermediate cultivation technique, heavenly prison. It was very powerful to trap and kill the enemy. It made the enemy unable to escape, and there was no way for them to escape. In these 2 years in the hunting ground, Qin Zhao had used the heavenly prison many times to kill his prey. It always had good results. Once this technique was used, it was enough to trap and kill the opponent. Therefore, it was very terrifying. After being trapped in the heavenly prison, the Red Fox attacked with all her might, wanting to break out of the heavenly prison. However, her strength was still weak. Therefore, she had no way to break out. She had no way to get out. The more she resisted, the more terrifying the heavenly prison's devouring power was. The faster she died. It was as if she was trapped in the heavenly punishment. Unable to resist, she could only obediently wait for death. Good technique. I didn't expect you to have cultivated 2 middle-grade cultivation method. Moreover, both of them are quite powerful. I really underestimated you. Inbo's cold face couldn't help but have a hint of admiration. It was really too difficult for a 1-star all-creation technique to cultivate intermediate cultivation technique. He had also cultivated an intermediate cultivation technique. Therefore, he had experienced it personally. Just cultivating one intermediate cultivation technique was difficult enough. He had used up a lot of energy before he finally cultivated some power. However, cultivating another intermediate cultivation technique would be even more difficult. It was so difficult that he immediately gave up on the idea. It was better to wait until he became a 2-star all-creation technique before cultivating intermediate cultivation technique. That would be more practical. Crossing realms to cultivate was indeed an inhumane thing to do. Inho charged forward again. At the same time, he said to Lu Laosi and the other 3, "I'll block Jian Shanhe. You guys hurry up and save the Red Fox." Lu Laosi and the other 3 originally wanted to lend Inho a hand. The 5 of them combined their strength to deal with Qin Shao. However, after hearing Inho's order, they could only turn around and charge towards the Red Fox. If they did not save the Red Fox, she would obviously die in the heavenly prison. Therefore, her life was at stake. "Inho, you can't stop me." Qin Zhao's lips curled into a smile. The sword in his hand charged towards Inho. Inho's face was filled with determination. Instead of retreating, he charged towards Qin Shao. At that moment, he could only buy time for Lu Laosi and the other 3. He unleashed all of his technique. He brought the surging Tao of all creation to attack. He did not hold back at all. He wanted to stir up the wind and clouds in this area. It was as though he wanted to shock the heavens and earth. His long spear was like the sharp weapon of the ancient god of war. It could shock the heavens and earth. Wherever the long spear went, it was invincible. Clang! Qin Zhao's sword was like an extreme point of sharpness. The sharpness of the Tao of all creation turned into an extreme point. The extreme point was at the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword hit Inho's long spear heavily. Boundless Tao of all creation exploded instantly. It was as though it could destroy the heavens and earth. Everything that stood in its way would be destroyed. Everything that stood in its way would be destroyed. Everything that stood in its way would be suppressed. This was Qin Zhao's afterimage kill. It was as fast as afterimages and as sharp as the extreme point. Inho was pushed back once again. However, this time around, Inho was prepared. He did not care about anything else and fought with his life on the line. Although he was pushed back, he still tried his best to block Qin Zhao's path. However, Qin Shao had expected that Inho would do that. Hence, after he pushed Inho back, he moved and turned into a shadow. He swept across the void and arrived in front of Red Fox in an instant. At that moment, Lu Laosi and the other 3 had arrived as well. They were prepared to attack together. They wanted to break through the heaven prison cell and rescue Red Fox. However, Qin Zhao's arrival naturally shattered their fantasy. Qin Shao naturally would not give them the chance to rescue Red Fox. Qin Zhao's sword slashed out. Terrifying Tao of all creation gushed out and roared. It turned into rays of sharp light and attacked the 4 of them. Not good. Retreat. Danger. The 4 of them had a drastic change of expression. They instantly sensed danger and knew that the situation was not good. However, it was too late for them to retreat. Rays of sharp light slashed down heavily. The 4 of them who were retreating could only face the attack with all their might. Boom, 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 boom. 4 powerful forces slammed down and forced Lu Laosi and the other 3 to retreat. Their divine bodies were shaken and they were badly injured. They flew far away and looked miserable. On the other hand, Red Fox had lost her last chance. How could she survive? She died in the heaven prison cell very quickly. Chapter 1178. Fight to the end. Red Fox is dead. They watched as Red Fox was killed by Qin Shao. However, they could not do anything about it. This feeling was really unbearable. The Silver Fox battle team could be said to have been triumphant all the way in the hunting ground. They made it all the way to the top of the battle team rankings. How strong was their pride! When had their dignity ever been infringed upon? However, today, it was ruthlessly trampled on by others. Mountain was dead. Now, Red Fox was also dead. They could only watch helplessly. They could not do anything about it. There was no way to stop it. To the members of the Silver Fox battle team, this was simply a great humiliation. Yin Bo and the other four could feel Qin Zhao's powerful strength. He was indeed a tough nut to crack. It would not be easy to deal with him. After getting rid of another one, the situation naturally became much easier for Qin Shao. With two less people, the overall combat power of the Silver Fox battle team would be greatly weakened. They might not even be left with 60% of their original strength. If Qin Shao adopted the strategy of ambushing and defeating them one by one, it would be more difficult for him to win against the Silver Fox battle team. Even if he could still win in the end, he would definitely have to pay a price. It would take time to wear him down. In a battle, strength was one aspect. The application of experience and skills was also very important. Qin Shao looked at Yin Bo and the other four with high fighting spirit. He said, "Come, let's have a good fight now." Yin Bo and the other four looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding and unsheathed their swords. Kill. The five of them attacked at the same time. They were extremely precise. 5 destructive forces rushed towards Qin Shao from 5 directions at the same time. The Tao of all things could destroy everything. A strange brilliance could destroy heaven and earth. Light was completely devoured. Darkness instantly shrouded the entire world. The aura of death seemed to have rushed out from the netherworld realm and occupied this part of the world. The 5 of them used all their means. They went all out and unleashed all of their strength. All kinds of means were used. It was as if demons were dancing, dazzling brilliance. Every ray of light was like a blade that could destroy the world. Being trapped by the 5 of them, Qin Shao felt as if she had fallen into a prison of death, just like the desperate situation that the Red Fox had faced earlier. Clearly, Yin Bo and the other 4 were very smart. They knew that Qin Shao was strong, so they didn't confront Qin Shao directly. Instead, they trapped Qin Shao first. First, they had to make sure that Qin Shao was trapped in their circle, and then slowly kill her. They couldn't let Qin Shao break out of this circle. They wanted to control the situation. Once they lost control of the situation, the outcome would be the same as before. The 5 of them were unable to stop Qin Shao even if they joined forces. Instead, Qin Shao had killed the Red Fox right under their noses. Learning from the mistakes of their predecessors, they also changed their strategic thinking and did not want to repeat the same mistake. Therefore, right from the start, their main focus was to trap Qin Shao. All of their means were meant to trap Qin Shao. First, they had to trap her and prevent her from escaping. Then, it would be much easier to deal with her slowly. Otherwise, once the formation was disrupted, the power of the formation would lose its advantage. Without that advantage, the Silver Fox battle team would definitely lose today. Yin Bo and the others naturally wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. All kinds of means were used, forming a prison of heaven and earth. Qin Shao curled her lip. Is this called giving someone a taste of their own medicine? Just now, I used this move to deal with the Red Fox. Now, they're using the same move to deal with me? The Silver Fox battle team still has some strength. To be able to make it to the battle team ranking, they indeed deserve their reputation. Unfortunately, the current Silver Fox is no longer a complete Silver Fox. Silver Fox's battle power has been greatly reduced with the loss of 2 members. If it was a complete Silver Fox, she might really be able to trap me. Obviously, it's difficult to take care of everything when 5 people attack together. There are still some weaknesses that are exposed. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it, but how high was Qin Zhao's vision? Even if it was a little weak point that was hidden deeply, he would be able to find it with a single glance. Qin Zhao's figure suddenly became extremely strange in the air. It was faintly discernible, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. Amidst this strangeness, he was able to penetrate layer after layer of restraints and break through the weak spots. Then, he was able to break out of the terrifying prison. What? He's going to rush out? How can this be? How could he break out of the prison formed by the combined efforts of the five of us? Who the hell is this? Is he really someone on the yellow board? We can't be so unlucky, right? Lu Laozi and the others were shocked. It was really hard for them to believe what they saw in front of them. It was really hard for them to accept such a situation. They were the famous Silver Fox battle team, an extremely strong battle team that had killed their way into the battle team rankings. In the hunting ground, they had an extremely great reputation, and their name was illustrious. When they attacked, they would never fail. However, they didn't expect that they would really fall today. So powerful, to be able to break through our prison so exquisitely. His control of all aspects has reached an extremely high level. It's really hard to imagine that a one-star all-knowing could be so strong. He has reached an extremely high level in all aspects. What kind of monster is he? Inbo was also shocked. He thought that he was also a peerless genius. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was a monster. However, he didn't expect that there would be someone who was more monstrous than him. He couldn't help but be impressed. Hence, Inbo was certain that this Jian Shanhe definitely had a strong background. He was definitely an outstanding disciple of the 100 Warlords' forces. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so strong. With such strength, he could definitely get on the yellow board easily. So strong, he's really strong. He had to be impressed. Although his family's strength was close to the level of the 100 Warlords, it wasn't the 100 Warlords' forces after all. He would always be a level lower and weaker. However, no matter how powerful he was, the situation had already reached such a stage. There was no turning back. They could only stop with a battle. Retreat, there was nowhere to retreat. Only by fighting could they stop the battle. Brothers, let's go all out. In-ho gritted his teeth and uttered a resolute sentence. This sentence also showed the situation of the situation. If they were to fight with their lives, the situation was obviously not good. Fight. Isn't it just dying once? Only 1 point will be deducted. Kill. Elder Lu and the other 3 became bloodthirsty and crazy. Since they weren't going to fight for the reward for consecutive kills, it didn't matter. Dying once would only result in a deduction of 1 point. Such a small loss was insignificant to them. It was just that they felt uncomfortable after being killed once. Other than that, there was nothing else. Inbo and the other 4 had no other choice but to fight with their lives. All of them became extremely crazy. This kind of crazy and suicidal fighting style was naturally the most terrifying. The 5 of them pounced forward one by one, using their lives to fight. Qin Xiao naturally didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. This kind of fighting style could really bite off a few pieces of his flesh. It's rare for you guys to go crazy. Then I'll go crazy with you guys today. Such craziness stimulated Qin Xiao instead. It aroused Qin Zhao's passion and hot blood, surging violently. Under the monstrous fighting spirit, Qin Xiao also went crazy. If they wanted to fight head-on, then so be it. Qin Xiao repeatedly performed afterimage kill and sky prison. Although the power of these 2 middle-grade cultivation techniques was only 20 to 30%, when performed by Qin Xiao, it was always just right and accurate. This was the most important and most terrifying thing. Just like a small stone, if it was casually thrown at an ordinary mortal, it definitely wouldn't hurt. At most, it would just scratch an itch. However, if this stone were to accurately strike the vital point of this ordinary mortal being, then it was possible to kill him in one strike. And this was also a manifestation of one's methods. No matter how skillful one's methods were, if one's control wasn't precise enough and couldn't hit the opponent, then it would be useless. Qin Zhao's experience and control in this aspect obviously completely crushed Yin Bo and the other four. So, every time Qin Zhao attacked, he was very accurate and could hit the vital points of Yin Bo and the other four. And Qin Zhao was always able to skillfully avoid the attacks of Yin Bo and the other four, reducing the damage to the minimum. In this way, Qin Zhao could naturally use the smallest price to exchange for the biggest reward. So in this kind of battle, the situation was completely under Qin Zhao's control. Although Yin Bo and the other four tried their best to turn the situation around, in terms of control, how could they possibly be Qin Zhao's opponent? If they were placed in the divine realm, they would at most be equivalent to a slightly injured fourth step heavenly god. But Qin Zhao's level had reached the dominator level. The huge difference in level was simply impossible to make up for. So, even though Yin Bo and the other four were crazily trying their best, it was difficult for them to hurt Qin Zhao. Even when they were hurt, it was only a small injury. But when Qin Zhao's power hit their bodies, it was a serious injury. So very quickly, Lu Laozi and the other three were all heavily injured. More than half of their divine bodies were shattered by Qin Zhao. Their situation wasn't good. Yin Bo's situation was a little better, but not by much. Pooh! Qin Zhao's sword suddenly pierced through Lu Laozi's divine body like an afterimage. The destructive power burned and devoured Lu Laozi's divine body. After Lu Laozi let out a final ferocious roar, he turned into nothingness and died under Qin Zhao's sword. Lu Laozi's death made the battle even crazier and more bloodthirsty. And under this craziness, bloodshed occurred frequently. Die. Another person died under Qin Zhao's sword. The fewer people the Silver Fox battle team had, the less pressure Qin Zhao had, and the easier it was for him to kill his enemies. The remaining 3 people didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Obviously, they wanted to fight to the death. So much so that one of them charged forward madly, wanting to use the most brutal method to deal with Qin Zhao. But Qin Zhao didn't give him the chance. Instead, he used the heavenly prison to lock him up, making it impossible for him to escape. Another person fell. Soon, only 2 people were left in the Silver Fox battle team. Yin Bo's blood splattered across the sky. Although he was in a sorry state, his fighting spirit didn't decrease. Rumble. Another person died under Qin Zhao's hands. This was the 6th person. Only Yin Bo was left in the Silver Fox battle team. Yin Bo was also heavily injured and didn't have much fighting strength left. Chapter 1179. Famous again, he built the Silver Fox battle team single-handedly. From nothing to being ranked in the battle team rankings, he had put in a lot of effort over the years. He single-handedly brought up his team and led everyone to grow and become stronger. Bit by bit, his battle team formed a terrifying fighting power. In the hunting ground, they only used less than 30,000 years to be ranked in the battle team rankings. This result was definitely something to be proud of. It definitely made them proud. It definitely gave them a limitless halo. In the Universal Arena world, there were probably not many people who didn't know about the Silver Fox battle team. For the Silver Fox battle team to have today's achievement, Yin Bo naturally contributed greatly. If he was given more time, he was confident that he could get into the yellow board. This wasn't blind confidence. This was absolute confidence. He was even confident that if he was given another 10,000 years, he would have some confidence to become a 2-star universal expert. Today's defeat had indeed deeply provoked Yin Bo and hurt him. Such a huge sense of defeat was really unbearable. Facing defeat, how many people could let it go? How could they face it calmly? Everyone had their own pride. Everyone had their own pride. Even for Qin Shao, it was hard for him to accept defeat. The more talented he was, the stronger he was, the stronger his desire to excel. The stronger he was, the more he couldn't accept defeat. Jian Shanhe, are you really a newbie? Yin Bo stared coldly at Qin Shao and asked. By newbie, he meant that it was Qin Zhao's first time entering the universal arena. It wasn't a situation where he changed his identity and entered again. There were such situations. There were even some existences on the yellow board who felt bored and wanted to play, so they changed their identity and entered to play. There were even some who entered the yellow board with a few identities, but they were actually the same person. There were many such situations in the historical record. This was only known by people. There were definitely some unknown situations. Therefore, Yin Bo couldn't help but wonder if Qin Shao was in the same situation. Was he originally on the yellow leaderboard and changed his identity to come in and play? If that was the case, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky this time. He, Yin Bo, had always been a cautious person. He had investigated Qin Shao thoroughly before accepting this mission. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it before accepting it. However, he did not expect that the result would be far beyond his expectations. Qin Shao said, "Yes, I am indeed a newcomer. This is my first time entering the all-creation arena. I haven't been there for long. It's only been 2 years." Yin Bo looked at Qin Shao in surprise. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit it. If it was someone on the yellow board who changed his identity, it would be easier for him to accept it. Falling into the hands of the existence of the yellow board was pardonable. However, the truth was not as beautiful as he had imagined. Naturally, his heart was dealt a heavy blow. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that there are indeed talented people in every generation. Yin Bo shook his head and had to admit it. The strong should be respected. Qin Shao was a strong person. Naturally, he deserved Yin Bo's respect. Not necessarily. Maybe it's because I haven't entered the all-creation arena. Qin Shao pursed his lips. Yin Bo shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. Although I have only fought with you for a short time, I can feel that you are a hot-blooded person who loves to fight. You came to the hunting ground to train yourself. The all-creation arena is a good place to cultivate. It can train people. Most cultivators are willing to stay in the all-creation arena to train. You don't seem like the kind of person who keeps a low profile. There is a hint of brashness in your personality. Therefore, I don't think you can always stay outside to cultivate. After reaching such a level of strength, you can enter the all-creation arena to train yourself. This doesn't make any sense, no matter how you look at it. Therefore, you shouldn't have cultivated for long. If I'm not wrong, it shouldn't be more than 10,000 years. However, I really want to know, which power are you from? Are you a disciple of 100 vassal forces? 10,000 years? Qin Shao laughed in his heart. It hadn't even been 500 years since he entered the all-creation world. It was still very far from 10,000 years. Of course, if he were to extrapolate based on the geniuses in the all-creation world, it would be reasonable for Yin Bo to say 10,000 years. Qin Zhao's situation couldn't be generalized. After all, he came with endless glory. He had a huge advantage. Therefore, if he were to compare the geniuses in the all-creation world, he would obviously be at a disadvantage. Qin Shao shook his head again and said, "Although I want to admit it, I am just a normal person. Therefore, I don't dare to force myself to join the 100 vassal forces." However, there were 3 vassal forces that wanted to recruit me. However, I rejected them all. Rejected them all? 3 vassal forces trying to rope you in? Yin Bo was quite surprised as well. Since he was born lowly, how could he reject the recruitment of the 3 vassal forces? However, after thinking about it, Yin Bo didn't think too much about it. There could be a lot of reasons behind this. Everyone had their own aspirations. One couldn't force others to do what they wanted. Qin Shao didn't say anything else. He pointed his sword in front of Yin Bo and said, "All right, Yin Bo. Since your Silver Fox battle team has accepted this mission, you should fight to the death. I respect you as a person. Now it's only us left. I still respect you a lot. Therefore, I will still fight you seriously. Come, make your move." Hearing Qin Zhao's respectful words, Yin Bo was stunned. He thought that he would be humiliated by Qin Zhao today. This world was like that. The weak could only be bullied. It was a matter of course for the strong to bully the weak. However, Qin Zhao didn't bully Yin Bo. Instead, he gave him enough respect. Therefore, Yin Bo's view of Qin Zhao changed greatly. Yin Bo nodded solemnly and said, "All right, come on, let's fight again. It's an honor to lose to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Bo didn't hold back and made the first move. The long spear in his hand pierced through the sky. Wherever the long spear passed, heaven and earth collapsed. The Tao might of all creation seemed to have turned into a destructive demonic spirit. This was Yin Bo's final attack. He gathered all of his technique. He used all of the Tao might of all creation in his attack. It made the power of the spear reach a terrifying level. However, Yin Bo was heavily injured. Therefore, even if he gave it his all, the power he could unleash was still limited. Qin Zhao did not hesitate. Once again, he pushed out afterimage kill with all his might. The sharp sword turned into an extremely sharp point as it charged forward. The two instantly clashed. It was a clash of experts. Rumble! The power of the Tao might of all things exploded like boulders colliding with each other. The tremor caused the world to churn as if it was about to be destroyed and collapse. Under the terrifying roar of Tao might, Yin Bo was defeated. The terrifying Tao might rushed over and devoured Yin Bo's divine body. It destroyed it. Defeated. He was defeated without any suspense. All of this was within his expectations. Yin Bo's divine body slowly shattered. Soon it disappeared. Dead. However, it was just a death in the myriad arena world. He could be resurrected soon. Qin Zhao destroyed the Silver Fox battle team by himself. If such a battle result were to spread, it would shake the entire hunting ground. However, it was nothing to Qin Zhao. It wasn't easy to destroy the Silver Fox battle team, but at least it wasn't too bad. Mainly it was because his strategy worked well. That was why he could easily defeat the Silver Fox battle team. In this battle, 40% of Qin Zhao's divine body was shattered. However, destroying the Silver Fox battle team allowed Qin Zhao to complete 1,000 consecutive kills. It was a great reward. 1,000 consecutive kills. Looks like I have to be high profile again. Qin Zhao curled his lips and shook his head. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to be high profile. Since he was already high profile, he might as well forget it. As expected, soon, a message entered Qin Zhao's mind. Congratulations to Jian Shanhe for completing 1,000 consecutive kills. Reward, 100 points. Previously, when he completed 500 consecutive kills, a message was sent directly to his mind. It was sent to everyone in the hunting ground. Because of this, in an instant, countless people knew about Jian Shanhe. Previously, the 500 consecutive kills had already caused quite a stir. Now that he had completed 1,000 consecutive kills, it would be even more sensational. Qin Zhao's fame would obviously rise. He would become a popular figure in the hunting ground. After completing 1,000 consecutive kills, Qin Zhao's total points had reached 1,150 points. This was a lot of points. However, to Qin Zhao, it was nothing. There was nothing to be happy about. Even if he killed his way to the yellow board, it was nothing much. To Qin Zhao, the most important thing was to accumulate experience bit by bit. The killing had to continue. The next target was 1,500 consecutive kills. Just as Qin Zhao was about to leave, another message came. Congratulations to Jian Shanhe for eliminating the Silver Fox battle team. Reward, 100 points. What? Hearing this message, Qin Shao was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. How could there be a message about eliminating a battle team? For a moment, Qin Shao was speechless. He did not want to make this matter public. Annihilating the Silver Fox battle team was definitely more destructive than 1,000 consecutive kills. After all, the Silver Fox battle team was a battle team that was ranked in the battle team ranking. Their overall strength was very strong. If this news were to spread, Qin Shao would really become famous in the hunting ground. What he was afraid of would happen. Being able to eliminate the Silver Fox battle team was enough to prove his strength. He was definitely at the level of the yellow board. The more famous he was, the harder it would be to hunt down prey. He was afraid that in the future, when others saw Qin Shao, they would run as far away as possible. They would definitely be scared out of their wit. Forget it. Since it has come to this, I can only take one step at a time. Let's continue the hunting mission. I want to see how many consecutive kills I can complete. Actually, this is not a bad thing. The greater the attention, the more experts I can attract. This could be considered a good thing for me. With this kind of training, I can improve myself better. What I need now is this kind of training. A storm is coming. Let it come even more fiercely. Chapter 1180. The Savior is here. First, he completed 1,000 consecutive kills. Then, he eliminated the Silver Fox battle team. The news spread across the hunting ground at the same time. Naturally, it caused a huge uproar. Heated discussions instantly engulfed the entire hunting ground. What kind of monster is this Jian Shanhe? Even the Silver Fox battle team was defeated by him? Isn't that right? That's too much. That's the Silver Fox battle team we're talking about. They're a battle team that's on the battle team rankings. Yet, they actually fell in the hands of Jian Shanhe. Instead, they helped Jian Shanhe achieve his 1,000 consecutive kills. I reckon the Silver Fox battle team has no place to cry now. I think it must be a new identity of someone on the yellow ranking. Yes, I think so too. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so strong. I heard that Jian Shanhe kills anyone he sees. It's better for us to stay away from him. No, for safety's sake, let me check where he is now. I have to avoid his area. It had been a long time since the hunting ground was so lively. In the past 10,000 years, it was rare to see someone like Jian Shanhe who could be discussed by everyone. At this moment, Qin Shao, who was in the midst of the heated discussion, was unaffected. No matter how strong the wind and rain were, he remained unmoved. Somewhere in the forest, a battle was about to break out after accumulating power. There was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. A team of 5 people surrounded an elegant and handsome young man. The handsome young man's face was filled with arrogance and disdain as he swept his gaze over the 5 people. The jade fan in his hand was gently waving, and his voice carried a hint of contempt as he said, "You 5 ignorant fellows. You actually haven't even heard of the great name of young Master Yulin. I really don't know how you guys managed to survive in the hunting ground. No wonder you're in such a miserable state. Look at how shabby the 5 of you are. You're just a motley crew. You want to learn from others and form a battle team? You don't look like a battle team at all. You're unlucky to have met me today. However, I've always been kind and generous. I'm too lazy to kill you. Leave quickly and you'll be able to keep your lives. If you were any later, this young master might have changed his mind and spared your lives. To be able to be spared by this young master, you guys can be considered to have accumulated good fortune in your previous lives." The 5 of them were stunned by young Master Yulin's words and looked at each other. Young Master Yulin's face was full of arrogance as he looked down on the heavens. But very quickly, a man pointed fiercely at young Master Yulin and said, "Humph, young Master Yulin, don't try to bluff here." "Bah, young Master Yulin? I think you're not even a dog's fart." "Humph, why haven't we heard of your name before? I think you're just bluffing. If you don't make a move, then we will. I want to see how capable you, young Master Yulin, are. How dare you spout nonsense in front of the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain? 5 tigers of the Black Mountain? You guys? Young Master Yulin sneered. I think we should be called the 5 worms of the Black Mountain. Since you guys want to die, then this young master will fulfill your wish. Come on, you 5 little bugs. Come and die. Humph, brothers, kill him. Go. The 5 tigers of the Black Mountain and the other 4 attacked together with fierce expressions, charging towards young Master Yulin. When young Master Yulin saw that the 5 of them actually dared to attack, he immediately shouted in his heart. They really came? However, the pride in young Master Yulin's heart did not allow others to provoke him. But when the 5 of them attacked, young Master Yulin's heart turned pale with fright. He almost jumped up and shouted, What kind of sin have I, young Master Yulin, committed? Why do I always get involved in such unlucky things? Why are these 5 tigers of the Black Mountain so powerful? Could it be that I, young Master Yulin, am too weak? That doesn't make sense. I, young Master Yulin, am so strong. I should be able to make a name for myself in the hunting ground. How can this be? It doesn't make sense. It definitely doesn't make sense. Young Master Yulin's heart was filled with bitterness. When the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain attacked, young Master Yulin felt that he couldn't defeat them. This was really too difficult for him to accept. He was the dignified young Master Yulin. His strength should be very strong. How could he not be able to defeat 5 people who randomly jumped out? As expected, after one exchange, young Master Yulin suffered a great loss. His somewhat disheveled figure finally stabilized with great difficulty. Young Master Yulin did not forget his elegant image. He tidied his clothes and hurriedly gestured for them to stop. Stop, stop, stop! Young Master Yulin hurriedly shouted. The 5 tigers of the Black Mountain also very cooperatively stopped. Each of them looked at young Master Yulin with a playful expression. They wanted to see what tricks this guy could play. It was rare to meet such a top-grade person. Young Master Yulin did not show any weakness. He put on the appearance of an expert and said, Those 5 tigers of the Black Mountain, right? Let me tell you, it's not that I, young Master Yulin, can't defeat you. Just now I was just letting you guys win. In fact, this young master doesn't like to fight at all. This young master is so elegant. What I like the most is to win people over with virtue. You guys, why don't you have any awareness at all? If you really want to fight, are you guys a match for this young master? Do you believe that this young master won't beat you guys up in minutes? It's just that this young master feels that there's no need. We don't have any grudges, right? Besides, this young master is in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill anyone. If you guys stop now, this young master can still pretend that nothing happened just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you guys won't have a place to go even if you regret it. He was full of vigor and arrogance. Such a posture was really quite intimidating. If it was someone who was not confident, they would definitely be intimidated. However, these 5 tigers of the Black Mountain were obviously not so easily intimidated. The playful expression on their faces became even heavier. They looked at young Master Yulin just like that, quietly watching him boast. Young Master Yulin saw that the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain did not reply. For a moment, he felt that he could not do anything. He couldn't help but feel a little timid. However, in his heart, he still continued to hold his head high and said, You don't dare to speak, right? Forget it, I see that you guys know your mistake. I won't argue with you guys. I'll let you guys off today. After saying that, young Master Yulin was about to leave. But how could the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain let him leave? Naturally, they were blocking his path. Seeing that his path was blocked, young Master Yulin's heart skipped a beat. He knew that today's matter would be difficult to deal with. Instantly, he wanted to cry. What kind of matter was this? Last time, he kicked a hard board Jian Shanha. This time, he actually kicked a hard board again. Why was he so unlucky? Young Master Yulin really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He didn't do anything outrageous. He had only entered the hunting ground for less than a year. Why did he repeatedly hit a wall? Can't you let me have some fun in the hunting ground? How could the boasting be so easily broken? Humph, young Master Yulin, continue boasting? I'll see how long you can boast. With your little strength, why are you still pretending to be an expert? Why don't you take a look at your own ability? Why don't you take a piss and see how much you're worth? A man said mockingly. Young Master Yulin's face slightly turned green, but he still said stubbornly, My strength is not something that you guys can take away. Is there a need to boast about this? If you don't believe me, you can come and try. But don't blame me for not reminding you. If you die, don't blame others. Brothers, kill him. I hate this kind of boastful person the most. That man was also angered. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to attack again. The 5 tigers of the Black Mountain also attacked again. If it was one-on-one, then young Master Yulin still had some confidence that he could fight. But 1 against 5, there was no way to fight at all. The 5 tigers of the Black Mountain had obviously been in the hunting ground for many years. They had a lot of combat experience. Young Master Yulin had entered the hunting ground for less than a year. Naturally, he didn't have any advantage in any aspect. In addition, his strength was indeed a little weak. So, facing the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain, he naturally couldn't win. At this moment, the 5 people attacked again. The corner of young Master Yulin's mouth twitched. He knew that it would be difficult to deal with the aftermath today. This was really a self-inflicted disaster. Young Master Yulin was beaten very badly again. Moreover, he was suppressed by the 5 people. He almost only had the strength to defend himself. Fortunately, young Master Yulin's strength wasn't too bad. For the time being, he could still barely hold on. However, the situation was obviously very bad. He could block for a while, but he couldn't block for a lifetime. If the battle dragged on, then it would obviously be a situation of defeat. What should he do? What should he do? Could it be that he, young Master Yulin, was really going to die here today? That would be too weak and embarrassing, right? This shouldn't be the treatment that he, young Master Yulin, should receive. Young Master Yulin's eyes moved and suddenly lit up. He saw a ray of light in the darkness. He saw a glimmer of hope in the despair. It's Jian Shanhe, Big Brother Shanhe. Young Master Yulin saw a figure walking over from afar. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. The person who walked over was none other than Qin Shao. It was Qin Shao who was in the limelight just now. Qin Shao, who had completed 1,000 kills. Qin Shao, who had killed the Silver Fox battle team with his own strength. Qin Zhao's appearance naturally made young Master Yulin feel as if he had found his savior. He hurriedly shouted, Big Brother Shanhe, quickly come and save me. Shanhe, Jian Shanhe? When the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain heard this name, they couldn't help but become vigilant and looked over. When they saw Qin Shao, who was walking over, they immediately confirmed that what young Master Yulin said was true. The person who walked over was indeed Jian Shanhe. Jian Shanhe was in the limelight now. Probably everyone in the hunting ground knew about him. He was famous for his fighting prowess. When they saw Jian Shanhe, the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain naturally stopped their attacks. Each of them became vigilant. Qin Shao saw the situation here from afar. Actually, Qin Shao had arrived a long time ago. It was just that he didn't show up. The situation just now was also seen by him. When he saw young Master Yulin again, Qin Shao really wanted to laugh. This guy was really too narcissistic. Why did he have to be so narcissistic? This was great. He kicked a hard board again. However, young Master Yulin's heart wasn't bad. Although he was a jerk, he was quite interesting. Therefore, Qin Shao still decided to come out and save him. Since he had bumped into him, he naturally couldn't leave him to die. Chapter 1181. You're really my brother, Big Brother Shanha. I knew you were my benefactor. You're my lucky star, young Master Yulin said in a mushy manner. Seeing young Master Yulin like that, Qin Shao was speechless. He wanted to turn around and leave, pretending that he didn't know this guy. Looking at this guy's narcissistic look, not to mention the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain, even Qin Shao wanted to beat him up. This guy was born with the attribute of asking for a beating. Anyone who saw him would probably want to beat him up. After suffering a huge loss last time, he actually didn't change. He deserved to be blocked by the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain. You're thinking too much. I'm not here to save you. Qin Shao pursed his lips and pretended to say. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, young Master Yulin instantly cried and said with a pleading face, "Don't, Big Brother Shanha. If you don't save me, then I will definitely die in their hands today. Big Brother Shanha, we can be considered to have some friendship. Do you have the heart to not save him?" "Bear with it, I'm not familiar with you," Qin Shao said again. Young Master Yulin was about to cry. What did he mean by not familiar with him? Even if they were really not familiar with each other, he couldn't just leave him in the lurch, right? "Don't be like this, Big Brother Shanha. I beg you, save me. I promise, I won't be narcissistic in the future. I will definitely change this bad habit." Young Master Yulin looked pitiful. Qin Shao was also speechless. This guy, he really didn't know what kind of personality he had. Narcissism could reach the extreme level, but he could also be so humble when showing weakness. His personality had changed too much, right? And this change was incomparably huge. "Big Brother Shanha, if you don't save me today, I will pester you in the future and not let go. I will follow you wherever you go. Anyway, I don't care about those points anymore. If I die, I can revive. As long as you are in the universal arena, I will be your shadow and pester you." Seeing that Qin Shao still didn't respond, young Master Yulin said again. Qin Shao was speechless. He was actually threatening him? If that was really the case, Qin Shao could only say, Okay, I'm afraid of you. Okay, I'll save you. Seriously, if you do this again next time, I won't bother about you. There definitely won't be a next time. There definitely won't be a next time. Big Brother Shanha, you are a good person. I knew that you wouldn't leave me in the lurch. Young Master Yulin instantly laughed. His life was saved, was saved. Young Master Yulin was happy, but the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain were displeased. The 5 God you their eyes translations. Their gazes. Qin Shao Chun Yulin translations Heaven Star. And Yulin translations translation Yulin translation die. Qin Zhao's words were considered very polite. It was mainly because young Master Yulin was in the wrong. Qin Shao naturally didn't use force to snatch this kind of thing. The 5 tigers of the Black Mountain were worried that Qin Shao would attack them without saying a word. Even the Silver Fox battle team had died in the hands of Jian Shanha. How could they have the confidence to fight with Jian Shanha? When they heard that Qin Shao was negotiating with them so politely, the 5 tigers of Black Mountain were naturally very surprised. After the 5 of them hesitated for a moment, one of the men said, "All right, since Sir Jian Shanha has spoken, we will naturally not be enemies with Sir Jian Shanha. We admire your strength very much. We also admire your character even more. Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. We'll take our leave." Qin Shao nodded. He smiled at the 5 of them and said, "Okay, goodbye." The 5 tigers of Black Mountain left immediately. Even if they were to fight, the 5 tigers of Black Mountain would be at a disadvantage. The 5 tigers of Black Mountain were naturally very willing to settle the matter without fighting. Qin Shao wanted to save young Master Yulin, so he didn't want to make a big fuss. It would be best if they didn't fight. After sending the 5 tigers of Black Mountain away, young Master Yulin heaved a sigh of relief. He tidied up his clothes, played with his hair, and sorted out his emotions. he regained some of his arrogant look. The arrogance on his face was back a little. Don't do it anymore. You're already handsome enough. Qin Shao shook his head. He was a little speechless at young Master Yulin. Young Master Yulin smiled at Qin Shao and said, Brother Shanha, there's a popular saying in our place. You can break your head, but you can't mess up your hair. The image problem was a big problem. I'm recognized as the most handsome man in Xiangshan City. So, no matter what, I have to pay attention to my image. I have to maintain my handsomeness at all times. This is my biggest asset. Brother Shanha, let me tell you, you definitely don't know how popular I am with the girls in Xiangshan City. I'm not bragging, but I don't even dare to go out of my house. Every day there are many crazy girls guarding my door. As long as I appear, I will definitely be surrounded by those crazy girls. Sigh, being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. I'm so sad. Young Master Yulin sighed. But after he finished sighing, he fixed his eyes and realized that Qin Shao had actually disappeared. With a glance, he didn't know when she had walked far away. Hey, Brother Shanha, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. I still have a lot to say to you. Young Master Yulin immediately chased after her. Seeing that this guy was chattering nonstop, Qin Shao immediately gave him a warning. Don't tell me about your glorious past. If you want to tell me, stay away from me. I'm afraid that if I hear too much, I won't be able to help but hit you. Young Master Yulin coughed dryly. Okay. If Brother Shanha doesn't like to hear it, then I won't say it. But Brother Shanha, thank you very much just now. If it weren't for you, I would definitely have died here. Brother Shanha, you came at the right time. Big Kushanha, you're really my biological brother. Qin Shao shook her head and said with some gravity, if you kept a low profile and were more pragmatic, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. I can save you once, but I can't save you twice or 10 times. If you continue to be like this in the future, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Young Master Yulin curled his lips and said with some unwillingness, Brother Shanha, you can't say that. Even if I keep a low profile, I still have to meet what I have to meet. No matter how low profile I am, I'm afraid the 5 tigers of Black Mountain won't let me go. So, this has nothing to do with being high profile and keeping a low profile. The main thing is that the 5 tigers of Black Mountain are indeed very strong. In addition, they are very experienced, and the 5 of them work together, so I suffered a small loss. If it was one-on-one, then I could torture them like I was torturing dogs. As for me, I'm just unlucky. Qin Shao didn't say anything more. She was afraid that this guy wouldn't listen to her no matter what she said. Young Master Yulin kept talking to Qin Shao all the way. Qin Shao had to be patient and be a listener. After being quarreled by young Master Yulin for a long time, Qin Shao really couldn't bear it anymore and said, Can't you stop? I feel like my ears are going to be pregnant. You see, I can't do anything along the way and I can't hunt prey. If you do this, it will seriously affect my plan. So, don't you think you should act on your own? Cough, well, Brother Shanha, I'm afraid that you will be too bored along the way, so I want to talk to you, young Master Yulin said. Qin Shao said speechlessly, Thank you for your kindness. I'm not bored at all. Don't follow me, otherwise it will seriously affect me. Then, okay. Although young Master Yulin was very reluctant, he could only agree. At this moment, a strange voice came. F***CK. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao and young Master Yulin looked over at the same time, and their eyes fell on a figure. After seeing clearly who it was, Qin Shao also wanted to say F***CK. This person was actually not a stranger, but the man who was met by Qin Shao once every half a year and had already died in Qin Zhao's hands 3 times. This was the 4th time. They met once every half a year, and now it was exactly 2 years. It couldn't be more accurate. Looking at this man, Qin Shao felt very helpless. It felt as if fate was purposely arranging things for him. But what was the point of this arrangement? When the man saw Qin Shao, he even wanted to die. In the first 2 times, he died in Qin Zhao's hands. The third time, he chose to commit suicide. But now they met again. What should he do this time? Commit suicide again? He had already committed suicide once. Would he do it again? Hey, Brother Shanha, do you know this person? This person looks relatively weak. He looks like a noob. Look at how scared he is. Isn't he too weak? He's so scared. I like to torture noobs the most. Brother Shanha, leave this prey to me. Qin Shao had no intention of making a move, but young Master Yulin became excited. He sized up that man as if he was looking at prey. When the man saw young Master Yulin's playful gaze, he wanted to cry but had no tears. If Jian Shanha didn't kill him, would others come to kill him? What kind of sin did he commit? Seeing that young Master Yulin was about to go up to make his presence known, Qin Shao shook her head and stopped him. Forget it, don't make things difficult for him. This man is already miserable enough. Let him go. Let him go? Young Master Yulin stopped and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. But since Qin Shao had spoken, young Master Yulin naturally wouldn't object. However, young Master Yulin was very puzzled. He asked, Brother Shanha, there seems to be something interesting between you and this man. Come, I love to listen to stories. Tell me about it. I have a feeling that this story will be very interesting. Qin Shao smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just that he died 3 times in my hands before. And coincidentally, I'll meet him once every half a year. It's very accurate. This is the 4th time. So, I'm not willing to kill him anymore. It's really a little apologetic. What? After being stunned for a moment, young Master Yulin also laughed very unkindly. He laughed so hard that he swayed back and forth. He was very happy. Looking at this heartless appearance, the man looked at young Master Yulin with a resentful expression. But he wasn't strong enough, so he naturally didn't dare to say anything. He could only look over with resentment. After a while, young Master Yulin finally stopped laughing. He looked at that man with interest. I say, brother, you must have 8 lifetimes of bad luck, right? I thought that I was unlucky enough, but after seeing you, I'm not sad anymore. It turns out that there's someone even more unlucky than me. I, as your brother, can only sympathize with you mentally. You are indeed quite miserable. If you were you would also have a breakdown. However, you can actually be considered lucky to be able to die in the hands of my brother Shanha. After all, my brother Shanha is now very famous. Come, I think we can have a good chat. Chapter 1182. Huangpu Jian Shanha. The man was startled. He looked at Qin Shao with a complicated expression. Indeed, at this moment, he was a little confused. For a moment, he didn't know how to locate Jian Shanha. But after thinking for a while, he said to Qin Shao, I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry. Thank you for not killing me. Your name Jian Shanha is like thunder in the hunting ground. I know that you are very strong. If you want to kill me, it's no different from killing an ant. In just 2 years I met you 4 times and died 3 times in your hands. Maybe it's fate. But this fate, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Young Master Yulin smiled, as if he was taking pleasure in someone else's misfortune. He even put his arm around the man's shoulder and said, Your fate is really great. Even I am envious of you. Speaking of which, I'm also quite fated with Big Brother Shanha. In just half a year, we met twice. The first time I was beaten up, the second time I was saved. This is also fate. Look at me, you've met 4 times. So I have to work hard. The man looked at young Master Yulin and smiled bitterly. Then he said, I'm Qin Feng from Bai City. Qin Feng? Hearing the man's introduction, Qin Shao almost bit his tongue. His eyes widened as he looked at the man. He was Qin Feng? If it was just a name, it might be the same name. But he came from Bai City. This couldn't be fake. He must be the Qin Feng Qin Shao knew. This, Qin Shao wanted to laugh. He didn't expect this unlucky guy to be Qin Feng. Qin Shao had interacted with Qin Feng before. In general, Qin Shao felt that Qin Feng was a good person. He came from a poor background. It was not easy for him to become one of the 3 geniuses of Bai City. Qin Shao could relate to this kind of young genius, who came from a poor background and grew up from a humble background. After all, Qin Shao also came from a humble background, so she had a better innate sense of resonance with this kind of people. He didn't expect that he would have such an interaction with Qin Feng in the hunting ground. It really felt like fate was playing with people. It was too coincidental. Fate was truly a miraculous thing. Qin Feng looked at Qin Shao and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I know someone called Qin Feng as well. But it wasn't you. So when I heard your name just now, I was slightly surprised and thought that I had bumped into an acquaintance." Only then did Qin Feng feel relieved. He didn't think too much about it. The heart of all things world was so big, there should be quite a few people called Qin Feng. It was normal to have someone with the same name. Even in Bai City, there were many people with the same name. In fact, there were many people named Qin Feng in Bai City. Of course, the others were all unknown, so naturally, no one paid attention to them. Young Master Yulin got along well with Qin Feng. He also introduced himself, "Brother Qin Feng, I'm called Yulin. Everyone likes to call me Young Master Yulin. I'm from Xiangshan City. I've seen your Bai City on the map. We're not too far away. However, it's not easy to leave the city. So, if we want to meet in reality, it won't be that easy." "Haha, it's fine. We can keep in touch in the universal arena in the future." Every city was sealed off. It was indeed very difficult to leave the city. Ordinary people could be said to have no chance to leave their own city in their lifetime. Those who could leave the city represented their identity and strength. Either you were a 2-star all things master, then you could leave freely and enter any city freely. Or you were a person of a big power, and someone from the big power would take you away. And this kind of big power was limited to a few situations. Firstly, people from the city lord's mansion. Secondly, people from the 100 vassals. Thirdly, people from the universal temple. Moreover, these 3 situations all required a 2-star all things master to take care of them. Therefore, the vast majority of people would never be able to leave their own city in their lifetime. This was also a kind of law that the world of all things managed order. "Qin Feng, since we're so fated with Big Brother Shanha, I think you should follow me and call him Big Brother Shanha. Big Brother Shanha is really easy to get along with. He's very loyal and enthusiastic. Previously, I treated him so badly, but in the end, he didn't kill me. In any case, I don't care. I'm definitely calling him Big Brother. Hee, even if Big Brother Shanha doesn't agree, I'll still be thick-skinned and call him Big Brother. However, Big Brother Shanha is still quite good. Although he didn't explicitly agree, he didn't explicitly object either. So, I'll take it as a tacit agreement. Brother Qin Feng, let's take advantage of this opportunity and follow me. This is also called strength in numbers, and we'll get warmth from each other. Now that you've acknowledged this Big Brother, then you can't run away. Look at my Big Brother Shanha, he's getting more and more awesome. If you don't hurry up and hug this thigh tightly, then you definitely won't be able to hug this thigh in the future." Young Master Yulin encouraged Qin Feng enthusiastically. Qin Feng stared blankly at Qin Shao. He looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression. Qin Shao was also speechless as he glared at young Master Yulin. This guy really knew how to cause trouble. Qin Shao didn't chat much with them and continued to hunt. Time passed day by day, year by year. Jian Shanha's name wasn't only famous in the hunting ground. It was even famous in the entire Yellow District. there were more and more discussions about him. New battle records were refreshed one after another, causing waves time and time again. Naturally, Jian Shanha's name was completely famous. In fact, the people watching were already numb. They only wanted to know how far he could go in the end and how high he could reach. There were also many people who started to investigate Jian Shanha, wanting to know who he was. However, after all kinds of investigations, there were no result. Obviously, this was a virtual identity. It didn't have any similarities with reality. Moreover, Jian Shanha himself was very low-key. He did a very good job of keeping secret. He didn't tell anyone. There were even people who wanted to investigate through the skills that Jian Shanha used. However, Afterimage Kill and Heavenly Prison were skills that were widely spread. Not only were they spread in the Universal Temple, but many other powers were also spreading them. Therefore, just by relying on these two skills, there was really no way to confirm anything. Moreover, if one wanted to investigate in the entire Universal Core world, there were 9 million cities. Naturally, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. No one had the ability to investigate. 2,000 consecutive kills, 5,000 consecutive kills, 10,000 consecutive kills, Qin Zhao's consecutive kills kept on rising. It was as if no one, no battle team, could stop his progress. First, it was the Silver Fox battle team. Next, it was the 100-Wind battle team, Heaven Fiend battle team, Bifong battle team, Starship battle team. One by one, the battle teams on the battle team ranking were defeated by Qin Zhao. They followed in the footsteps of the Silver Fox battle team. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao was able to achieve his goals time and time again. Qin Zhao's reputation was increasing day by day. Not only did the battle teams on the battle team ranking come out to stop Qin Zhao, even the existences on the yellow board came out to stop Qin Zhao. Although they were at the bottom of the yellow board, they were still very strong and terrifying. However, in the end, they were all defeated by Qin Zhao. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, as time passed, the commotion caused by Qin Zhao continued to increase. Of the battle teams on the battle team ranking, there were a total of 5 that were defeated by Qin Zhao, out of which 3 of them came to find him. 2 of them happened to meet him and fought him. There were also 2 people on the yellow board that died in the hands of Qin Zhao. As for the others, they were countless. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. As for Qin Zhao, he completed a shocking 100,000 consecutive kills. Such a result broke the record of the Yellow District for the past 1 billion years. It caused a huge commotion. As for Qin Zhao, who completed 100,000 consecutive kills, naturally, he easily killed his way to the yellow board. However, the ranking on the yellow board was not important to Qin Zhao. He did not care about these things either. It was just that these 100 years of killing and tempering really gave Qin Zhao too much harvest and too much improvement. He was getting closer and closer to the breakthrough. The more he accumulated, the more Qin Zhao could clearly feel that his foundation was solid. Soon, when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Everyone was talking about which battle team would be the next to challenge Qin Zhao, and which person would be the next to challenge him. They were talking about how high Qin Zhao could push this result to. They were discussing whether it was possible for Qin Zhao to break the historical record. They were talking about how high Qin Zhao could reach on the yellow board. Many people felt that if Jian Shanha was given enough time to develop according to the current trend, he might really be able to create a very terrifying result. In just 100 years, he was able to create so many brilliant achievements. It was really hard to believe that if he was given another 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, how far could he go? Such strength, such talent and potential were really frightening. It was really admirable. Of course, there were also many rumors that were spread as the discussion increased. However, Qin Zhao did not care too much about these things. As the saying goes, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Therefore, this situation was very normal. When everyone was talking about it, the hunting ground suddenly became quiet. Soon, everyone found that Jian Shanhe had quietly left the hunting ground. Moreover, he did not go to other grounds. He directly left the myriad arena world. What was this situation? Did he give up? Or was he afraid of being too dazzling, so he did not dare to lose now? Such a situation caused another round of heated discussion. The wave of heated discussion even quickly swept the entire hunting ground. On the other side, Qin Shao directly left the myriad arena world and returned to reality. In the cultivation room, Qin Shao curled his lips. The 100 years of killing and tempering is almost enough. I have achieved the effect I wanted. If I continue to kill like this, the effect will not be great. Such a crazy killing is really not what I want. If it was not for the sake of tempering myself, if it was not for the sake of killing people in the illusory world, it would be really difficult for me to kill so many people. In 100 years, the number of people who died in the hands of Qin Shao had exceeded 100,000. In just a short 100 years, if this happened in reality, it would be very terrifying. If I continue to stay here, I am afraid that it will increase my killing intent. Qin Shao shook his head. He had always disliked killing. If it was not a last resort, he would not easily kill people. Qin Shao had always disliked killing people. Therefore, if he could avoid killing people, he would not kill people. Let's take a break first. I will not go to the hunting ground in the future. Next, I will go to the battle arena and the mission field to have a look. The mission field is secondary. The battle arena is more important. Some experts on the yellow board will not go to the hunting ground. They prefer to go to the battle arena. The battle arena is still full of passion and passion. Chapter 1183. Mental State Problem. Back in reality, Qin Shao asked Babadu and Little Fatty if anyone came to find him in the past 100 years, and if anything happened. In the past 100 years, only Yexian came a few times, and no one else. The Qidong City Lord had already ordered that no one was allowed to get close to the East Palace, so most people did not dare to come to the East Palace. Yexian either came to find Qin Shao himself, or the Qidong City Lord had something to do and asked Yexian to come over. In the past 100 years, Qin Shao had been in closed-door cultivation, so there was nothing to do. Babadu and Little Fatty were more relaxed in the past 100 years, and could spend more time on cultivation. Not bad, it seems that you have improved a lot in the past 100 years. Qin Shao looked at Babadu and Little Fatty. It was obvious that Babadu and Little Fatty's strength had improved. Speaking of strength, Babadu and Little Fatty both laughed happily. Babadu grinned and said, "Yes, big brother Qin Shao, the Qidong City Lord also treated us very well, and many of the cultivation resources in the City Lord's residence were open to us. So, Little Fatty and I have improved a lot in the past 100 years. Before, we did not have many resources for cultivation. Now that we have such good resources, if we can't improve a little, it would be too much of a waste. But our little improvement is nothing. If word gets out, it will only disgrace big brother Qin Shao's reputation." Qin Shao smiled and waved his hand. "I don't care about this reputation. Cultivation is one's own, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone has their own path. Both of you are ambitious and diligent in your cultivation. As for talent and potential, some things can't be changed or can't be changed in a short period of time. Some of these things are innate, and some of them are nurtured later on. Maybe you have missed a lot of opportunities before, but as long as you cultivate diligently, you have a clear conscience. No matter what, a clear conscience is the most important." Babadu and Little Fatty nodded with a look of understanding. Yes, it was indeed so. No matter what you do, a clear conscience is the most important. As long as he had a clear conscience, He wouldn't have any regrets even if he died. Humans could defy the heavens and change their forms. They could tread on the heavens, but not everyone could do so. Success, after all, only belonged to the minority. Being unable to succeed didn't mean that you didn't work hard enough or didn't have enough talent. There might be thousands of factors that could lead to success, but you lacked one, so you failed. Both Babadu and Little Fatty felt that they were lost in the past. Ever since they met Qin Shao, they finally recognized the path they wanted to take. It was very important to a person and could change their life. Qin Shao also encouraged Babadu and Fatty a lot. However, their talent and potential were indeed a little lacking. In addition, they had not developed good cultivation habits for so many years, so it was indeed difficult for them to change now. However, as long as the two of them were willing to work hard, small changes were still possible. Yi Xian soon arrived. The moment Yi Xian came, he looked at Qin Shao with a strange gaze and a strange smile on his face. Looking at this slightly evil look, Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a girl." "Look at you, if I was a girl, I would be scared by you." "Ah." Yi Xian immediately laughed happily. "If you were a girl, then I wouldn't look at you. If I like a girl, I won't be so slow. I'll just go up and snatch her. That would be so satisfying, right? Dilly-dallying, that's what women do. We don't like that. But I must say, Big Brother Qin, this time, you've really been in the limelight in the Myriad Arena. You've made a name for yourself. TSK, I'm so impressed that I want to prostrate myself on all fours." Because Qin Shao didn't like Yi Xian calling him Deputy City Lord, Yi Xian called him Big Brother Qin, like Babadu and the others. This made their seniority a little strange. His adoptive father, Qi Dong, and Qin Shao called each other brothers. Now, he also called Qin Shao Big Brother Qin. Obviously, Yi Xian knew about Jian Shanha's matter in the all-creation arena, so he believed that Jian Shanha was Qin Shao. It was no wonder that others didn't know, but there were two people who should be able to guess. The first was definitely Qi Dong. The three middle-grade cultivation methods that Qi Dong gave Qin Shao were the cultivation methods that Jian Shanha frequently used in the hunting ground. In terms of time and cultivation methods, it all matched. How could Qi Dong not know that Jian Shanha was Qin Shao? It would be strange if there was such a coincidence. The second was Yi Xian. As Qi Dong's adoptive son, Yi Xian definitely knew a lot about Qi Dong's matters. Yi Xian definitely knew about the cultivation methods that Qi Dong gave to Qin Shao, and even practiced them. Plus, the all-creation card was given to Qin Shao by Yi Xian, so the timing matched perfectly. So, how could Yi Xian not associate Qin Shao with Jian Shanha? It was because of this that Yi Xian was so sure. But Qin Shao curled his lips and didn't admit it. Instead, he said with a calm face, "What are you talking about, Yi Xian? I was so low-key in the all-creation arena. What limelight did I get? I didn't tell you about my identity in the all-creation arena world." Yi Xian laughed and said, "Big Brother Qin, there are no outsiders here. You don't have to be afraid of the walls having ears. You don't have to hide anything. I can be 100% sure that Jian Shanha is you. You are Jian Shanha. Big Brother Qin, you don't know how popular you are now. You can hear the discussion about Jian Shanha in the streets and alleys of Bai City. It's even bigger than the waves you stirred up before. Jian Shanha's name has completely blown up half the sky in the all-creation arena world. TSK, such a monstrous talent. You can't help but be impressed. It's not that exaggerated, right?" Qin Shao curled his lips and said lightly. He really didn't take these to heart. To Qin Shao, this bit of achievement was indeed nothing much. The waves he stirred up in the God realm were not just these. His reputation in the God realm was not just these. After experiencing so much, it became dull. In the God realm, he was known as the #1 genius in the primordial universe. This was the highest praise for Qin Shao. In comparison, the results in the all-creation arena were really nothing. If Qin Shao was willing, he could totally improve these results. Of course, there was no need for Qin Shao to do so. Moreover, Qin Shao had already promised Qi Dong to participate in the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance. There wasn't enough time. Qin Shao didn't care about anything else as long as he achieved the results of the training. Cough, this is not that exaggerated? It's very exaggerated, okay? Yi Xian widened his eyes and looked at Qin Shao with a face full of shock. You won't have any friends like this. If you go out like this, you'll be beaten to death. If you're a genius, I'm afraid you'll make him vomit blood. Are geniuses so fragile? Qin Shao curled his lips, but didn't think much of it. Yi Xian said, You see, I was beaten half to death by you. That's possible, you're not a genius. Qin Shao joked. After vomiting blood, Yi Xian said, Okay, I finally know the reason. No wonder I was beaten half to death. It turns out I'm not a genius. What a painful realization. However, Yi Xian also knew that Qin Shao was joking with him. He wasn't so petty and weak. After laughing, Yi Xian asked curiously, But Big Brother Qin, I don't understand. You're obviously in the limelight, so why did you leave the hunting ground without saying anything? With your momentum, you could have created an even more amazing result. Once you left the hunting ground, you don't know how many rumors came out. They said you were afraid of losing, that you were warned by a strong person, that you were beaten to the point of automatically leaving, and even that you were killed. There were countless rumors. There were all kinds of rumors and all kinds of attacks on you. It's really infuriating. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, What's there to be angry about? What does it have to do with me if others slander me, or praise me? Those who spread rumors are mostly clowns. These people's words don't affect me at all. Why should I care about them? Cultivation requires you to face your own heart. If you can't even face yourself, then you'll be easily slandered and slandered by others. That will only add to your troubles. If you even doubt yourself, then your divine heart has already been shaken. It's impossible to succeed with a weak heart. Being influenced by others will only cause you to regress. If you can't stay true to your heart, then it's difficult to become truly strong. This is also a mistake that many geniuses make, a misconception that they all walk into. Once you enter this misconception, it's very difficult to walk out. If you place yourself in the darkness, then your heart will naturally become dark. If you place yourself in the light, then everything will become bright. Therefore, there's no distinction between light and dark. It's your own heart that forcibly separates them. Qin Zhao's words caused Yi Xian to fall silent. She pondered, analyzed, and understood what Qin Shao had said. From this, Yi Xian had indeed gained some insights and learned some great principles. After a while, Yi Xian nodded solemnly. He looked at Qin Shao with a look of enlightenment and said, Big Brother Qin, you're very right. It seems that my heart is indeed somewhat dark, so I can't face some problems head-on. I care too much about what others say and those rumors outside. But I don't know that this is unknowingly sinking my own heart into darkness. The more I care, the more I'll think about it, pay attention to it, and even change it all. And these are originally dark. If I still want to think about changing it, it will only make it even darker. From this, I've fallen into a dead cycle. To put it bluntly, this is a problem of the state of mind. It's no wonder that I've been unable to improve my state of mind all this time. All kinds of problems will always appear. In fact, foster father told me a similar principle before, but I didn't understand it. Now that I hear Big Brother Qin say this, I finally understand a little. Regarding this matter, if it were me, I might have a momentary dispute due to personal feelings. I might have killed my way back to the hunting ground to shatter those rumors. Qin Shao shook his head and said, But have you ever thought that even if you enter the hunting ground to break those rumors, you'll only break temporary rumors? The next time you leave the hunting grounds, there will be a new rumor. In the face of these new rumors, you will be powerless to resist. Once the situation expands, it will only get bigger and bigger, to the point where it's difficult for you to control it. Chapter 1184. The Arena. After chatting with Qin Shao for a while, Yi Xian was touched by all kinds of things. This feeling would be very meaningful to him. Perhaps it would be a metamorphosis in his life. Every little thing on the path of cultivation was actually very important. It might seem like a small thing, but it could affect your entire path of cultivation. Cultivation was an incomparably long process, and in this incomparably long process, there would be many problems. How to face these problems and how to overcome them would become particularly important. If you can overcome these problems one by one, then your path of cultivation will be much smoother. The gap between people would gradually widen on this long path, and the distance between them would be widened. Countless points, countless problems, countless choices, and countless ways of doing things would all make a difference. A difference of 1 point was very small, but when countless points were added together, the gap would be very, very big. After seeing Yi Xian off, he did not expect Qi Dong to come in person again. "Brother Qi Dong, it seems that you are very well informed," Qin Shao said with a smile. Qi Dong also laughed heartily and said, "How could I not know such a big thing? I often go to the Universal Arena. Besides, even if I don't go there, the news has already spread like wildfire in Bai City, so how could I not know? Haha, I knew you would make a big splash in the Universal Arena. But I still did not expect you to make such a big splash. That's why when I heard the news, I was taken aback. Only then did I realize that my estimation of you was still very low. TSK, in just 100 years, you completed 100,000 consecutive kills, and several teams on the battle team ranking list and experts on the yellow list died in your hands. In the nearly 1 billion years of the Universal Arena's history, you have never achieved such a result. So, think about it, how amazing you are this time. I have also been to the Universal Arena, but I only completed 10,000 consecutive kills, which is far worse than you. If you didn't leave the hunting ground, you might have been able to complete 1,000,000 consecutive kills. Ha! You should have continued to play. 1,000,000 consecutive kills? Qin Shao had never thought about this. Qin Shao smiled and shook her head. There's nothing fun about it. It's better to keep a low profile. Playing like that, other than becoming famous, was meaningless. Therefore, I don't want to waste my time on that false reputation. I'm not someone who pursues false reputation. There are still benefits. There will be corresponding rewards for the points earned. Those rewards are still quite tempting, Qi Dong said. However, Qin Shao didn't really care. It doesn't matter. You win some, you lose some. I also don't need to use those false titles to exchange for rewards. Instead of putting my mind on this, I might as well put my mind on cultivation. I've never relied too much on external forces, and I've never thought of using external forces. It's fine to make use of it occasionally, but it's not a good thing to think about it wholeheartedly. Qi Dong nodded. This was indeed the case. Qin Zhao's idea was very good. Of course, Qi Dong was just saying it casually. He didn't really want to suggest Qin Shao to do this. Men were afraid of being famous, just like pigs were afraid of being fat. Being too famous might not be a good thing. Qi Dong also knew that the killing and tempering of the hunting ground had already reached a certain level, then the effect was actually negligible. Therefore, to stay in the hunting ground all the time, unless one was a bloodthirsty person who liked to kill very much. Qin Shao, there are still 200 years left. It seems that I'm not worried at all. Your current strength is already close to the edge of a breakthrough. And with these 100 years of killing and tempering in the hunting ground, you should have reached a very high level in all aspects. And your combat experience is also very rich, so in all aspects, your strength has reached the peak level that a one-star all-creation master can reach. In this myriad city tournament of brilliance, you will definitely be able to get a very good result. But there are still 200 years left. What are your plans? I think you're also someone who can't stay idle. These 200 years, you will definitely still use it on cultivation, Qidong continued. Qin Shao was also considering this issue and said, rest for a few days first, then go to the all-creation arena world. I won't go to the hunting ground. I want to go to the arena world to take a look. There are still 200 years left. I naturally can't waste it. If I make good use of it, I can totally improve my strength a little more. Qidong nodded and said with a smile, I also feel that you will go to the all-creation arena to take a look. The all-creation arena is still pretty good. That's a place full of hot-bloodedness. It can stimulate a person's competitive spirit, the heart of a powerhouse. In a battle, strength is one aspect, cultivation method is another, and experience is also a very important aspect. Control of the battle situation is also especially important. All aspects added up is the embodiment of a person's true strength. If it's just one aspect, then there will be a weakness. If you have a weakness, then you will become very dangerous on the battlefield. It can even be fatal. Qin Shao nodded and agreed with Qidong's statement. It was indeed so. Even a small weakness could become a fatal thing. Battles between experts were often very fast. Everything was decided in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. A true expert was good at grasping everything. Even a small weakness exposed during a battle would be grasped by them. A dike of 1,000 miles collapses because of an ant's nest. After chatting with Qidong for a while and exchanging their experiences in cultivation, Qidong left. After sending Qidong off, Qin Shao also took the time to teach Qin Batu and Fatty. After resting for a few days, Qin Shao once again entered the all-creation arena world. This time, Qin Shao directly appeared in the arena world. The arena world was very lively. It was an incomparably huge arena. The arena world was filled with arenas. There were as many as 99,999 arenas in the arena world. The surroundings of the arena were densely packed with layers upon layers of spectators' stands. There were countless of them spiraling upwards, forming an incomparably huge arena. It looked very awe-inspiring. And this was the arena world. It could hold 99,999 arenas at the same time. The entire arena world could accommodate countless people. It was enough to be counted in trillions. Therefore, it would be very lively here. No matter what time it was, there would be a lot of people. Qin Shao came to the arena world. At a glance, he could not help but be slightly surprised. He knew that there were many people in the arena world, but he did not expect there to be so many. It was really too many. At a glance, there were people everywhere, densely packed, a sea of people. It was really too lively. There was a boiling cauldron of voices, and all kinds of discussions were incessant. And in the arena world, all the arenas were full. One arena battle after another was going on there. The battles were like fire and tea. It was very intense. Battle cries, cheers, and cheers also soared into the sky. Here, it was really enough to make people's blood boil. The atmosphere in the air was enough to ignite people's fighting spirit in an instant. Coming here gave people the desire to fight. The longer they stayed, the harder it was to control. Therefore, there were still many people in the stands who were eager to go up and fight. So many arenas are going on at the same time. It's full at every moment. The arena world is really a place for arena battles. But ordinary battles are meaningless to me. Qin Shao curled his lips and thought to himself. Fortunately, in addition to these ordinary arena battles, there was a more special arena battle in the arena world. This special arena battle was called the Battle of Guarding the Arena World. When the Battle of Guarding the Arena World was started, it could attract many experts. Because the Battle of Guarding the Arena World had very high requirements for the people in the arena, the requirements for the initiator were even higher. Moreover, the initiator himself could set the threshold. Only those who reached the threshold were qualified to participate in the battle of guarding the arena world. Therefore, with a high threshold, it could naturally keep most people out of the battle of guarding the arena world. The most basic requirement for the battle of guarding the arena world was that the initiator's points were more than 10,000. And to start a battle of guarding the arena world, the initiator had to pay 1,000 points as the starting bet. Then, for every battle there would be a relatively high number of points. The final winner would win all the points. Therefore, if the initiator lost, he would also suffer a heavy loss. In addition to the 1,000 points as the starting bet, he also had to lose the points for every battle. In this way, it was possible that even 10,000 points would not be enough. In addition to the 1,000 points as the starting bet, the points for every battle would be at least 100 points. Moreover, as the battle progressed, it could only increase, not decrease. At least 100 points had to be added. Moreover, the battle of guarding the arena world would only end after at least 36 battles. Therefore, the final winner of a battle of guarding the arena world would win at least tens of thousands of points. The battle of guarding the arena world was also the best place to win points. Because the requirements for the participants were very high, if one was not a real expert, he or she would not be qualified to participate in the battle of guarding the arena world. In the arena world, battle of guarding the arena world was relatively rare. Generally, it could only be seen once every 10,000 years. Before entering the arena world, Qin Shao had already prepared to start a battle of guarding the arena world. An ordinary battle of guarding the arena world was too meaningless. It was probably no different from a hunting ground. If there was a battle of guarding the arena world, it would be more exciting. Moreover, it would attract all the experts. That way it would be exciting enough. What Qin Shao needed now was to compete with experts. Only in this way could he get some improvement. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to gain anything in 200 years. Hey brother, why do I feel that you look so familiar? Qin Shao watched there for a long time before a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Qin Shao glanced at the other party. The other party was also carefully sizing up Qin Shao. Up and down, left and right. He was very careful and did not miss out on even the smallest detail. Qin Shao smiled faintly and replied casually, "Maybe I have a common face, so I look like a lot of people." After looking at Qin Shao carefully, the other party's eyes suddenly widened. With a look of surprise and joy, he pointed at Qin Shao and said, You, aren't you that Jian Shanha? Jian Shanha who has been in the limelight recently. Yes, it's you. No wonder I feel that you look so familiar. Chapter 1185. The Battle of Defending the Platform. You've got the wrong person, Qin Shao replied. However, the man did not believe Qin Shao's words. Instead, he became even more excited and said, No, how could I have mistaken you for someone else? You are Jian Shanha. Absolutely. I can't be wrong. Everyone in the universal arena world had different faces. It was impossible for two identical faces to appear. Therefore, as long as one recognized him clearly, he could not be wrong. Moreover, there was no way to change one's appearance in the universal arena world. Therefore, there was no way to impersonate him. Qin Shao wanted to cover it up, but it did not work. Instead, it made the man's voice become louder. As soon as his voice became louder, it naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Just the name Jian Shanha alone was enough to arouse people's interest. Therefore, soon, all eyes fell on Qin Shao. Naturally, they recognized him immediately. Who else could it be but Jian Shanha? Jian Shanha, whose name shook the Yellow District. His information had long been spread. Therefore, it was difficult for Qin Shao to keep a low profile now. It's really Jian Shanha. That's right, it's him. He's not in the hunting ground anymore. He actually came to the arena world? Could it be that he wants to dominate the arena world again? Didn't they say that he was very arrogant? Why doesn't it look like it? Jian Shanha, idol, I admire you so much. Can we be friends? Handsome Shanha, I'm looking for a Dao companion. What do you think of him? No one can snatch him from me. Jian Shanha is mine. I'm going to pursue him and make him fall in love with me. Ah! As soon as he was recognized, Qin Shao was immediately surrounded by people. They looked at Qin Shao as if he was an animal. They were surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. Sounds of discussion came from them. Some were discussing, some were admiring, and some were shocked. Many girls even expressed their love to Qin Shao. They were so bold that Qin Shao was speechless. He felt like he had been flirted with. Qin Shao helplessly let out a bitter laugh when he heard everyone's words. He shook his head and said, "Everyone, please excuse me. I am just an ordinary person. There is no need for everyone to praise me so much." Qin Zhao's words immediately narrowed the gap between her and the crowd. Many people also had a good impression of Qin Shao in their hearts. He didn't put on any airs and wasn't arrogant at all. He was very amiable. Such a peerless genius was even more admirable, and even more people were willing to get close to him. Some people who previously scoffed at Qin Shao in their hearts immediately changed their attitudes at this time. Although Qin Shao didn't do anything about it, some rumors and slanders seemed to have collapsed on their own. But he got more and more support. There was an invisible force on his side. Many people had a good impression of Qin Shao. Naturally, they would support him. Unconsciously, they stood on the same side. Qin Shao said to the crowd, "Everyone, please make way. I still have something to do, so I can't accompany you. I'll go to the arena later. If you're interested, you can support me." Qin Shao was going to fight in the arena. Naturally, it was something that made everyone excited. Many people had only heard of Qin Zhao's name, but they didn't have a chance to meet Qin Shao. This could be said to be a great opportunity. Many people wanted to see how capable this peerless genius in the Yellow Zone was. Therefore, they were naturally full of curiosity about his challenge tournament. After everyone quieted down, Qin Shao requested to start the battle of defending the stage. Qin Shao was naturally qualified to start the challenge tournament now, so the application was successful. A message was directly sent to everyone in the Yellow Zone. Jian Shanha has started the challenge tournament. Requirements: more than 100,000 points to participate. The starting bet is 1,000 points, and it will be accumulated in the future. Seeing the message, people looked at Qin Shao in surprise. They were speechless for a while. They were completely shocked. What a big deal! Just now, some people thought that Qin Shao wasn't arrogant at all. On the contrary, he should be more easygoing and low-key. But after seeing the message, many people felt that they should re-examine this matter. The minimum requirement for the challenge tournament was to have more than 10,000 points. The starting bet was 100 points. Of course, if the sponsor was willing, the standard could be raised. But the higher the standard was, the more powerhouses would be attracted. Naturally, it would be more difficult to defend the challenge tournament. If the score was more than 100,000 points, it was obviously very powerful. The starting bet was 1,000 points. That was to say, the lowest bet was 1,000 points, and the increase for each subsequent challenge tournament wouldn't be less than 1,000 points. The increase for each challenge tournament couldn't be less than the points for each challenge tournament. This was the rule of the challenge tournament. Therefore, this bet could be said to be extremely huge. If one could stand at the end and defend the challenge tournament for 36 challenges tournament, he could earn at least hundreds of thousands of points. Earning hundreds of thousands of points at one time was probably attractive enough. According to Qin Zhao's experience, about 500,000 points could make it to the yellow list. Qin Zhao's points were about 700,000 now, but he was still at the bottom of the yellow list. He was still in the 90,000 range. Therefore, it could be seen that this challenge tournament was simply a big gamble. Therefore, the people who saw this news were also shocked. Many people stared at Qin Shao with their mouths agape, as if they were looking at a monster. This seemingly low-key and easygoing youth, how could he initiate such a large-scale battle to defend the stage? It really gave people a strange feeling. As soon as Qin Shao initiated the challenge tournament, a huge challenge tournament appeared in the sky above the challenge tournament. It was specially prepared for the challenge tournament. This huge arena would only appear when there was a battle to defend the arena. Standing in the center of the challenge tournament, it was high in the sky, so that everyone could see it clearly and all eyes were focused on it. Ahem, are you really going to play so hard? You are seriously attracting hatred. I guess you will provoke a lot of strong people on the yellow list. Why do I feel like he is playing a game of self-immolation? Many people broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao. They were very worried for him. It was not a good thing to be too arrogant. Once he provoked public anger, he would definitely get into big trouble. Qin Zhao's actions were clearly to incur the wrath of the masses. However, Qin Shao didn't care about this. He didn't explain much, but responded to the crowd with a faint smile. Then, step by step, he walked towards the huge challenge tournament with firm step. As soon as he took a step, there was an invisible force guiding Qin Shao. Qin Shao came to the huge challenge tournament in an instant. Standing on the challenge tournament, one could see the whole challenge tournament and overlook all living beings. Standing on the top of the clouds, people couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. Qin Shao stood on the huge challenge tournament, which also indicated that the challenge tournament had begun. Most of the ordinary challenge tournament below also stopped. They all looked at the huge challenge tournament with curious eyes. They wanted to watch the challenge tournament. It was rare to see such a wonderful challenge tournament in 10,000 years. So, they naturally wouldn't miss it today. And the news here spread quickly. Many people rushed to the challenge tournament. The heated discussion naturally spread like a waterfall. Originally, Qin Zhao's topic had been incessant recently. It wasn't easy for there to be no news about him after a few days. Everyone thought that he had stopped. But unexpectedly, he popped up again. And this time, he made a big move. Do you think that this Jian Shanhe is crazy? It's fine to start a challenge tournament. It's fine to follow the most ordinary standard. But look at him. He actually raised the bar so high. With such a high threshold, doesn't it mean that his target is those on the yellow board? Isn't that so? The bar is high enough. It will definitely attract some real experts. Such a crazy move. I'm afraid that he will shoot himself in the foot. I think so too. Anyway, with such a crazy move, there will definitely be a lot of people who can't stand it. Really, can't he be a little bit more low-key? If he takes it slow and steady, then the achievements he can achieve in the Universal Challenge Tournament will be immeasurable. But now that he is so frivolous, I'm afraid it will ruin his career. Young people are young. They are still too inexperienced. They haven't experienced some cruel training. It's no wonder. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Humph, ignorant thing. Let's see how you die. Discussions once again swept through the crowd. Many people came to the challenge tournament area. Of course, most of them came to watch the show. For a moment, the challenge tournament area became unprecedentedly lively. Not only the challenge tournament area, but also the hunting field and the mission field. Somewhere in the hunting field, Big Brother Shanhe is playing so ruthlessly. This is really... Although young Master Yulin didn't spend a long time in the Universal Challenge Tournament, he clearly understood how dangerous the Challenge Tournament was. Regarding Qin Zhao's crazy actions this time, he was naturally greatly alarmed. Qin Feng also nodded and said, "Yes, it's indeed a bit too much. The main thing is that the bar is so high. Isn't it obvious that he is showing off? Maybe Big Brother Shanha doesn't mean that. But in other people's eyes, they will definitely think that Big Brother Shanha is very arrogant. They will see it as a provocation. Once it rises to such a level, there will definitely be people who will make a move. So, Big Brother Shanha is probably going to suffer a big loss this time. Yes, he will definitely suffer a loss. If he dares to play like this, there will definitely be many people who can't stand it anymore. The water in the Universal Challenge Tournament world is very deep. Although Big Brother Shanha is very famous, the time that he rose to prominence is too short. He doesn't have any foundation at all. Under such circumstances, it is naturally very difficult to do anything, young Master Yulin said again. However, the two of them were also very helpless. They didn't have the strength to help Qin Shao. They could only sigh with emotion. The two of them looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. Let's go and take a look at the challenge tournament. No matter what, we have to stand on Big Brother Shanha's side, young Master Yulin said. Qin Feng nodded. He also had the same intention. The two of them quickly arrived at the challenge tournament arena. At a glance, they saw Qin Shao standing on the huge challenge tournament arena. A wisp of white clothes fluttered in the wind, fluttering in the wind. He was extraordinarily handsome, and his aura covered the sky. With a sword on his back, his hands were crossed in front of his chest. His eyes were slightly closed as he stood there, like a standing war god, waiting for the gods to challenge him. As long as he was here, he would not be defeated. Chapter 1186. Gathering at the arena mission field, on top of a cloud there was a piece of jade. On top of the jade, a delicate man sat cross-legged. His body was surrounded by a strange phenomenon, which made him look very mysterious. Light surged, sword light flashed, and all living things were beautiful. In the darkness far away, there were a few strange figures lurking there. They were terrifying beasts. In the mission field, other than the danger of humans, the most terrifying danger was the terrifying beasts. This was something unique to the mission field. The mission field itself was filled with terrifying dangers. Entering the mission field, one had to face those terrifying dangers. Beasts were one of them. However, those beasts did not dare to come close. They could only look at him from afar. Nameless Heart was filled with fear. To be able to make these beasts feel fear, one could see how powerful this delicate man was. How powerful was the light that lingered around him. The delicate man suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Jian Shanha? The Jian Shanha who completed 100,000 consecutive kills and made it to the Huang board in a short 100 years? After that, he started a battle to defend the stage. Moreover, the threshold is set so high. How ambitious is he? It's not a good thing to be so arrogant. Oh well, I'm tired of staying in the mission field. Why don't I go and watch the show? After he finished speaking, the delicate man stood up and disappeared from where he stood with a slight movement. The disappearance of the delicate man made the beasts in the distance widen their eyes in confusion. Liangfang City, in an elegant restaurant. High mountains and flowing rivers, music and dance, elegant sandalwood, and celestial music lingered in the air. Sitting in the private room, drinking wine and singing, it was also a joyful thing. Two men in noble clothes sat opposite each other. Their auras were extraordinary. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary people. They were definitely people with status. Between their eyebrows, they unintentionally emitted a strong aura. Brother White, we haven't played in the Myriad Arena world for a long time. Have you heard? Recently, there's a kid called Jian Shanha who suddenly became a force to be reckoned with. In a short 100 years, he completed 100,000 consecutive kills. The Silver Fox battle team and the 100 Wind battle team all fell at the hands of this kid. The one who spoke was a man with a square face. The one who was called Brother White Shirt was a dark-skinned man who was dressed in white. It was a stark contrast to Brother White Shirt. He gave off a feeling of being out of place. Bai drank a mouthful of wine before saying, "I've heard about it. It's been spreading like wildfire recently. How could I not have heard about it?" Most likely, it was another expert from the Yellow Board who was bored and changed his identity. Otherwise, there's no reason for a newcomer to be so strong. Let's not get involved in this kind of thing. Naturally, someone will stand up for us. The square-faced man nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too. Our ranking on the Yellow Board is not high. If this guy is really the new identity of a top expert on the Yellow Board, then it will be hard for us to infiltrate. Why don't you just be a spectator and watch the show?" But I say, this kid's heart is really big. He actually initiated such a high-threshold battle to defend the stage. Isn't it obvious that he wants to provoke those guys on the Yellow Board? There are many arrogant guys. Surely, many people won't tolerate such a thing. Bai nodded and said, "That's for sure. Those who are too arrogant will be dealt with. So, it's better not to be too arrogant. You think you're very strong. But you don't know that there's always someone better. So what if he can fight his way into the Yellow Board? There are many experts in the Yellow Board. Especially those guys at the top of the Yellow Board. They're the real experts. Those in the top 100 of the Yellow Board can easily kill a 2-star all-creation wielder. No matter how heaven-defying this kid is, can he compete with those existences?" The square-faced man waved his hand and said, "Forget it. After we finish drinking, let's go to the arena to watch the show. I reckon that this time, it will attract a lot of people to watch the show. We haven't been to the all-creation arena world for a long time. Let's take this opportunity to join in the fun." "Yes, let's go." Hunting ground, one place. A figure who was running suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with a strange sharpness. "Battle of defending the stage? Jian Shanha? Interesting. Let's go and take a look." Once the Battle of Defending the Stage was announced, the experts on the Yellow Board received the news. Many of them directly rushed to the arena. Some of them came purely to watch the show, while some came with arrogance. The arena was originally very lively. Once the news of the Battle of Defending the Stage spread, it became even more lively. A large number of people came every moment. Powerful figures arrived one after another, causing a commotion from time to time. "Look, Pajun is here. Haha, it's really Pajun. Look at the strange weapon on his body. This weapon was created by Pajun. It's also called Pajun Tisk Tisk. Pajun hasn't shown up for 10,000 years. I didn't expect him to show up this time. There's a good show to watch. Pajun is also a battle-thirsty person. He killed his way to the Yellow Board 100,000 years ago. Then, he kept a low profile. But after 100,000 years, his strength must have become more powerful and terrifying. Yes, I thought he had already become a 2-star all-creation expert. Look, the white-clothed swordsman is here too. That white cloak, that black face, that long sword, where there's a white cloak, there must be Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao is here too. Over there, Fox Daredevil Wolf is here too. And over there, Bing Hui. It's Bing Hui, my idol. Powerful figures arrived one after another. They were all existences on the Yellow Board. These experts rarely showed up. Especially in the arena area, there were very few people who were on the Yellow Board. After all, those who killed their way to the Yellow Board had been training in the all-creation arena world for a long time. They had accumulated enough experience. If they continued to stay in the all-creation arena world, the effect would become very weak. Hence, after many experts killed their way to the Yellow Board, they rarely came to the all-creation arena world to train. They would only come here once in a while to relieve their boredom. Figures arrived one after another. Waves of commotion surged out. The arena became more and more lively. It was a boiling cauldron of voices. Many of the people on the yellow board also started chatting with each other. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on those experts on the yellow board. Many of them sized up Qin Zhao with sharp gazes. In the lively atmosphere there was a terrifying murderous aura. The smell of gunpowder also spread out invisibly. It was clear that an earth-shattering battle was about to break out very soon. In the crowd, Qin Feng and young Master Yulin were watching. When they heard the malicious attacks, and even insults directed at Qin Zhao from the surrounding people, they were filled with righteous indignation and spoke up for Qin Zhao. There were more and more people. There were already more than 1,000 experts on the yellow board, and the number was still increasing. More than 1,000 existences on the yellow board. This was a very spectacular scene. It was an extremely rare scene. Old Demon Gui, why are you so low-key today? Usually, when you encounter such things, aren't you the first one to step out? Today's first battle, I'll leave it to you to start. Haha, that's right. Old Demon Gui, this isn't your style. Don't you like to take the first credit? Today, it's rare for so many of us old friends to gather in the arena. This arrogant brat is waiting for you to teach him a lesson. That's right. Use your heavenly demon divine technique to teach this arrogant brat how to behave. Go, old Demon Gui. If you don't go, then I'll take the credit from you. Old Demon Gui, who was ridiculed by some people, was a man who looked very crazy. His dressing was very eerie and strange. He was extremely sloppy and looked a little crazy. Old Demon Gui lived up to his name. He gave people the impression that he was a crazy devil. He was definitely an extremely eerie and evil person. His body emitted an evil demonic aura, as if he was a peerless devil. Old Demon Gui let out a strange laugh and smashed the demonic pestle in his hand heavily on the ground. Suddenly, a monstrous demonic aura surged in all directions. The powerful evil chi caused many of the weaker people to involuntarily retreat to the side, as if they were afraid of provoking this devil. Ha ha ha, this prey is mine. Don't try to snatch it from me. Otherwise, I'll get angry with you. As soon as old Demon Gui finished speaking, he took the lead and charged into the giant arena. Obviously, he wanted to take the credit and be the first to fight. Seeing old Demon Gui, Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown slightly. Qin Zhao also heard the people who ridiculed old Demon Gui. It seemed that old Demon Gui was very gullible. Just a few words from others and he was hooked. Even a fool could tell that those words were meant to provoke him, but old Demon Gui was very receptive to it. At first glance, one could tell that he was an extremely arrogant person. Qin Zhao also didn't like the evil demonic aura that surrounded his body. At first glance, one could tell that this person was an extremely murderous person. He was an evil person. Qin Zhao had never liked such evil people. Seeing old Demon Gui enter the arena, the battle was finally about to begin. The lively arena quieted down a lot. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge arena, ready to see how exciting this shocking battle would be. A lot of heated discussions also sounded. Haha, old Demon Gui is the first to fight. Do you think Jian Shanhe will be defeated in the first battle? That's very possible. Old Demon Gui has been famous for a long time. Moreover, his ranking on the yellow board is close to 90,000. His strength is still relatively strong. In addition, old Demon Gui has rarely fought recently. No one knows how strong he is now. Yes, there's no need to say more about old Demon Gui's strength. I also think that Jian Shanhe will be defeated. Haha, it will be a big joke if he loses in the first battle. Not necessarily. I think that Jian Shanhe might win. After all, no one knows Jian Shanhe's true strength. He feels that he is far from reaching his limit. Yes, that's true. Jian Shanhe probably hasn't shown his true strength in the hunting ground yet. Let's wait and see. The battle is about to begin. It will be a good show. The experts on the yellow board also started discussing. Bai Yi, do you think old demon Gui can suppress Jian Shanha? Yu Xiao asked. Bai Yi shook his head and said, emotionally speaking, I don't like old demon Gui. However, old demon Gui's strength is indeed strong. Even we don't dare to say that we can defeat him. Therefore, it's hard to say. Chapter 1187. The battle begins. The first battle was about to begin. The wind howled and the arena quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge arena. Qin Shao stood there like an immovable god, allowing the wind to howl and the aura to surge. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Old Devil Gui. He also learned a little about Old Devil Gui. He was ranked 93,652 on the yellow list. Overall, his ranking was relatively low. However, it had been tens of thousands of years since Old Devil Gui had fought in the myriad arena world. Therefore, it was hard to say how strong he was now. This person was definitely not easy to deal with. However, Qin Shao had already made his preparations. He had started the battle of defending the stage. Naturally, he wanted to attract some true experts to fight him. After the battle of defending the arena, Qin Shao of the Yellow District would not come in again. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no point in staying any longer. Jian Shanha, you've been quite arrogant recently. The myriad arena world is not a place for you to be arrogant. Old Demon Gui looked at Qin Shao with a sinister smile. His eyes shone with a strange light, like a beast staring at its prey. If you want to compete in verbal skills, you must be very good at it, Qin Shao said sarcastically. His tone was obviously very sarcastic. Hearing Qin Zhao's sarcasm, the sinister smile on Old Demon Gui's face deepened. Boy, it seems like you're really arrogant. You're the first newcomer to be so arrogant. If that's the case, I should feel honored. Qin Shao curled his lips. Humph. Old Demon Gui was thoroughly enraged. After a cold snort, he attacked Qin Shao. The demonic pestle in his hand moved, as if it had opened the gates of hell. Endless demonic energy gushed out and filled the entire arena. The nether devilish chi surged and roared, turning into a terrifying devil, bringing with it endless ferocity as it charged towards Qin Shao. What a powerful formation! At this moment, Old Demon Gui was like the king of all demons. He stood on his throne in the 9 heavens, commanding millions of demons to attack. Such a battle formation was frightening enough. Many people who saw it were frightened. Looks like Old Demon Gui's demonic arts are quite impressive. His 10,000 years of dormancy really weren't wasted. It's normal for Old Devil Gui's evil cultivation method to cause harm, but I don't think he'll go far on this path. If you kill too much, you will eventually be punished. That's right. If you walk by the river all the time, how can your shoes not get wet? This is a dark path, and Old Demon Gui won't be able to go far. This kid is crazy beyond belief. I think he's going to die at the hands of Old Demon Shao in the first battle. Many of the people on the yellow board began to communicate with each other privately. In their eyes, Qin Zhao's actions were too arrogant, so naturally, no one would stand on Qin Zhao's side. Caught in Old Demon Gui's frenzied attacks, Qin Shao calmly observed the entire situation and found Old Demon Gui's weakness. In the face of Old Demon Gui's frenzied attacks, Qin Shao was still able to deal with them calmly. The sword in his hand seemed ordinary, but it was able to accurately block the frenzied attacks of the demons. Using offense as defense allowed Qin Zhao's defense to reach an invulnerable level. One man and one sword formed an impenetrable defensive domain, preventing the frenzied demons from reaching Qin Shao. Oh? You have some tricks up your sleeve. You can actually achieve such a perfect defense? However, I'd like to see how powerful you are if it's just a defense. Old Demon Gui raised his eyebrows slightly. Even though Qin Shao had blocked his attacks, he still didn't care about Qin Shao. Dance of 10,000 Demons. Old Demon Gui's eerie eyes emitted an extremely gloomy light. He shouted coldly and waved the demonic pestle in his hand, causing the whole world to shake. 10,000 demons danced wildly in the huge arena, howling across the world as if doomsday had arrived. A terrifying aura surged across the world, devouring everything. The light was completely devoured, leaving behind endless darkness. The terrifying devilish qi crazily rushed towards Qin Shao. This was the application of the Tao might of all things. The dark power of the Tao might of all things had reached an extremely terrifying level. The Tao might of darkness could devour and destroy everything. Go to hell, kid. Today I'll teach you how to behave properly. You should be proud to die under this old devil's dance of 10,000 demons. This is the ultimate move that I've spent 10,000 years to cultivate. You should be honored to be the first to try it. Old Demon Gui smiled sinisterly with absolute confidence. He had been dormant for 10,000 years to cultivate this ultimate move, Dance of 10,000 Demons. It was his most powerful move now. Relying on the ultimate move of Dance of 10,000 Demons, Old Demon Gui was confident that he could enter the top 90,000 on the yellow board. Today it was time for him to show his prowess. The Sword Mountain River was his sacrifice for this move. Old Devil Huang's ultimate move immediately shocked many people. Some of the more cowardly people even hid far away, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. What a terrifying ultimate move! Even some existences on the yellow ranking were secretly amazed. This old Devil Gui was truly experienced. In just 10,000 years, he managed to cultivate such a powerful technique. No wonder he dared to be the first to jump out. He wanted to use this opportunity to become famous. Many people were worried for Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao was still as calm as an ancient well. He did not make any move. His eyes suddenly lit up and emitted a strange luster. It flashed and disappeared without a trace. However, Qin Zhao's sword moved. It was motionless like a mountain. When it moved, it was like the wind. When it moved again, it was like lightning and thunder. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. The sword moved and illuminated the 9 heavens. Streaks of sharp sword qi shot out from Qin Zhao's sword and turned into heavenly blades. They tore open the darkness and cut down the devils. Qin Shao had accurately grasped the best opportunity in the midst of old Demon Gui's terrifying attack. His sword moved and aimed at the weakest point of old Demon Gui's attack. Under Qin Zhao's terrifying sword, old Demon Gui's dance of 10,000 demons was torn open. What? Such an unforeseen event truly caused quite a number of people to be quite shocked. How could old Demon Gui's terrifying ultimate move be so easily torn open by Jian Shanhe? That wasn't all. After tearing open a hole, Qin Jian's sword slashed at old Devil Huang with unstoppable momentum. Breaking through old Demon Gui's ultimate move meant that old Demon Gui was in great danger. Not good. Old Demon Gui's face changed drastically. His expression became strange and ugly. He was originally very confident in his 10,000 demons wild dance, and had quite a bit of confidence. He thought that he would be able to take down this arrogant kid, Jian Shanhe, after being in seclusion for 10,000 years and becoming much stronger. He wanted to use this opportunity to establish his prestige and make a name for himself. However, he didn't expect Qin Shao to be much stronger than he had imagined. Old Demon Gui didn't have time to think. He could only grit his teeth and clench the demonic pestle in his hand as he faced the attack with all his might. However, at this moment, he also felt a little powerless to resist. Therefore, under the surging sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword, it showed an unstoppable momentum and an unparalleled might. Old Demon Gui's demonic pestle couldn't stop Qin Zhao's attack at all. Pfft! Old Demon Gui's divine body shook violently under the attack of the Tao might. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked very miserable. Such a situation caused the entire arena to be filled with awe and silence. Old Demon Gui is going to lose? This Jian Shanhe seems to be much stronger than we thought. I feel that he hasn't even used his full strength yet. How could he defeat old Demon Gui so easily? That's right. His control of timing is too strong. Obviously, he has a lot of battle experience. This Jian Shanhe doesn't seem like a newbie. Could it be that he's a new identity from the yellow board? If that's the case, who's so bored? If he's really an extremely powerful person on the yellow board, he doesn't seem to have the need to do this. It feels meaningless. It does feel meaningless when you think about it. However, some people have weird personalities. Looks like today's show is just the beginning. Old Demon Gui is going to suffer a big loss this time. However, I'm quite happy. I don't like old Demon Gui. The experts on the yellow board at the spectator stand also talked in twos and threes. Each of them had their own thoughts. Old Demon Gui's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that the situation wasn't good. It seemed like he was going to be defeated by Jian Shanhe today. Old Demon Gui, your ultimate move is pretty good. It's powerful enough, and you've done a good job of using the Myriad Dao. However, you're too arrogant. You didn't notice the weakness of your ultimate move. Maybe it's because you don't care about it. Or maybe it's because you're not experienced enough to notice it. No matter how powerful an ultimate move is, once it has a weakness, it can be easily defeated as long as you grasp it accurately. Your disdain for me gave me a good opportunity. Therefore, I can accurately grasp your weakness and defeat you in one blow. Qin Shao curled his lips and said. Old Demon Gui listened to Qin Zhao's words. His face turned green and white. It was a wonderful sight to behold. He really didn't notice the weakness of his ultimate move. Even though Qin Shao pointed it out, he still couldn't figure it out. However, Qin Zhao's words were obviously a blow to him. It was a sarcastic remark that made him very uncomfortable. Brat, don't you dare be so arrogant. Old Devil Huang clenched his teeth and charged at Qin Shao again, clearly unconvinced. Qin Shao chuckled and shook his head. You're about to die and you still don't know how to repent. Then die. Qin Shao didn't show any mercy to old Demon Gui. He charged forward again. Qin Shao executed the afterimage kill exquisitely. Although his mastery of the move wasn't very high, his control was very good. He was able to take advantage of the situation every time. Therefore, the power of the afterimage kill had become much stronger. At least, it felt a lot stronger. This kind of control over the battle wasn't something that ordinary people could achieve. Old Demon Gui's ultimate move, the Dance of 10,000 Demons, had been easily broken by Qin Shao. He was already seriously injured. Therefore, he naturally didn't have much power to fight back against Qin Shao. Therefore, old Demon Gui died under Qin Zhao's sword in just 5 rounds. Blood-drinking sword, vast world song. Chapter 1188. Giant Tower, Old Demon Gui is dead. Jian Shanhe is too strong. What level is he at? With Old Demon Gui's current strength, he should be in the top 90,000 of the yellow board. It's too easy. Old Demon Gui's strength is not on the same level as Jian Shanhe's. They are so far apart. Yeah, we were just saying that Jian Shanhe is a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. He is too arrogant and ignorant. Now it seems that he really has the strength to back him up. We can't help but be impressed. He is too monstrous. If I have even 1% of Jian Shanhe's talent and potential, I will have a bright future. After the shock, some of the ordinary people started to discuss among themselves. Many of the people who sneered and even insulted Qin Shao felt like they were slapped in the face. The faces of those who had looked down on Qin Shao and looked down on Qin Shao were burning. It was very unsightly. Indeed, many of them did not think highly of Qin Shao. They felt that Qin Shao did not have the strength to fight with old Demon Gui. But in the end, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Qin Shao had caused a huge uproar in the Yellow District. This time, he attacked fiercely and caused quite a stir. "Brother Bai Yi, what do you think?" Yu Shao asked. Bai Yi shook his head and said, "What else can I think? Anyway, this has nothing to do with us. Let's not get involved. But to be honest, I'm starting to admire this brother Jian Shanhe a little. Did you notice that his moves just now were actually not too powerful, but his control of the battle situation was really too terrifying? This feeling is like an adult fighting with a child. We did not notice old Demon Gui's weakness, but Jian Shanhe accurately grasped it. He controlled it very well and defeated it in one move. To be able to reach such a profound level in the application of the battle situation, this is truly beyond our expectations." Yu Shao nodded and said, Yes, I was just about to say that. From what we know, Jian Shanhe shouldn't be that old, but his combat experience is so rich. This shouldn't be as simple as battle experience. His vision was also extremely high. It's really hard to imagine that the vision of a one-star all-knowing has actually reached such a high level. Jian Shanhe is not a simple person. He is not simple at all. If there's a chance, we can be friends. After old Devil Gui was defeated, those on the yellow board began to discuss among themselves. "Yanzhong, aren't you close to old Devil Gui? Old Devil Gui has been defeated. It's your turn now. Go and help old Devil Gui regain his dignity." "Bah! Ah Xing, why don't you go up and fight? Haven't you always looked down on old Demon Qi? Didn't you always think that you were stronger than old Devil Gui? Isn't today your chance to prove yourself? Hee, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken?" Against such a small character, I wouldn't be in a hurry to go up. That would be too much of a bully. Yanzhong, I'll leave this opportunity to you. Come on, Ah Xing, why don't we have a fight first? Everyone, stop arguing. Let's discuss how to deal with this. This kid is provoking the entire yellow board. How can we tolerate his arrogance? That's right. What's the use of arguing? It's more practical to discuss how to deal with this. There are so many experts on the yellow board. How can we be suppressed by a kid? That was indeed the case. Initiating a battle to defend the stage was undoubtedly a provocation to the entire yellow board. Moreover, Qin Zhao's battle to defend the stage had such a high threshold. That was a great provocation. The battle to defend the stage was usually aimed at the experts on the yellow board. The higher the threshold you set, the stronger the provocation. Moreover, Qin Shao was a newly promoted expert on the yellow board. He had just been promoted to the yellow board and he initiated a battle to defend the stage. If that wasn't a provocation to the yellow board, what else could it be? Who wasn't a genius to be ranked on the yellow board? Who wasn't arrogant? Who wasn't an expert? How could such a person tolerate a slight provocation? There were 100,000 experts on the yellow board. Not many of them needed to come out. Only dozens of them would be enough to make Qin Shao suffer. Only dozens of people from 100,000 people would come out. That was a very low proportion. In fact, it was far more than that. At this moment, there were more than 3,000 experts on the yellow board gathered at the spectators' stand. Moreover, after the news of old Devil Gui's defeat spread, a large number of experts on the yellow board came. The number was still increasing rapidly. There were more than 3,000 experts on the yellow board. There were always some arrogant people. Many experts couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. "Get out of the way. Let me do it." A thunderous voice suddenly rang out. Just the sound of this voice was enough to make those people involuntarily move aside to make a path. A giant man walked out of the crowd. He was more than 3 meters tall and had well-developed limbs. The muscles on his body were like a mountain. They were stacked together and looked very powerful. His muscles were strong and his momentum was strong. He gave people a very tough feeling. His voice was like thunder and his footsteps were like a mountain. He didn't need to make a move. It was enough to feel the powerful force emitted from his body. It was a kind of invincible feeling. Seeing the newcomer, many experts on the yellow board started to make fun of him. Haha, Ju-ta is here. As expected, he has a bad temper. Ju-ta is born with divine strength. It will be fatal to fight with him. Yes, I have been defeated by Ju-ta before. His strength is too terrifying. Ju-ta has made his move. I think he can win this battle. Whether it is strength or defense, Ju-ta is much stronger than old Devil Gui. Obviously, everyone was full of confidence in Ju-ta. Boom! Ju-ta jumped onto the huge arena and landed heavily on it. It was like a mountain falling down. The huge arena couldn't help but tremble slightly. One could only imagine how powerful the tower was. Ju-ta! Qin Zhao's eyes slightly narrowed and fell on Ju-ta. Ju-ta was ranked 88,697 on the yellow board. Although the ranking was not much higher than old Devil Gui's, it was close to 90,000. On the yellow board, it was considered to be at the bottom. However, the real strength couldn't be judged by the yellow board. According to Qin Zhao's understanding of the situation, Ju-ta's lethality couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, Ju-ta dared to come to the arena after old Devil Gui died in his hands. Obviously, he had some confidence. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't dare to be too careless. He braced himself. Please! Qin Zhao cupped his hands towards Ju-ta and made a gesture of inviting him to come up. However, Ju-ta didn't pay attention to him at all. When he cupped his hands, Ju-ta didn't say anything and directly launched an attack. Such a situation made Qin Zhao a little speechless. However, since Ju-ta had made his move, Qin Zhao didn't dare to hesitate and immediately entered the battle state. Ju-ta's weapons were very strange. They were two round stones that were almost twice the size of his head. They were like two huge fists. Ju-ta's fists were covered by the huge stones, as if he was wearing two big boxing gloves. Ju-ta waved his fist. From afar, Qin Zhao felt a strong and unparalleled power roaring towards him. With such a strong momentum, the entire arena seemed to be about to collapse. Boom! Under the pressure of such a strong power, Qin Zhao felt like a small boat facing a raging tsunami. What a strong power! Ju-ta is indeed born with divine strength. He has the natal inheritance and has an innate talent in using the power of the Tao of all things. His power has been used to the extreme. Coupled with his strong body, his power has become his trump card. Before the battle, Qin Zhao had already felt the power of Ju-ta. In the realm of the gods, Qin Zhao had met many gods who were good at using power. Not to mention others, Qin Zhao himself was good at using power. After all, he had cultivated the true meaning of power, which was purely to train his power. In terms of power, Qin Zhao was also very strong. However, this was the world of all things. There was only one kind of law in this world, and that was the law of the Tao of all things. Only the Tao of all things could be used. Nothing else could be used. Qin Zhao's true meaning of power couldn't be used at all. Ju-ta could be considered an exception. He had broken through the bindings of some laws, which made him very strong. Without any hesitation, Qin Zhao met the attack with a heavy blow. However, as soon as Qin Zhao's sword touched Ju-ta's fist, he felt a strong and unstoppable power crazily smashing towards him. Being smashed by this powerful force, Qin Zhao also could not help being shocked, flying out backward. What a strong power! Qin Zhao was shocked. Although he had been prepared, he was still a little surprised. He kept retreating, and he looked a little embarrassed. Humph, Jian Shanhe, weren't you so arrogant just now? Let's see how strong you are. How long can you be so arrogant? Ju-ta sneered. He didn't want to give Qin Shao any chance to breathe. He wanted to win the battle in one fell swoop. Boom! Boom! There were 2 more exchanges. Each time, Qin Shao was beaten back by Ju Ta's strong power, which made Qin Shao feel very uncomfortable. As soon as the battle started, Ju Ta seemed to be in control of the situation. He immediately suppressed Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked a little embarrassed. He only had the strength to resist. Moreover, every time they exchanged blows, he would be at a disadvantage. He kept retreating, and it seemed that he was going to lose. Such a situation made many people who were looking forward to the battle happy. Haha, Ju Ta is still the best. He can dominate the world with one move. His power, I feel like it's unfathomable. That is to say, Ju Ta's attacks are all direct. They are too domineering and powerful. Anyway, I don't like to fight with this guy. It seems that Jian Shanhe is going to lose. It's not bad to win this battle. That is to say, losing to Ju Ta is not a disgrace. This kid is so arrogant. He will definitely lose. Those experts of the yellow board felt that the outcome was already decided. In the crowd, young Master Yulin and Qin Feng were worried. They broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao. Big Brother Shanhe, you must hold on. Qin Feng, we have to believe in Big Brother Shanhe. He hasn't used his full strength yet. I believe that since Big Brother Shanhe dared to start the battle, he should have some confidence. He won't be defeated so quickly. Yes, Big Brother Shanhe, you can do it. In the crowd, there were a few people who supported Qin Shao. Chapter 1189. It was getting more and more exciting. Jian Shanhe was completely suppressed by the giant pagoda. The outcome was clear. However, it was admirable for Jian Shanhe's strength. He was suppressed by the giant pagoda the moment they started fighting. He was losing his ability to defend himself. Obviously, everyone thought that Jian Shanhe would be defeated soon. However, what was surprising was that Jian Shanhe did not lose even after waiting for so long. Jian Shanhe was like a strong cockroach. He had a strong vitality and could not be killed. This feeling was like a small boat in the middle of a terrifying tsunami, but it was still able to avoid being swallowed up. It was swaying, but it did not fall. It gave people a very strange feeling. It was a weak fluorescent light, but it could compete with the sun and the moon. What kind of heaven-defying move was this? This Jian Shanhe is quite capable. He was at an absolute disadvantage, but he was able to hold on. He could turn the rotten into the miraculous and pull himself out of danger. Yes, he is indeed experienced. His control of the battle situation could be said to have reached the pinnacle. If not, he would have lost his ability to defend himself. This is not only his battle experience but also his high vision. He could see through everything in an instant. Jian Shanhe is indeed an anomaly. I now suspect that he is the new identity of a perverted existence on the Huang board. This possibility is not high. After all, those guys on the Huang board, even if they are using new identities, they are easy to recognize. After all, their cultivation methods, their moves, and even their fighting style had their own style. This wasn't something that could be changed just because he wanted to. There will be traces left behind. However, we can't see any traces on Jian Shanhe's body. That's why I don't know where this monster came from. There hasn't been any monstrous geniuses in the major cities recently. Although those experts on the Huang board did not want Qin Shao to win, they could not help but admire Qin Shao. The giant pagoda had attacked for more than 30 rounds. He was obviously suppressing Qin Shao, but he did not defeat Qin Shao. Such a situation was indeed very uncomfortable for the giant pagoda. Brat, it seems that you do have some ability. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, you only have some ability. Look at you now, you only have the strength to defend. What do you have to be arrogant? Tower's words were full of sarcasm. You only have the power to parry? Qin Zhao's lips suddenly curled into a sneer. Then I'll let you see if I'm really only capable of parrying. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Zhu Ta couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that this Jian Shanhe was hiding most of his strength? Judging from his tone, it didn't seem like he was boasting. Therefore, the giant pagoda couldn't help but become vigilant. As expected, with that, the sword in Qin Zhao's hand suddenly became sharper and more powerful. Streaks of resplendent light surged out of the sword, whistling through the sky. Streaks of Tao might of all things intertwined, and the heavenly prison descended, instantly enveloping the giant pagoda and imprisoning him in this terrifying prison. Heaven and earth in all directions, the four seas calamity, and the heavenly prison burned everything. After 100 years of training and improvement, Qin Zhao's heavenly prison became even more terrifying. At this moment, the giant pagoda was trapped in the heavenly prison, and the power of the heavenly prison was about to suppress him. Qin Zhao, who had been suppressed all this time, finally made a desperate counterattack, which made the eyes of the spectators suddenly light up. Those people who originally thought that Qin Zhao would be defeated very quickly also changed their minds at this time. It seemed that the situation wasn't going as smoothly as they imagined. It wasn't that easy to defeat Qin Zhao. It's just a small trick. You want to trap me? You must be dreaming. The giant pagoda, who was trapped in the heavenly prison, snorted disdainfully. His fists surged, and he punched out one punch after another. Every punch caused the heavens and earth to tremble and the four seas to collapse. The entire arena shook violently. The power of every punch was so great that it was frightening. The giant pagoda's punches were so powerful that the heavenly prison was on the verge of collapse. Obviously, the heavenly prison couldn't trap the giant pagoda. Such a situation was within Qin Zhao's expectations. The giant pagoda was definitely a difficult character to deal with. He was straightforward, and his power was straightforward. No matter what kind of power he faced, he would use his fists to solve the problem. Everything was about power. No matter how powerful your cultivation method was, or how powerful your moves were, he would only respond with a punch. His fists were the pinnacle of power. Using strength to break all techniques, everything would be broken under his fist. The heavenly prison couldn't trap him at all. However, Qin Zhao didn't mean to trap the giant pagoda. He just wanted to use the heavenly prison to exhaust him. After dozens of rounds, Qin Zhao had a precise understanding of the giant pagoda's strength. He knew the best way to deal with him. Soon, the giant pagoda broke the heavenly prison. However, when he was about to come out, Qin Zhao used the heavenly prison again and trapped the giant pagoda again. The giant pagoda had to attack about 20 times to break the heavenly prison. Although the delay wasn't long, 20 times wasn't a small amount. This time was enough for Qin Zhao to prepare for a new round of attacks. The second time, the third time, the fourth time, Qin Zhao used the heavenly prison again and again, and the giant pagoda broke it again and again. It was as if the two of them were playing a game. Such a tug-of-war situation made the situation a little strange. Is he stalling for time? What's the point? This way of fighting is a little shameless. He's going to lose anyway. It's useless. He's just stalling for time. It won't decide anything. Is he just stalling for time? Why do I feel that things aren't that simple? There was a lot of discussion. At this time, the giant pagoda, who was trapped in the heavenly prison again and again, was very unhappy. Such a way of fighting was indeed very uncomfortable for him. Therefore, the giant pagoda roared angrily, "Jian Shanhe, do you only know how to stall for time like this? What's the point of fighting like this? You don't even dare to fight with me fair and square. You're really a coward. I really thought that you had some ability. I think that's all there is to it. You can't beat me, so you use such a tactic. Isn't it disgusting? Qin Shao ignored such a provocation. He curled his lips and said, "There's no difference between good and bad tactics. Whether it's stalling for time or a shameless way of fighting, what's there to be disgusting about? What's wrong with using one's strength to counter the others? No matter what the tactic is, it's a good tactic that can win in the end. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. I'm not cheating, right? I'm also fighting with you fair and square. Why can't I? You can't break my attack, so you say some unpleasant words. Don't you think you're very despicable? You're born with divine strength. Why should I fight with you head-on?" The giant pagoda was also speechless by Qin Zhao's words. Although this way of fighting was a bit shameless, it couldn't be said that others were not allowed to fight like this. The winner takes all. Not to mention this kind of tactic, even if he used some despicable means, there was nothing wrong with it. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. History was always written by the victors. Let's see how long you can trap me. The giant pagoda snorted angrily and continued to attack wildly. The heavenly prison was still broken again and again, and the time it took to break was getting shorter and shorter. Obviously, the giant pagoda's anger made him erupt with more powerful and terrifying power. However, Qin Zhao's control of timing was really heaven-defying. No matter how the giant pagoda broke the heavenly prison, Qin Zhao was always able to use it again in time and trap the giant pagoda again. The giant pagoda roared again and again, getting angry again and again, but it still had no effect. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. As the number of confrontations increased, the giant pagoda's attacking power obviously slowed down, and it felt a little powerless. Such a crazy attack naturally couldn't be unleashed without limit. The divine power was always limited. Once it was exhausted, it would naturally weaken. At this point, someone finally realized what was going on. No, he's deliberately consuming the giant pagoda's divine power. He wants to use this to break the giant pagoda's power. Yes, what a sinister move. How could he have such a thought? The giant pagoda had been suppressing him previously, but it couldn't defeat him. Jian Shanhe was naturally very unhappy. Jian Shanhe used the trap tactic again, which angered the giant pagoda even more. I feel that the situation is not good. I'm afraid the giant pagoda is really going to suffer. The giant pagoda also realized this problem. He stared fiercely at Qin Shao, and his anger was monstrous. Jian Shanhe, you despicable villain, how dare you scheme against me? Despicable villain? Qin Shao sneered and said, You think too highly of yourself. It's just a tactic. You're too stupid to understand it, and you're blaming me? I fought with you fair and square. So many people saw it. How am I despicable and shameless? Don't find excuses for your stupidity. That will only make you look too clumsy. The giant pagoda was furious, but it couldn't refute. In fact, it couldn't really say anything. The giant pagoda roared again. Jian Shanhe, I'm going to smash you to death. The giant pagoda broke the heavenly prison again, but this time Qin Shao didn't use the heavenly prison to trap him. It was almost time to close the net. The giant pagoda's divine power was almost exhausted, and he could only use 50% of his strength at most. However, Qin Shao was almost unaffected. Qin Zhao's sword was pushed to the limit again, and he attacked with all his strength. It was a sharp contrast with the situation just now when the giant pagoda was suppressed. It was a huge contrast. This time, the power of Qin Zhao's sword directly shook the giant pagoda, and the giant pagoda flew out. The situation was completely reversed. Of course, Qin Shao wouldn't give the giant pagoda a chance to breathe. He attacked again and again, and the giant pagoda flew out again and again. Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. They thought the giant pagoda would win, but they didn't expect the situation to be reversed like this. The giant pagoda was going to be defeated. Damn it, damn it, damn it, the giant pagoda kept roaring. It was obviously difficult for him to accept the defeat. However, he couldn't change the fact in front of him at all. He couldn't reverse the situation at all. Qin Shao attacked again and again. In the 13th round, he finally chopped the giant pagoda under his sword. The crowd was in awe. The giant pagoda was also defeated by Qin Shao. The crowd looked at each other, and the scene became very quiet. It was so quiet that it was even a little depressing. Those experts on the yellow board looked at Qin Shao with some obvious changes again. Chapter 1190. 128 On the yellow board. Old Devil Shao and Giant Pagoda, the two famous experts of the yellow board, were killed by Qin Shao one after another, which made Jian Shanha's name known throughout the Yellow District. Those who wanted to laugh at Qin Shao had to shut their mouth. Qin Shao used his strength to prove that he had the right to speak, proving that he had the strength and qualifications to be frivolous here. Of course, everyone had different opinions about the second battle with Giant Pagoda. Many people felt that Qin Shao was able to defeat the Giant Pagoda because he was opportunistic. He had grasped the Giant Pagoda's weakness and exhausted the Giant Pagoda's divine power by trapping it. Only then did he win. This could be considered a success in restraining Giant Pagoda. In the arena, there were more than 5,000 experts of the yellow board. The speed of increase had slowed down, and it was estimated that there would not be much more. 5,000 experts of the yellow board gathered. This was a grand event. After a heated discussion, another person jumped into the arena. It was Bing Hui, who was 100 places higher than Giant Pagoda. Although Bing Hui was not as famous as Old Devil Shao and Giant Pagoda, he grew very fast. He was considered a rising star and had a good reputation. His unique skill, Icebound 10,000 miles, was extremely terrifying. It was an application of the myriad things Tao, and it was used to a terrifying extent in his hands. Bing Hui was only one step away from breaking through to the intermediate application of the myriad things Tao. He could step into the intermediate application level at any time. Coupled with a middle-grade cultivation method, it indeed made this unique move very powerful. However, no matter how powerful his unique skill was, Qin Shao always had the ability to find a way to break it. Even if their strengths were similar, Qin Shao could easily control the situation and win in the end. At most, it would just drag on for a little longer. The third battle, Qin Shao won. In the fourth battle, Qin Shao faced a woman. She had a beautiful face, but she was a ruthless woman. She had the aura of a heroine. The fourth battle, Qin Shao won. In the fifth battle, he faced a Xinghua. A Xinghua was ranked over 80,000 on the yellow board. His unique skill was the myriad things doppelganger, which was extremely strange and powerful. Against Ah Xing, Qin Shao had to expend a bit of effort. The two of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights before the outcome was decided. Qin Shao won. In the 11th battle, Qin Shao faced Yan Zhong. A Xinghua, Qin Shao won. In the 23rd battle, it was Qin Shao Pagoda Xinghua, Xinghua, Qin Shao won. Xinghua, Mountain River Sword Technique. Mountain River Sword. The exposure of the Mountain River Sword scripture could be said to have completely exposed Qin Shao's strength. It also allowed others to understand Qin Zhao's true strength. Xinghua Wa. Qin Shao Wa. Studio from studio since Wa, Xinghua XS Wa. After all, his strength had been completely exposed. Moreover, he had defeating armies, who was extremely famous in the Yellow Zone. Naturally, the challengers after him would be more cautious. If one didn't have some strength, they wouldn't have come up the stage to challenge him. That would only be courting death. The longer the battle went on, the more attractive it became to those who were on the yellow board. After all, the accumulated points were constantly increasing. With hundreds of thousands of points placed there, who wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, so many famous masters of the yellow board had been defeated by Qin Shao. Therefore, if he could defeat Qin Shao, it would be equivalent to defeating so many masters of the yellow board. This was a supreme honor. For the generous rewards, for the honor, many masters of the yellow board were willing to fight. Anyway, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, so many people had lost before, including Pejun. But if he wanted to win, he would have to succeed in one go. Therefore, the battle of defending the stage would become more and more exciting as it progressed, and it would attract more and more experienced characters to take action. The battle that Qin Shao initiated this time was quite successful. At the beginning, everyone thought that he would be defeated in the first battle. Now, more than 2 years had passed, and there had been 30 battles in the arena. However, Jian Shanhe, who wasn't favored at the beginning, had been standing in the arena all the time. The 31st battle, Qin Shao won. The 32nd battle, Qin Shao won. The 35th battle, Qin Shao won. In more than 2.5 years, 35 battles, Qin Shao had won all of them. If there was one more battle, there would be 36 battles. When there were 36 battles, the initiator could end the battle of defending the stage and finish it perfectly. Being able to complete a battle of defending the stage was also a magnificent feat, and he would also be rewarded handsomely. There were very few people who initiated the battle of defending the stage, and those who could successfully defend the stage were even fewer. On average, there would only be one in every 100,000 years. He had won 35 battles in a row, and only one more battle was needed to finish it perfectly. At this time, Qin Shao was in high spirits. He stood in the arena with his sword in hand, and his eyes swept around. He had the aura of looking down on the world. Standing in the 9 heavens, overlooking the 10 earths, this was an invincible pride. Who dared to come up and fight? The audience in the arena was completely silent, and even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Those experts on the yellow board seemed to have lost their temper. They were as silent as cicadas in winter, and they didn't have that insufferably arrogant air. Jian Shanhe's powerful image was also formed in everyone's mind. Jian Shanhe's name would also be famous in the world of all living things because of this battle. As long as it spread in the world of all living things, the whole world of all living things would certainly discuss this matter. After the 35th battle, the situation seemed to be in a deadlock. No one came up to challenge Qin Shao again, even though the accumulated points were high enough, and the rewards were rich enough. Moreover, the 36th battle was also the battle of finishing it. If one succeeded, it would naturally bring great honor. The bloodlust of cultivators was to fight for honor and die for honor. Such a temptation naturally made many masters on the yellow board itchy and eager to make a move. But in the face of the powerful Jian Shanhe, those restless people became cautious and didn't dare to act rashly. This wait lasted for 2 months. If they waited any longer, they might miss the Battle of Myriad Cities. Therefore, Qin Shao was a little anxious. Since no one came up, Qin Shao had to take the initiative. Qin Shao glanced at those experts on the yellow board, and a provocative cold smile appeared on his lips. What? Was there no one else? I only ask, who dares to come up and fight? I only ask, who dares to come up and fight? These words were filled with lofty sentiments that could shake the heavens. This sentence was so arrogant and overbearing. This sentence immediately ignited the anger in many people's hearts, and ignited their blood. After a while, Qin Shao didn't get any response, so he raised his voice and said again, I only ask, who dares to come up and fight? Arrogant. He's simply a madman. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Those on the yellow board were also very angry at Qin Shao's arrogant words. But no matter how angry they were, who dared to come up and fight with Qin Shao easily? With strength, one was qualified to point at the world and looked down on the firmament. With strength, one was respected. With strength, one could be a venerable. He could stand at the top of the world and trample on all the disobedient. "I'll do it!" A voice suddenly came out. The voice wasn't loud, but it had an extremely powerful penetrating force. From this voice, one could feel the strength of the speaker, extremely powerful. Hearing this voice, everyone looked around. Just by listening to the voice, they couldn't tell where the speaker came from. Soon, everyone's eyes fell on a figure. This was a handsome man wearing silver and blue-colored soft armor. He had a big red cloak on his body that fluttered in the wind. He looked like a god of war that had descended. The man walked over step by step, emitting a powerful aura that made people involuntarily step aside and make way for him. After a short silence, someone finally spoke. "It's Qian Shaojun, it's actually Qian Shaojun. He actually came out. Ha ha, I've admired Qian Shaojun for a long time. I didn't expect to have a chance to meet him today. He's indeed Qian Shaojun, giving people a different feeling. I also want to see Qian Shaojun beat up Jian Shanha. Jian Shanha's luck is really good. Even Qian Shaojun was provoked. But it's also his misfortune. With Qian Shaojun here, he's bound to lose." Yes, with Qian Shaojun here, how can Jian Shanha not lose? Qian Shaojun's appearance had indeed surprised many people. Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on Qian Shaojun. His eyes narrowed and the corner of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. You really gave me a big surprise. I really didn't expect that I would be able to fish out such a big fish during this battle." Qian Shaojun ranked 128 on the yellow board. Just by looking at the ranking, you can see how powerful he is. Interesting, it seems that this battle won't be easy. But this is also what I want. The greater the pressure, the more my potential can be stimulated. This is also what I want. Facing Qian Shaojun, Qin Shao was not worried at all. Instead, he became more excited and his fighting spirit was even higher. Qian Shaojun was ranked 128 on the yellow board, which was powerful enough. Moreover, the experts on the yellow board couldn't be judged purely by their ranking. Their real strength couldn't be reflected by their ranking. For example, the strength of the number 1 on the yellow board might not be as powerful as Qian Shaojun. This was because many old antiques who had lived for a long time didn't dare to break through in order to keep their ranking on the yellow board. In order to keep the glory, they had been suppressing their realm and maintained at the level of 1-star all things expert. This method sounded stupid, but there were indeed many experts on the yellow board who did this. After all, once they broke through to the level of 2-star all things expert, they would be automatically removed from the yellow board. What they needed to compete for was not the yellow board, but the ranking list of young masters. The competition for the ranking list of young masters couldn't be compared with the yellow board. Because of this, many cultivators who didn't have much ambition kept suppressing their breakthrough and kept occupying the position on the yellow board. This caused a big problem on the yellow board. It was impossible to reach a high ranking if one only had the strength without the accumulation of years. But Qian Shaojun was an experienced person. He hadn't been on the yellow board for a long time. It was only 10,000 years. However, his strength was publicly acknowledged to be powerful. There were many experts on the yellow board who were defeated by him and many teams on the battle team list. Furthermore, he had once initiated a battle to defend the platform and had won that battle as well. Qian Shaojun frequently fought in the all things arena world. Every time he fought, it was amazing. Chapter 1191. The battle against Qian Shaojun was not in a hurry as he slowly stepped onto the arena. Following his footsteps, everyone's eyes followed his footsteps, all the way until he landed on the arena. With his hands behind his back, he looked indifferent. Between his eyebrows, there was a sense of arrogance. Above thousands of people, standing at the peak, a crane in a flock of chickens, swallowing mountains and rivers. As Qian Shaojun stood there, his aura was completely revealed. It was not something that the experts of the Yellow Board could compare with. This was the aura of a true expert. Facing Qian Shaojun, Qin Shao also felt a strong pressure spreading rapidly. He could clearly feel that the surrounding temperature had dropped by a lot. This was an invisible aura. The stronger the expert, the stronger his aura. It was as if there was a law following his every movement. Qian Shaojun was definitely one of the top ones among the one-star all things experts in the world of all things. He was not the strongest, but he should be in the top 10 or 20. There should not be any problem. Qian Shaojun could probably kill an ordinary 2-star all things expert. His aura was pressing, but Qin Shao was calm and indifferent. He did not show any weakness in his aura and did not lose to Qian Shaojun. Jian Shanhe. Qian Shaojun was the first to speak. His tone was calm and not aggressive. You were able to win 35 rounds. Pajun and the others were all defeated by you. During this time, I was also paying attention to your battles. I felt that you were not pushed to your limit. Your strength is even stronger than what you're showing now. I have not had a good battle for a while. I am itching for a fight, so I came to learn from you. Hearing Qian Shaojun's words, everyone was shocked. Jian Shanhe had not shown his full strength? This was too scary, right? After winning 35 rounds consecutively, he had not been forced to show his true strength. How strong was he? However, everyone naturally believed Qian Shaojun's words. With Qian Shaojun's eyesight, he was not lying. Moreover, Qian Shaojun did not fight for glory. He admired Jian Shanhe and wanted to learn from him. This was the appreciation between experts. Since Qian Shaojun treated him in a friendly manner, Qin Shao naturally returned the favor. He smiled faintly and said, I've heard of Qian Shaojun's reputation, but I didn't expect that it would draw you out. Since Qian Shaojun thinks so highly of me, Jian Shanhe, I will do my best. Qian Shaojun, there's no need for words when meeting a bosom friend. Please. You're straightforward enough. Please. Qian Shaojun nodded and made a gesture to Qin Shao. Qian Shaojun's demeanor was still there. Obviously, she let Qin Shao make the first move. In terms of reputation, Qian Shaojun was naturally much stronger than Jian Shanhe. In terms of ranking on the Yellow Board, it was unknown how high it had gone. Qian Shaojun, who was standing in a high position, also showed her proper demeanor. In the face of the powerful Qian Shaojun, Qin Shao did not hold back. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, and she entered the state of battle. Whoosh! She unsheathed her sword. Shadow move. Qin Shao rushed out directly. His sword moved in the shadow, and rays of sharp light instantly burst out, weaving into terrifying shadows. In an instant, he cut through the void and directly attacked Qian Shaojun. This was afterimage kill. After nearly 300 years of tempering in the myriad arena world, although Qin Shao hadn't reached a very high level, in terms of control, it was clear that Qin Shao had already reached the point of perfection. The sword was as fast as a shadow. The rays of sharp light formed an impenetrable big net and directly attacked. Qin Shao had been using this skill for many years. The attack was powerful and could often suppress the opponent as soon as it came. Qian Shaojun was obviously familiar with Qin Zhao's skill. She was neither slow nor slow. Obviously, she had already prepared a countermeasure. When Qin Shao arrived in front of Qian Shaojun, under the sword light of the shadows, Qian Shaojun suddenly disappeared. Where did she go? She disappeared into thin air? The onlookers were also quite shocked. One after another, cries of surprise rang out. Qin Zhao's brows couldn't help but slightly frown, but Qin Shao was able to see how they came back. Qian Shaojun's instant disappearance just now was not teleportation, but a kind of body movement. Using speed was a kind of use of space, so the sudden burst of speed was like teleportation. In an instant, she was far away, and directly avoided Qin Zhao's attack. With Qin Zhao's eyesight, as long as he caught some clues, he could figure it out. At the same time, Qian Xiaojun's figure quietly appeared behind Qin Zhao's side, and Qian Xiaojun slapped at Qin Xiao. It was silent, but full of murderous intent. Qin Xiao perceived the trajectory of Qian Xiaojun's body movement. Naturally, he also expected where Qian Xiaojun would appear, so he was already prepared. When the sword missed, Qin Xiao also exerted his body movement to the extreme. With a large movement, he instantly teleported to a distance of 10,000 feet. Qian Xiaojun's palm directly went through the shadow left by Qin Xiao. This scene made many people tremble with fear, and even broke out in a cold sweat for Jian Shanhe. When they saw clearly that it was just a shadow, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that they would be defeated in this exchange. In this first exchange, Qin Xiao and Qian Xiaojun did not touch each other. Both of their attacks were easily dodged by each other. The two of them staggered and stood facing each other. "Not bad, you were able to dodge my attack." Your reaction and the use of your body movement have reached an extremely high level. According to what I know, you haven't been cultivating for a long time, but you can reach such a level in such a short time. It's comparable to my tens of thousands of years of cultivation. I really admire you. Qian Xiaojun actually praised Qin Xiao. However, this praise was also sincere. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and curled his lips, but did not say anything. Qin Xiao did not know how to explain this kind of thing. After all, he came in with a halo so naturally, he could not be measured by the people of this world. If they had the same foundation, then there would be a comparison. Qin Xiao had cultivated in the divine realm for nearly 400,000 years. If he did not have this advantage, then wouldn't he have lived in vain? Qin Xiao rushed towards Qian Xiaojun again. Although it was the same move, the way it was used was completely different. It was a different way of fighting. This time, Qian Xiaojun did not dodge like before. Instead, she confronted Qin Xiao directly. Qian Xiaojun's hands were like swords, blocking Qin Zhao's sword repeatedly. No matter how Qin Zhao's sword changed, Qian Xiaojun was able to block it easily. Moreover, Qian Xiaojun did not use her sword, which showed how confident Qian Xiaojun was in herself. Although a sword was only a weapon in a battle, a good weapon would allow the power to be transmitted to the opponent more easily, and the power would be greater. Qin Zhao's sword became faster and faster, and the changes in the sword became more and more strange. The Tao of all creation also became sharper, heavier, and fiercer. Several different Tao of all Tao forms were integrated into Qin Zhao's sword, causing Qin Zhao's sword to become unpredictable. This also caused Qin Zhao's sword to become even more terrifying. The sword that Qin Xiao was using now was not purely the afterimage kill. Instead, it was based on this middle-grade cultivation technique, and then added in Qin Zhao's comprehension of the Tao of all creation. Although it was possible to become a controller of the Tao of all creation if one continued to walk in one direction, there were many paths. However, the Tao had countless directions. If one were to break through in only one direction, it would be extremely difficult. It was precisely because he knew this that Qin Xiao tried to cultivate in all aspects. This method seemed to be much more difficult and complicated, but the further one went, the smoother the path would be. Different Tao of all Tao would be displayed in different directions. In terms of speed, power, sharpness, heaviness, defense, and so on, these were all directions that Qin Xiao had comprehended. Just comprehending these aspects was not enough. One also needed to be able to use these aspects well. Only then could one truly display the power that one should have. Therefore, the cultivation of Tao was a huge and complicated journey. The path of a controller was way too difficult. However, Qin Shao could be considered to have rich experience in this aspect. After all, he was already a controller of the primordial chaos Tao and an ultimate controller of the sword Tao. In terms of experience, he could borrow some. In terms of the primordial chaos Tao, Qin Shao could only become a controller so quickly because he had the assistance of the primordial chaos cauldron and the primordial chaos origin energy. However, in terms of the ultimate sword Tao, Qin Shao could be said to have taken one step at a time and walked solidly. He had also slowly walked from being weak to being strong. Although there were many aids, Qin Zhao's comprehension of the ultimate sword Tao was still an absolute factor. With these experiences, Qin Zhao's cultivation of the Tao of all creation would naturally be of great help. It was best to know how one should walk on the path. Therefore, Qin Shao had chosen the best path, at least for now. This was also one of the reasons why Qin Shao had come to the Universal Arena world to train. Over the past 200 years of battles on the arena, Qin Shao had accumulated a lot. At this moment, there were naturally many techniques that he could use. If Qian Shaojun didn't draw his sword, Qin Shao would force him to. As Qin Zhao's attacks became stronger and stronger, Qian Shaojun also felt the pressure increasing. Qian Shaojun, are you still not willing to draw your sword? Qin Shao suddenly said. Qian Shaojun flew back, but his face was still calm. He chuckled and said, "Haha, looking at the situation, I have no choice but to draw my sword. You have been forcing me to draw my sword. If I don't draw my sword, I will be defeated." "Not bad, not bad. You forced me to draw my sword so quickly. You are much faster than I expected. Looks like you are very smart. That's why you forced me to draw my sword right from the start. I have to say that you have succeeded. Since you want to see my sword, do it." As soon as his voice fell, Qian Xiaojun's hand moved and a plain sword appeared in his hand. In the Universal Arena world, there was no distinction between good and bad swords. They were all ordinary swords and everyone was the same. Therefore, in terms of weapons, no one had an advantage. It was just a matter of having a weapon and not having a weapon. With the sword in hand, Qian Xiaojun's aura seemed to have increased by a lot in an instant. Qian Xiaojun's sword only lightly flicked and it was like a snake that entangled Qin Zhao's sword. A strong force seemed to want to take away the sword in Qin Zhao's hand. Chapter 1192. Sword comes. Qian Xiaojun's sword was like a whale that could devour everything. This terrifying devouring power clearly contained the many directions of the Tao of all creations. Combining the different directions with a very good gentleness, it formed this terrifying move. Although Qin Zhao's level of using the Tao of all creations was still relatively low, he was after all the controller of the primordial Tao and the ultimate sword Tao. With the experience of these two controllers, his horizons were naturally extremely high. With Qin Zhao's horizons, he naturally had some reference points when analyzing the usage of the Tao of all creations. Some of them were different approaches that led to the same result. Although the paths were completely different, some principles could still be used. There was not much difference, it was just a change in form. In Qian Xiaojun's sword, Qin Shao also saw many layers that he had not touched upon. There were many directions to use. A point and a line could converge to form a surface in the end. A point to form a line to form a surface. If one followed a point, one could also form a surface in the end. However, this would be much more difficult. In the end, one had to understand everything. One had to break through the void and achieve a qualitative leap. The more points there were, the more lines there were. Then, it would be much easier to form a surface. Qian Xiaojun's sword allowed Qin Shao to see different points and different lines. Moreover, Qian Xiaojun's gentle methods also gave Qin Shao some enlightenment. This was how a battle with an expert was. It was very important to be able to obtain enlightenment from the other party. This was the purpose of training. After understanding the profoundness of Qian Xiaojuan's sword, Qin Xiao quickly found a way to break it. Qin Zhao's sword changed its path again. It released endless sharpness, as if it had transformed into a huge dragon. No matter how strong the devouring power of a whale was, it could forget about trapping a huge dragon that soared to the 9 heavens. The huge dragon roared, and the power of primordial chaos roared out. It shook Qian Xiaojuan's sword and caused it to disintegrate. Li Shi, not bad. You actually broke my sword so easily. After being broken by Qin Xiao, Qian Xiaojun laughed instead. Meeting a worthy opponent was naturally a very satisfying thing. Experts were like this. They yearned to fight against experts. Only then could they fight to their heart's content. This was also the reason why Qian Xiaojun had come out to fight. He wasn't after glory, nor was he after the points reward, but rather, he wanted to fight against an expert. He saw Qin Xiao as an opponent, which was why he came out to fight. He longed for a fight. The stronger the opponent, the harder it was to fight. Although she had broken Qian Xiaojuan's sword, Qin Xiao didn't feel happy at all. Instead, she said, Qian Xiaojun, it was truly satisfying to fight with you. Come on, don't hide anymore. Show me your true strength. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the audience burst into an uproar. Such a powerful sword move wasn't Qian Xiaojuan's true strength? Just how terrifying was Qian Xiaojuan's true strength? Qian Xiaojun smiled at Qin Xiao and said, All right, since you're so straightforward, then I'll be straightforward too. Then let's not hold back anymore. Let's fight to our heart's content. This move of mine took me tens of thousands of years to finally succeed. Although I've made a few moves before, it wasn't considered a great success. Today you're considered a great success. After today's battle, I'll break through in a few days. Qian Xiaojun had long been confident that he could break through, but he had been suppressing it. Today's battle could be considered as preparation for his breakthrough. Qin Xiao seemed to be only a step away from breaking through, but it was extremely difficult to take this step. The main reason was that Qin Zhao's accumulation was too little. There was no other way. After all, Qin Xiao had only broken through to the elementary application of all creation Tao for a few hundred years. In such a short period of time, no matter how heaven-defying Qin Xiao was, his accumulation was definitely limited. It was naturally difficult to use limited accumulation to break through to a new realm. Due to the lack of accumulation, if he forcefully broke through, it would cause his foundation to collapse. The loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, this matter couldn't be rushed. It had to be done step by step, steadily and surely. Haha, then let's fight to our heart's content. Come on, Qian Xiaojun, let me have a taste of how powerful your ultimate move is. Qin Xiao laughed loudly, and there was quite a bit of lofty aspiration in his voice. Qin Xiao still had the Mountain River sword scripture that he hadn't used, and some new insights that he could add in. Come on. Qian Xiaojun placed one hand behind his back and raised his sword to the sky. His aura was imposing as he looked down at the heavens. Lofty sentiments rose to the clouds, swallowing thousands of miles of rivers. With a single glance, he could see the end of the world. Sword, come. All of a sudden, Qian Xiaojun let out a loud roar, and the entire huge arena began to boil like a raging sea. Swords jumped out of the void one after another, filling the 4 seas and the 4 directions of the world. Everything was filled with swords, completely enveloping the entire huge arena, forming an incomparably huge ball of swords. All the swords stopped horizontally in the void, their tips all pointing at Qin Xiao. All the swords let out sword cries, as if they were living creatures. There were thousands of swords, and so were the sharpness. The cries of the swords shook the 9 heavens, and the sword chi shook the 10 lands. The terrifying sharpness engulfed the entire arena, causing the hearts of everyone in the spectators' stands to tremble. This made them all feel terrified. Even the experts on the yellow board were dumbfounded. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. What a powerful sword Qi! What a terrifying sword formation! Was this Qian Xiaojuan's ultimate move? Terrifying, terrifying, it was too terrifying! Many experts on the yellow board thought that if they went up, they would be killed instantly. Qian Xiaojuan's strength was not to be underestimated. His shout, "Sword, come!" was full of heroic spirit. At this moment Qin Xiao, who was in the wind waterfall, sighed and said with admiration, "Good move, it's so powerful." It was a heartfelt sigh. The all-creation Tao transformed into swords, showing the ultimate sharpness. The sharpness that could destroy everything. It went to an extreme. Many application directions were perfectly fused together, as if they were part of nature. No wonder Qian Xiaojun was so confident. After this battle, he would break through to become a 2-star all-creation master. Qian Xiaojun could easily break through to the intermediate application level of all-creation Tao, but he had been suppressing it. His realm in all aspects had already reached a very high level. In this aspect, Qian Xiaojun had taken advantage of Qin Xiao. He had a great advantage. Sword Mountain River, wherever my sword passes, everything will become ruins. My sword can kill all gods and demons. It's unstoppable. This move, I call it, Sword Come. Qian Xiaojun looked at Qin Xiao, and Qin Xiao also looked at Qian Xiaojun. Their auras were not inferior. Qin Xiao stood there, his aura did not diminish. Standing in the wind waterfall, he did not change his expression. Qin Xiao slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Sword, all things in the world, all swords come. With one sword, heaven and earth will collapse, and all things will be destroyed. 2 simple words, but they can exert all the power. Not bad, not bad. It suits this name very well. Qian Xiaojuan's heroic spirit can be fully expressed with one sword strike. The sword has the heavenly power, and can kill gods and demons. But your sword can't cut through my myriad mountain river. As his voice fell, Qin Xiao waved the sword in his hand. Instantly, the myriad mountain river appeared. Mountain peaks were uprooted from the ground. Rivers meandered between the mountain peaks like huge dragons. Dragons walked through the mountain range. Mountains and rivers appeared, and the sun and moon appeared. Heaven and earth were formed, and all things were awakened. This was originally the mountain river sword scripture. However, the sword Tao did not exist in the heart of all creation world. Under the laws of the myriad Tao, Qin Xiao also changed the mountain river sword scripture, adding in more laws of the myriad Tao, as well as many uses of the myriad Tao. After 300 years of tempering in the myriad arena, he finally created this ultimate move. And this ultimate move was named by Qin Xiao as the Myriad Mountain River. Infusing the Tao of all creation into the mountains and rivers, the power of the mountains and rivers formed an absolute domain, an absolute heaven and earth. In this domain of heaven and earth, Qin Xiao was the only master. Sword kill. Qian Xiaojuan's expression turned slightly serious. Without hesitation, he waved his sword, and all the swords rushed towards Qin Xiao. Tens of thousands of swords covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked. Such a vast and mighty formation was truly frightening. It was indeed sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and killing all gods and demons. Wherever the sword tip passed, everything was destroyed. Qian Xiaojuan's sword was domineering and sharp, and could cut through all resistance. But Qin Zhao's myriad mountain river was formed by all things. As long as all things were not destroyed, the mountains and rivers were endless. So what if you destroyed it with a single sword? As long as all things are here, I can be reborn. Endless growth, all things are revived. Endless destruction, endless annihilation, this was the Tao of the endless growth of all things. Therefore, no matter how domineering Qian Xiaojuan's sword was, it could not cut through the entire Myriad Mountain River. Qin Xiao stood in the middle of the Myriad Mountain River, and naturally, he was in an invincible position. However, Qin Xiao had no way to divide his strength to deal with Qian Xiaojun at this time. Qian Xiaojuan's sword was also endless. The contest between the two naturally entered a state of stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. In the void, the two men faced each other with their swords. However, the two of them laughed. This was the laughter of heroes appreciating each other. Jian Shanhe, it seems like I can't do anything to you today, Qian Xiaojun said with a heroic look. Qin Xiao curled his lips and said, "Isn't it the same for me? I can't do anything to you." Qian Xiaojun shook his head and said, "You can't say that. After all, I have a slight advantage over you. Actually, I could have broken through long ago, but I have been suppressing it. But I can tell that you haven't reached the threshold to break through at any time. So, theoretically speaking, I can take advantage of you. If you have reached this stage, then the one who loses today will definitely be me." Qian Xiaojun was right about this. In terms of using the Myriad Mountain River Tao, Qin Xiao was indeed weaker than Qian Xiaojun. If Qin Xiao had improved further, then the result of today's battle would not be like this. Of course, Qin Xiao did not dare to say that he could suppress Qian Xiaojun completely, but it should be about the same. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. There are no ifs. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. Haha, that's right. So, I admit defeat today. Not because my strength is not as good as yours, but because I admit defeat in terms of heroism. In a battle on the arena, there is no tie, only victory and defeat. There is no point in us continuing to fight. I am about to break through, and the yellow board ranking is meaningless to me, Qian Xiaojun said. Qin Xiao also shook his head and said, "The yellow board ranking is meaningless to me as well. I have never coveted some empty titles." Haha, even so, I will still admit defeat. Qian Xiaojun laughed loudly, and withdrew his sword momentum directly. He flew out of the Myriad Mountain River Tao arena and admitted defeat directly. Qin Xiao also felt helpless. Even so, this was the only way. Chapter 1193. The three heroes of the City Lord Mansion. Since Qian Xiaojun had admitted defeat, the battle was over, and Qin Zhao's battle to defend the stage was over. After 36 victories, Qin Xiao received a total of 648,000 points as a reward. In addition to the 100,000 points that he had received, he now had a total of 748,000 points. A single battle had increased Qin Zhao's score by nearly 750,000 points. In addition to his own 200,000 points, Qin Zhao's total score had reached an astonishing 1,000,000 points. His ranking on the yellow board had soared to more than 3,000, which directly overwhelmed the majority and jumped to a more prominent position. It only took Qin Xiao 300 years to enter the Myriad Arena world and reach the top 3,000 on the yellow board. In such a short period of time, many people probably used it to familiarize themselves with the Myriad Arena world. But Qin Xiao was able to do so. It was truly shocking. However, Qin Xiao didn't care about the ranking of the yellow list at all. After the battle ended, Qin Xiao directly left the Myriad Arena world, leaving behind only a heated discussion in the arena. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, Qin Xiao was calm and collected. She returned to reality. After leaving the cultivation room, Qin Xiao saw Babatu and Fatty whispering to each other. Listening carefully, it turned out that the two of them were actually discussing the defending battle in the Universal Arena world. He was the one who initiated the battle to defend the stage. He didn't expect that it would spread so widely in the heart of all things world. Even Babatu and the others knew about it. Qin Shao shook her head and smiled. She walked over and asked, "What are you talking about? Why are you so excited?" Seeing that Qin Shao was here, Babatu and Little Fatty stopped their discussion. Babata grinned and said, "Big brother Qin, aren't you cultivating in the Myriad Arena? You should know about this. The battle that Jian Shanha initiated was so exciting. Big brother Qin should have gone to the arena to watch, right?" "That's right, Big brother Qin. It's said that Jian Shanha has only been in the Myriad Arena world for 300 years, and he has already created one legendary battle record after another." "Oh right, Big brother Qin, didn't you also enter the Myriad Arena world 300 years ago? What a coincidence." "Brother Qin, don't tell me this is you?" Little Fatty asked. Qin Shao smiled and said, "How could it be me? I'm not that powerful." "Alright, I'll go look for the city lord. You guys continue your discussion." After saying that, Qin Shao left. After sending Qin Shao off, Babatu scratched his head and said thoughtfully, "Little Fatty, didn't you tell me that Brother Qin has a unique skill called the Mountain River Sword?" This was very similar to Jian Shanha's myriad mountains and rivers. And you see, they both have the words mountain river in them. Jian Shanha's name also has the words mountain river in it. I feel that all of this is not a coincidence. Most importantly, did you notice that Brother Qin was in a good mood just now? And on this issue, he tried his best to avoid us. Don't you think it's strange? Little Fatty nodded and said, "Yes, I think it's strange. Don't tell me that Jian Shanha is really Brother Qin? Brother Qin doesn't want to be too high profile, so he didn't admit it in front of us? It should be. After all, there are many troubles when people become famous. Brother Qin has always been a cautious person." Batu nodded. Qin Shao didn't admit it. It wasn't because he didn't trust them, but because he didn't want more people to know. Jian Shanha's name had shaken the entire Myriad Arena world. The commotion it caused wasn't small. "Haha, Brother Qin Shao, I was just about to ask Yixian to invite you. I didn't expect you to come." The Qidong City Lord laughed when he saw Qin Shao. Qin Shao returned a smile and said, "It's about time. Naturally I had to come. I naturally can't be negligent." "Haha, Brother Qin Shao, you can be said to have shone in the Myriad Arena world this time. You have created a legendary record. You don't know how famous you are now. It can be said that your name has shaken the entire Myriad Arena world. With your current fame, I don't know how many streets you've left behind me. Compared to you, I've become an obscure pawn." Qi Dong said. Qin Shao smiled faintly, but didn't take it seriously and said, "What does that have to do with me? The famous one is Jian Shanha, not me, Qin Shao. I am still me. I have nothing to do with Jian Shanha." Qin Zhao's indifference to fame and fortune was also something that Qi Dong admired. "Qin Shao, people like you who don't seek fame and fortune and don't like achievements are really rare. To be honest, I can't be as indifferent and free as you. As the saying goes, a tree lives with a layer of skin, a person lives with a face. When people live, they are more or less fighting for fame and fortune. Fame and fortune are also a kind of reward for strength, a kind of portrayal. Because only with great strength can you obtain these. Without strength as the foundation, then everything is just empty talk. With strength, you can obtain everything. You don't seek fame and fortune. To be able to view fame and fortune so lightly, it's really very admirable. The strength of your mental state is indeed far from what I can compare to." All along, Qin Shao had been relatively indifferent to fame and fortune. He also never went to fight for fame and fortune. Everything was just a matter of when the conditions were right. Furthermore, a lot of fame and fortune placed in front of him, he actually rejected them all. Qin Shao came from a lowly background in the first place. He was deeply aware of the bitterness of being lowly and also recalled the sweetness of being lowly. He had never felt that there was anything bad about being lowly. Therefore, when he became powerful, he also never felt that being lowly was a kind of disgrace. Since young, he didn't like fame and fortune. When he became powerful, he still didn't like it. He had always maintained that pure and innocent heart of his. For so many years, it had never changed or been shaken. I've always been relatively indifferent to it. Having suffered the bitterness of fighting for fame and fortune, it might have made me hate fighting for fame and fortune since young. What I pursue now is only strength. Everything else is illusory to me. If possible, I'm willing to remain unknown. This way there will be less trouble and let me be able to cultivate more easily, Qin Shao said. Qidong smiled but said, "But Qin Shao, you might not have thought of this kind of good thing. Your strength has already been revealed in the Myriad Arena world. Therefore, when you make a move in the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance, others will immediately know that Jian Shanhe is you. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. Therefore, you see, in the Myriad Arena world, many people are actually using their real identities. After all, this kind of thing can't be hidden for long. The stronger the expert, the harder it is to hide. Now that you're so famous, if you want to hide it, unless you don't make a move in the future, it's obviously impractical. And I reckon that after a long time, some clues will be found." Qin Shao nodded. He also knew this. Let's not care about this, lest we add more trouble. Let's hide it for as long as we can. As a person, it's best to follow your heart. There's no need to scheme too deliberately. It's meaningless. Haha, you're right. That's why you're so free and easy. It's me who's too limited. Qidong smiled and waved his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Since you're here, why don't you sit here and have a drink with me? I'll go and line up. After 3 days, we'll leave for Xingchen Mansion. The Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance is not only a good stage for you to show your face and stand out, but also a good opportunity for you to fight for cultivation resources. It's also a good opportunity for you to train. No matter how good the training in the Myriad Arena world is, it's still somewhat different from the training in reality. After all, in the Myriad Arena you won't die. With this subconscious there will be some restraint. The Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance is different. If you're not careful, you might really die. With the threat of death, it might stimulate you even more. I see that you've gained a lot in the 300 years of training in the Myriad Arena world. Now, you're just short of an opportunity to break through. Perhaps the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance will be an opportunity for you. Qin Shao nodded and agreed with Qidong's words. He was looking forward to the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance now. He felt that the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance would be an opportunity for him to break through. He couldn't gain the accumulation of time in a short period of time, but the stimulation of battle could maximize his potential. This would speed up his accumulation of time. Quantitative change could lead to quality, but so could enlightenment. A large amount of comprehension would come at a great speed. Now, what Qin Shao lacked was this. 3 days later, everything was ready. Qidong stood up and said, "Brother Qin Shao, let's get ready to go." Qin Shao nodded. Soon, he saw 2 figures walking over hand in hand. One was Yi Xian, and the other was Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng could appear with Yi Xian, it meant that Qin Feng would also participate in the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance this time. Qin Feng had already joined the City Lord Mansion? One had to know that only the City Lord Mansion's people were qualified to participate in the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance. People from other forces weren't qualified. Take Lu Heshi, for example. No matter how strong he was, unless he was willing to join the City Lord Mansion, he wasn't qualified. However, Qin Feng believed that Lu Heshi wouldn't join the City Lord Mansion just because of the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance. Big brother Qin, we meet again. Qin Feng politely bowed to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was now the Vice City Lord of Bai City. Qin Feng should have called him Vice City Lord. However, when Qin Feng came, he was reminded by Yi Xian, so he followed Yi Xian and called him Big Brother Qin. In terms of age in this world, they were older than Qin Shao. Yes, we meet again. Seeing Qin Feng, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel like laughing. It was mainly because he remembered what happened in the all-creation arena world. Qin Feng, that unlucky guy, died 3 times in his hands. This was an ill-fated relationship. However, Qin Shao still held back his laughter and nodded to Qin Feng to greet him. Hee, brother Qin Shao, since you all know each other, I won't introduce you. Qin Feng also joined our City Lord Mansion 100 years ago. Now we are family. This time, the 3 of you will represent our Bai City and compete on the same stage with the outstanding talents of Myriad Cities to fight for the glory of Myriad Cities. Qi Dong City Lord said. As expected, he joined the City Lord Mansion. However, Qin Shao wasn't moved or surprised. After all, Qin Feng's background was relatively ordinary. It was pretty good for him to join the City Lord Mansion. Yi Xian smiled and said, Foster father, Qin Feng and I mainly want to broaden our horizons and experience setbacks to accompany Big Brother Qin, this crown prince, to study. As the saying goes, a red flower needs a green leaf to serve as a foil. We are that green leaf. Hee, Big Brother Qin, this time we will be watching your wonderful performance. Qin Shao smiled and said, Yi Xian, how can you lose at the end of the battle? This isn't what a man should do. No matter what, you should give it a try. You don't need to compete for the title, but you need to have a clear conscience. If you can gain something, then this trip is a success. What you want is your own success, not the success in the eyes of others. Chapter 1194. Star Mansion. The heart of all things world was divided into 9 territories. The 9 territories circled around the All Things Palace. 1 territory ruled over 100 mansions, 1 territory ruled over 10,000 cities. This was the world system of the heart of all things world. The All Things Palace stood above the 9 heavens. It ruled over the heavens and maintained the order of the entire world. The Star Mansion was one of the 900 mansions. Among the 10,000 cities it ruled, Bai City was one of them. Through the teleportation array, Qin Shao and the other 3 quickly arrived at the Star Mansion. There was no one to receive them. After leaving the teleportation array, Qi Dong found a nearby inn and prepared to stay there. There were still a few days before the start of the Battle of Myriad Cities. There was no hurry to go to the Star Mansion. Wow, this is the Star Disgrace Mansion. It feels so grand. It's not something our Bai City can compare to. Look, all the people on the street are 1-star all things practitioners. It's as if there are no starless people here. Qin Feng looked around in shock. Yi Xian didn't find it strange. It was probably because he came to the Star Mansion with his adoptive father Qi Dong a few times. Hence, he didn't find it strange. Qin Shao naturally didn't find it strange. Compared to the big cities in the divine world, what was this? Compared to the desolate land's divine palace and the heavenly court island, what was this? Yi Xian smiled and said, Qin Feng, don't look like a country bumpkin. There aren't many starless people in our Bai City. Naturally, starless people can't enter the Star Mansion. Those who can enter should be at least 1-star all things practitioners. Not to mention 1-star all things practitioners, even 2-star all things practitioners aren't rare here. The Star Mansion is huge. What we see now is just the tip of the iceberg. There are still a few days. I'll take you around the Star Mansion and you'll know how big it is. Qin Feng had an expectant look. He really hadn't seen much of the world. However, Qin Feng admired Qin Zhao quite a bit. He was sure that it was Qin Zhao's first time in the Star Mansion. However, he could be so calm. This state of mind was indeed far from what he could achieve. Soon, they arrived at the inn. Just as Yi Xian had said, the innkeeper of the inn was a 2-star all-creation cultivator. That's crazy, that's crazy. Which organization wouldn't a 2-star all-knowing expert be a big shot? You're actually the shopkeeper of an inn? Tai Feng looked like he had been greatly stimulated. Yi Xian patted Qin Feng's shoulder with a mocking smile and said, "What's there to be excited about? Any decent store here would have a 2-star all-things expert overseeing it. Do you think it's easy to do business in the Star Mansion? An ordinary 2-star all-creation cultivator would only be able to do some errands. Only a 2-star all-things being with a bit of experience can become a city lord. Once you become the city lord, your status will be different." The Qidong city lord said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, give us a good courtyard to stay in for a year." Oh, this city lord has really come at the right time. There's only one heaven-grade courtyard left. If he had come any later, it would have been gone. Our inn is the closest to the Star Mansion, and the conditions nearby are the best. Hee, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Even if there was some element of exaggeration, it should be more or less the same. The Qidong city lord nodded and said, "All right, open it for me. How many universal stones are there in total?" Just as the shopkeeper was about to open his mouth, an untimely voice interrupted him. "Oh, isn't this Brother Qidong? What a coincidence. I met an old acquaintance the moment I arrived at the Star Mansion. Shopkeeper Tong, I'm a regular customer of yours. You must give me the last heaven-grade courtyard, right?" The one who spoke was a burly man. His body was emitting a strong murderous aura. With one look, one could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The burly man brought along 5 young men. All of them were arrogant and had an extraordinary aura. The 5 youths were also looking at Qin Zhao and the other 2 with malicious intentions. Their arrogant faces were filled with disdain and contempt, their faces filled with disdain and disdain. Their arrogant faces were filled with provocation. This group of people really pissed him off. Qidong squinted his eyes and smiled mischievously. He said, "9 Chaos City Lord, do you have to snatch food from me? How can there be no first come, first serve?" In his calm voice, there was obviously displeasure. The smell of gunpowder rose imperceptibly. It seemed that the 2 of them didn't match. The 9 Chaos City Lord smiled and said, "First come, first serve? What's that? I, 9 Chaos City Lord, have never heard of such a thing. I say, Qidong City Lord, are you getting worse as you live? How have you been a City Lord all these years? Do I have a good relationship with you? Why can't I snatch food from you? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Shopkeeper Tong, what do you think?" Shopkeeper Tong looked at the Qidong City Lord with an awkward expression. Although he was also a 2-star all-things cultivator, his identity was only that of a shopkeeper. The 2 men in front of him were city lords in charge of a city. Their statuses were naturally not something a shopkeeper like him could compare with. In terms of strength, he knew that he was not as good as the 2 city lords in front of him. Moreover, he knew the 9 Chaos City Lord and knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. Although he was not afraid of offending the 9 Chaos City Lord, he felt that it was not necessary. If the 9 Chaos City Lord really became the Star Mansion's mansion master one day, he could definitely settle the score with him after that. If he could avoid offending him, he would try his best not to. Qidong saw Shopkeeper Tong's pleading eyes, but he didn't care. Instead, he said, "Shopkeeper Tong, your inn has opened its doors for business. For your business to be so prosperous, don't tell me you don't even have the most basic sincerity? Don't tell me that in your inn you talk with your fists instead of first come, first served? I've already told you that I want this heaven-class courtyard. Don't tell me that the verbal promise doesn't count? If this is your inn's business philosophy, I think it's necessary to let others know your inn's way of doing things. Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Tong was frightened. He quickly said, Qidong City Lord, you've misunderstood. Our inn has been passed down in the Star Mansion for hundreds of millions of years. I've always cared about reputation and reputation the most. Verbal promises naturally count, but the Qidong City Lord knew what shopkeeper Tong wanted to say, so he didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. He directly interrupted shopkeeper Tong's words, since it's counted, then it's fine. Then the last heaven courtyard should be mine. Give me a post so that I can pay you. I've traveled a long way to get here. I'm going to take a rest. Shopkeeper Tong, please don't waste my time. Shopkeeper Tong looked like she was about to cry as she looked at Qidong and then at the 9 Chaos City Lord. The 9 Chaos City Lord glared at Qidong angrily. He felt that he had lost face. A young man behind the 9 Chaos City Lord jumped out. He pointed at Qidong's nose and scolded, Humph! Qidong City Lord, who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect our City Lord? When our City Lord was the City Lord, you didn't even know where you were. You're just a junior. How dare you shout like that? Are you tired of living? How dare you snatch something from us? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His words angered Qidong. Slap. Qidong directly made a move, and a resounding slap landed heavily on the young man's face. The smell of gunpowder exploded in an instant. The aura of both sides became tense. A great battle was about to break out. After being slapped by Qidong, the young man was very unconvinced. However, when he saw Qidong's extremely cold and murderous eyes, he still felt some fear and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The 9 Chaos City Lord glared at Qidong coldly. Humph! Qidong, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've become more and more arrogant. Who gave you the guts to lecture my man in front of me? Obviously, the 9 Chaos City Lord was furious. However, the Qidong City Lord didn't back down. He replied coldly, 9 Chaos City Lord, since he's your dog, you should watch him. Since he let your dog bite people, he should be beaten. You only gave him a slap, which was light enough. If he wasn't in the inn, he would have been dead. How dare you? The 9 Chaos City Lord was enraged as though he had been greatly provoked. The Qidong City Lord sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? If I want to kill a dog, do you think you can stop me? The 9 Chaos City Lord was so angry that his face almost turned green. However, Qidong's domineering attitude made him very uncomfortable. The 9 Chaos City Lord swung his arm and said fiercely, Good, good. Good, Qidong. It seems like you're really determined to be my enemy. Forget it, I've always disdained a wretched thing like you. Today, I won't lower myself to your level. However, I'll remember today's score. I'll definitely settle it with you later. After saying that, the 9 Chaos City Lord waved his hand and left with his people. However, when they left, the group of 6 people swept their eyes over Qin Shao and the other 2 like a 1,000-year-old viper. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of threat. Obviously, Qin Shao and the other 2 would be the focus of their care. The Qidong City Lord's performance just now made Qin Shao and the others admire him. That was how a man should be. That was how a hero should be. After sending off the 9 Chaos City Lord and the others, Qidong didn't care. Instead, he continued to ask shopkeeper Tong for a courtyard. Since the 9 Chaos City Lord had left, shopkeeper Tong naturally gave Qidong the heaven courtyard without hesitation. Then, he asked a waiter to bring Qin Shao and the others to the courtyard. It was indeed a heaven courtyard. In terms of grandeur, it wasn't inferior to the Qidong City Lord mansion. Of course, it was just smaller. However, Qin Shao and the others were only staying there temporarily, so it didn't need to be so big. Moreover, there were some servants who could be sent to run errands, buy food, and other small errands. After settling down in the courtyard, Qi Dong called Qin Shao and the other two over and said with a serious face, "I had some conflicts with the 9 Chaos City Lord in the early years. This person is sinister and vicious. He's very good at holding grudges and will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. Today, he was humiliated by me. Moreover, I taught his people a lesson in front of him. Therefore, he will definitely take revenge for this. It's not that easy to take revenge on me. Therefore, it's very likely that they will attack you. Be careful and don't fall into their trap. However, in the Star Mansion, they won't dare to act recklessly. They won't go too far. You just need to be careful. There's nothing to be afraid of." Yi Xian also said with righteous indignation, "Foster father, these people are too arrogant and despicable. They don't take us seriously at all and want to trample us under their feet. How can such a thing happen? Humph, they want to take revenge on us. Why should we be afraid of them? We'll teach them a lesson if they come." Chapter 1195. Star Island. After giving some instructions to Yi Xian, Qi Dong left. He needed to meet some old friends and register for the competition in the Star Mansion. There were some procedures to go through. In addition, he needed to confirm the specific time, meeting place, and the content of the competition. He had to understand some of the broken locks in advance so that he wouldn't be flustered when the time came. Obviously, Qi Dong wouldn't come back so soon. So, Qin Shao and the other two could arrange themselves freely. Anyway, Yi Xian had been to the Star Mansion several times and was familiar with the place. There was nothing to worry about. Of course, Qi Dong also warned Qin Shao and the other two that they had to be careful in the Star Mansion. They couldn't act rashly. Yi Xian also told Qin Shao and Qin Feng about the rules of the Star Mansion. Generally speaking, the rules were similar to the rules of Bai City. They were under the same system, so there wasn't much difference. It just meant that the structure of the Star Mansion was much bigger and Bai City couldn't compare with it. There were countless big forces in the Star Mansion. Two-star all things experts were everywhere. They weren't rare. So, it was better to keep a low profile in the Star Mansion. Qin Feng originally wanted to go out and have a look at the Star Mansion to broaden his horizons. However, Qin Shao and Yi Xian weren't interested. Yi Xian had been here several times, so he wasn't interested in strolling around anymore. It wasn't new. As for Qin Shao, he wasn't new either. So, in the end, the minority obeyed the majority. Yi Xian suggested that they go to the Star Island together. It was a good place, so it was worth a visit. Brother Qin, you may not know. The Star Island is a special feature of the Star Mansion. It can be said that it's a holy land for comprehension. It's said that when the Universal Palace built the 900 prefectures, they built a special holy land for comprehension and cultivation in each of the prefectures. Of course, the Holy Land for comprehension and cultivation is a special feature of the prefectures. The symbol of the prefectures is also managed by the Mansion Master. If you want to enter it, you have to pay a lot of universal stones. And this can be considered as a source of income for the Mansion Master's mansion. The Astral Islands also attracted Qin Shao and Qin Feng. The two of them nodded, indicating that they could go and take a look. Qin Feng asked, "Yi Xian, you should go in. How do you feel?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "It feels pretty good. But the duration of each session is relatively short, usually only 3 days. All in all, he still had a lot of feelings. Of course, the more he entered, the less effective it would be. The first few times I went in, the effect was definitely there. In any case, I think it's worth it. Many people can gain great enlightenment from it. There are even some who have broken through." Since Yi Xian had said so, Qin Feng and Qin Zhao's interest became even stronger. In that case, it was indeed a good place. It was worth going to take a look. The three of them quickly arrived at Star Island. As they approached, they saw a huge island floating in the void, like a god standing above the 9 heavens. The security of this place was incomparably tight. There was a powerful prefecture guard stationed here. Just the 2-star all-things wielders alone numbered 4. Every 2-star all-knowing person commanded an army to guard one area. All 4 directions of the world were guarded. Under such tight security, even a city lord would not dare to act rashly here. Moreover, this was the mansion master's mansion. Who would have the guts to act rashly here? It could only be said that the mansion master was too generous. Just to guard Star Island, he sent out such a powerful force. The price to enter the Star Mansion to comprehend for 3 days was as high as 100,000 universal stones. 100,000 universal stones. Most of the 1-star all-existence experts could not take out that much. So many universal stones, Qin Shao could not take out that much now. However, Yi Xian was rich and overbearing. He took out 300,000 universal stones and paid for Qin Shao and Qin Feng. Qin Shao and Qin Feng did not stand on ceremony. After handing over the universal stones and receiving a token, the 3 of them entered Star Island. As soon as they stepped into Star Island, everything changed and the stars moved. They entered another world. There were all kinds of stars here. It was a small world built by stars. Everything in the world was a star. The entire island was a huge star. On the island, stars could be seen scattered everywhere. The most mysterious thing was the endless stars in the sky. All kinds of stars outlined everything in the world, perfectly integrating the mystery of all creation Tao. The usage of all heavens was also hidden in it. Of course, it was not an easy thing to comprehend from it. However, the inspiration it gave was also great. How much one could comprehend would depend on one's luck. As soon as they entered, Qin Shao was stunned by the stars in front of him. He was instantly immersed in it. It was as if he was soaring in the endless world of all kinds of stars. It was a wonderful feeling. It was difficult to describe it with words. Heaven and earth, all creation, cycle, alignment, trajectory, mystery, usage, these seemingly scattered and indescribable things were linked together in a wonderful way. They were fused together and displayed in a very special way. Exquisite. It's really exquisite. The person who set up this Star Island must have a very deep attainment in the usage of all creation Tao. It's very likely that it was done by a master of all creation Tao. Even if it wasn't done by a master, it was done by someone close to a master. Qin Zhao's vision was very high. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that the Star Island was very exquisite and not simple. To be able to set up this Star Island, one must have extraordinary means. And from this, Qin Shao was indeed touched and enlightened a lot of people. In many ways, he was touched. This touched, to a large extent, increased Qin Zhao's accumulation. What was accumulation? Accumulation was like picking up seashells by the sea. Every time you walked a distance, you would pick up a shell. The more you walked, the more shells you would pick up. This was a kind of accumulation that relied on time. If you couldn't walk that long, you wouldn't pick up that many shells. This was a decisive factor. But what was enlightenment? It was like suddenly finding a large pile of shells in a place. This would allow you to pick up a lot of shells even though you walked less. In this way, your accumulation would naturally increase rapidly. It would allow you to walk less. Immersed in the Star Island, Qin Shao was completely in a daze. But the effect of this enlightenment was much better than when he was in the world of all creation arena. Therefore, Qin Shao was instantly immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. After an unknown period of time, a harsh voice suddenly interrupted Qin Zhao's immersion and pulled Qin Shao back from that wonderful state. Having his comprehension and cultivation forcibly interrupted by someone made Qin Shao very unhappy. Only 2 days had passed. There was still one more day, so it couldn't be that the time was up. Qin Shao looked over and saw a few figures in front of him. When he saw those people, Qin Zhao's expression couldn't help but turn cold. He was very unhappy. Yi Xian and Qin Feng were also interrupted. Both of them stared at the 5 people in front of them with displeasure. These 5 people were naturally none other than the 5 young geniuses brought by the 9 Chaos City Lord. The 5 of them were all unfriendly. They stared at Qin Zhao and the other 2 like ferocious beasts eyeing their prey. The corners of their mouths curled up in a playful, greedy, and sinister sneer. Their hostility was dense. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. The leader of the 5 was a man in purple clothes. It was rare for a man to wear purple clothes. Clothes of this color were usually worn by girls. That way they would look beautiful. If a man wore it, it would more or less make people feel a little strange. The purple-clothed young man looked disdainfully at Qin Zhao and the other 2. His eyes were full of contempt. The corners of his mouth curled up. His words were full of a strong sense of superiority. Humph! Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect to meet you 3 pieces of trash here. Trash? Such humiliating words instantly ignited the anger of Qin Zhao and the other 2. Their expressions became a little ugly. Yi Xian was unable to restrain his anger. Bastard, who are you calling trash? I'm calling whoever answered trash. Is there a need to ask? I'm calling the 3 of you trash. Is there a need to ask? The purple-clothed young man was very proud and arrogant. After cursing, he laughed wantonly. The 4 young men behind him also laughed. Their laughter was full of sarcasm. Trash, who are you calling trash? This time, without waiting for Yi Xian to get angry, Qin Zhao coldly said. The purple-clothed young man pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded. Of course I'm calling you trash. Trash is calling you guys. Oh, you're right. It's indeed trash who is calling me trash. There are really all kinds of wretched people these days. There are even people who call themselves trash. However, you're quite honest. You even know that you're trash. In this regard, at least you have self-awareness. Qin Zhao curled his lips and said. Hearing this, the purple-clothed young man didn't react for a moment. Yi Xian and Qin Feng understood the meaning behind it. Their anger immediately turned into laughter. Haha, Qin Feng, did you hear that? So it's trash who is calling us trash. And don't say it's really trash. It's not bad to have this bit of self-awareness. Yi Xian laughed and said. Qin Feng also couldn't stop laughing. He said, I heard it. How can I not hear it when you said it so loudly? Since we're being called trash, then we'll be more generous. We can't stoop to trash's level, right? Wouldn't that make us seem a little too low? Yeah, trash. You guys go. We don't want to bicker with trash. Yi Xian waved his hand at the purple-clothed young man. Qin Zhao Trio's chorus also finally made the purple-clothed young man and the other 4 understand what they meant. Only now did the purple-clothed young man realize that he fell for Qin Zhao's trick just now and suffered a great loss verbally. Such humiliation made the purple-clothed young man's face turn green with shame and anger. His shame turned into anger, and his killing intent surged. The other 4 also became extremely ferocious, like wolves, tigers, and leopards. Brat, you're courting death, courting death! The purple-clothed young man gnashed his teeth in anger, his killing intent surging. The 5 people surrounded Qin Zhao Trio all of a sudden. Especially the purple-clothed young man. He was bristling with anger and was extremely vicious, looking like he wanted to kill Qin Zhao Trio and be happy. What? You guys still want to fight here? Qin Zhao swept a glance at the purple-clothed young man and said indifferently. Chapter 1196. I don't believe you won't come out. Qin Zhao's words sounded like a sign of weakness to the purple-clothed teenager. The purple-clothed teenager sneered disdainfully. What? Are you scared? Ha ha ha, I forgot that this is Star Island. You can't do anything here. So you mean that you'll be safe as long as you hide here? That's right. If you hide here all the time, then I can't do anything to you. I don't dare to do anything to you. You three poor creatures who use Star Island to shelter you. Do you know that you're really sad? You're just three pieces of trash. How dare you shout here? Today I'll make it clear. You can hide in Star Island all the time if you dare. Otherwise, let your Chi-Dong city governor come to pick you up. Humph, otherwise, as long as you dare to come out, I'll kill you. I don't believe you won't come out. Haha, let's go and guard outside. After that, the purple-clothed teenager waved his hand and left Star Island with the four people. The noise here attracted a lot of onlookers. Many young geniuses who came to participate in the Battle of 10,000 Cities came to Star Island to comprehend. Naturally, many geniuses gathered here. The purple-clothed teenager's insufferably arrogant words caused a lot of excitement. The crowd was also pointing and whispering. Who are these three people? Did they lose their temper after being scolded? Those 5 people are so arrogant. That's right. That purple-clothed teenager's strength should be good. Besides, they have the advantage in numbers. It's normal for them to be arrogant. Yeah, I guess there's going to be a good show. Do you think they dare to go out now? I don't think so. Those 5 people must be guarding outside. As soon as they go out, they'll definitely suffer. During each battle of 10,000 cities, many geniuses who come to participate in the competition die before the competition. Don't dare? Qin Zhao's mouth curved into a cold smile. Since he was born, there was nothing he didn't dare to do. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. They're bullying us too much. Let's go out and see what they can do to us. Yi Xian was angry. However, Qin Feng said cautiously, Yi Xian, don't be impulsive. Those people are obviously provoking us on purpose to find a chance to attack us. If we go out now, we're falling into their trap. Moreover, they have the advantage in numbers. If we go out and clash with them now, we will be the ones at a disadvantage. I think we should inform the city governor and see what he'll do. If we act rashly, we'll suffer. We came to the Star Mansion this time to participate in the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance. Everything should be based on the overall situation. Don't act on impulse. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and said, Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to inform my foster father about such a thing? What kind of person would come crying to an adult before the fight even started? No, I can't do such a shameful thing either. I don't care. If you want to fight, then let's fight. They have people, they have the of, studios, is of to studio of, don't be afraid of life and death. If you don't accept it, just fight. Why should we be afraid of them? If we hide here and don't dare to go out, won't we become a joke? I can't accept this kind of humiliation. Qin Feng, you're right to be cautious. However, for this matter, we should be hot-blooded. Otherwise, with so many people looking at us, they're waiting for us to become a joke. Qin Feng, are you willing to become a joke? How can you raise your head in the Battle of 10,000 Cities if you do that? Qin Feng's expression was also very unsightly. He shook his head and said with a bitter face, Yexian, I know what you're talking about. It's just that, if we send ourselves to their door like this, we'll be at a disadvantage. Their goal is very clear. They are here to take our lives. If we really fall into their trap, we might really die in their hands. Death was indeed a very frightening thing. In the face of death, how many people could look at it calmly? On one hand, it was dignity. On the other hand, it was the threat of death. 2 options, how to choose. Yi Xian was in the radical faction, while Qin Feng was in the conservative faction. Seeing the two of them arguing, Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled faintly. What's there to argue about? You're worrying too much. Aren't they just 5 clowns? Since they're here to kill us, let's warm up and make a name for ourselves. This is a good opportunity for us. They're giving us such a good opportunity. What else do we have to think about? Let's go. It's just a small matter. Don't be nervous. Leave it to me. After saying that, Qin Shao walked away with large strides. Such lofty sentiments and casual words stunned Yexian and Qin Feng to the point they looked at each other in dismay. They were shocked to the point they were speechless for a moment. Wasn't this confidence a little too big? Although Yi Xian and Qin Feng didn't know the strength of the 5 people in purple, they could feel that their strength was definitely not ordinary. Without a certain amount of confidence, would they dare to be so arrogant? One had to know that this place was filled with geniuses and experts. If they were so arrogant and despotic with ordinary strength, they might provoke a few masters. It wasn't impossible to directly humiliate them. After all, many experts were full of arrogance and couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in their eyes. Such a situation couldn't be more common. Yi Xian recalled Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance in the all-creation arena world. Even Qian Xiaojun, who was publicly recognized as one of the top experts in the Yellow region, was defeated by Qin Xiao. Qin Zhao's strength should have reached the top level among the one-star all-creation experts. Thinking like this, Yi Xian felt relieved. He didn't have to worry about anything at all. Anxious, chaotic. He didn't think in this direction just now. Haha, that's right. They're just 5 clowns. I believe that we don't even need to make a move. Big Brother Qin can settle them. Qin Feng, we don't have to worry about anything. Let's go and watch the show. Yi Xian patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said. Qin Feng was still in a daze. His face was puzzled. He looked at Yi Xian with a head full of fog. He didn't understand what was going on. But his intuition told him that there was a secret that he didn't know. Since Big Brother Qin and Yi Xian were so confident, then he should also go. The onlookers who originally thought that Qin Xiao and the other 2 wouldn't dare to go out became interested when they saw that Qin Xiao and the other 2 actually dared to go out. One by one, they were ready to watch a good show. Outside the Star Island, in an open space, the young man in purple and the other 4 stood guard in a battle array. The 5 people's faces were brimming with a playful smile. Big Brother Lei Ming, that was really satisfying. Haha, Big Brother Lei Ming is still the domineering one. Those 3 trash didn't even dare to reply. Didn't you say that? Just those 3 trash, Big Brother Lei Ming can easily kill them. Big Brother Lei Ming, those 3 trash definitely won't dare to come out. It's really annoying to let them go like this. What can we do? Fighting is not allowed on the Star Island. We can only wait here. The 4 people were complimenting each other. The young man in purple, Lei Ming, was enjoying it very much. He was obviously the leader of the 5 and the seeded player that the 9 Chaos City Lord had high hopes for this time. As for the other 4, they more or less felt like they were accompanying the Crown Prince. Lei Ming laughed very proudly. His face was full of thick arrogance. His nostrils were in the air, and he said, "Of course. Those 3 trash dare to call themselves geniuses? I know Bai City. It's just a small and barren city. There can't be any decent geniuses. With the strength of those 3 pieces of trash, I can cripple them with one hand. Humph, Qidong, that guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, dares to go against my father. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't have the strength to deal with Qidong. Can't I vent my anger on those 3 trash? If we can kill them, we can also embarrass Qidong." "Ha!" A young man beside the young man in purple, Lei Ming, said, "Brother Lei Ming, do you think those 3 trash will directly ask the Qidong City Lord for help and ask him to come and pick them up?" Lei Ming curled his lips disdainfully and said, "There's still a possibility, and it's not small. But it doesn't matter. If they really ask Qidong to pick them up, then this shame will be nailed to them forever. At that time, we'll publicize it well. Humph, let's see if Qidong still has the face to stay in the Battle of Wan City. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No matter what they do, we'll embarrass them." "Haha, yes, yes, yes. Brother Lei Ming is so wise. I admire you. Brother Lei Ming, you're so calculating. This is simply an unsolvable situation." Haha, this time we're going to make a name for ourselves. Hey Lei Ming, look. That guy really dares to come out. Following this sentence, the 5 of them looked over. Sure enough, they saw Qin Shao walking out with a calm face. This calmness made the 5 of them very unhappy. Death is at hand, why are you still pretending to be calm? Can't you show a little fear and cowardice? You're not cooperating at all. Lei Ming glanced at Qin Shao from the corner of his eyes and snorted. What's wrong, kid? Are you the only one here? Where are the other 2? Are you so scared that you don't dare to come out? Humph, humph, humph. Looks like you have some guts. To be honest, I admire people with guts, but it's useless. Today I said that you, little trash, will die. Then I'll definitely fulfill my promise. If I say that I want you to die, you will definitely die. Otherwise, won't I, Lei Ming, be a person who doesn't keep his word? Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Then I'm afraid that I'll really disappoint you today. It's not as simple as that. It's going to be extremely disappointing. Another voice sounded. It was Yi Xian and Qin Feng. Behind the 2 of them, there were many figures who came to watch. They were all geniuses from various cities who came to participate in the Battle of Myriad Cities. All of a sudden, the place became lively. Lei Ming glanced at Yi Xian and the others. The playfulness on his face deepened, and his smile became even more wanton. Looks like you 3 trash really aren't afraid of death. Between dignity and life, you chose the former. Very good, very good. I'm starting to admire your courage. Not bad, not bad. From this point of view, at least you trash have some value. Humph, but you're still going to die today. Now that so many people have come to send you off, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. 3 pieces of trash, I'll let everyone see how you'll die in my hands. Remember, the person who will kill you is called Lei Ming. If you aren't too ignorant and inexperienced, you should have heard of this young master's great name. But don't be afraid, because it's too late to be afraid. It's all too late. Chapter 1197. It's actually very easy to die. I, Lei Ming, declare that you're all dead. This sentence was like a divine judgment, directly giving Qin Shao and the others a death sentence. How overbearing was this? How insufferably arrogant. Lei Ming's arrogance made many people feel uncomfortable. Some of the geniuses from other cities started to discuss. Such arrogance was indeed a bit infuriating. But soon, someone noticed something. There's someone called Lei Ming from the 9th heaven on the Myriad Arena World's Huang board, right? He's ranked around 70,000 on the Huang board. Could it be that Lei Ming from the 9th heaven is this purple-clothed man? Yes, I've been thinking about this. He should have the strength to be so arrogant. His style is very similar to Lei Ming from the 9th heaven. Not necessarily. Maybe he's just bluffing. There are many people like him who like to brag. Lei Ming heard those discussions and sneered. That's right. I'm called Lei Ming from the 9th heaven in the Myriad Arena world. I haven't been there for a while. I heard that there's a brat called Jian Shanha who's very arrogant in the Myriad Arena world. That's because I didn't go there. Otherwise, I'll definitely make Jian Shanha lose face. How can I let a brat like him shine? Such shameless words made quite a few people feel disgusted when they heard it. He really doesn't know how to brag. Even Qian Shaojun was defeated by Jian Shanha. Lei Ming actually dares to brag? Lei Ming, do you mean that you can defeat Qian Shaojun? Even if you're Lei Ming from the 9th heaven, you're only ranked around 70,000 on the Huang board. Many Huang board experts who were ranked higher than you were defeated by Jian Shanha. Even Qian Shaojun was defeated by Jian Shanha. You're so confident that you can look down on Jian Shanha? Lei Ming, you're so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue? It seemed that Jian Shanha was quite popular and had a good reputation. Many people would defend him. Lei Ming was unhappy when he saw so many people refuting him. He stared at those people and said, It's just the Huang board ranking. As everyone knows, the Huang board ranking can't be used to measure a person's strength. If we're talking about the Huang board ranking, Jian Shanhe was ranked 90,000 before. If we're talking about the Huang board ranking, what qualifications does he have to fight with Qian Shaojun? I'm just keeping a low profile. I don't Huang board ranking. If you're not convinced, you can come and fight with me. Let me teach you how to be a man. Although there were many people who were unhappy with Lei Ming's arrogant words, if he was really an expert ranked 70,000 on the yellow board, he would be able to shock many people. There was no need to sacrifice himself for such a small matter. Therefore, those onlookers were the onlookers. After all, everyone was here to participate in the Myriad City Tournament of Brilliance, not to cause trouble here. Brother Qin Yixian, I don't think he's lying. He should be Lei Ming from the ninth heaven, a master ranked 70,000 on the yellow list. Originally, Qin Feng had relaxed a little, but after hearing Lei Ming's strength, he became worried again. He was ranked more than 70,000 on the yellow board. This was enough to show Lei Ming's strength. He was definitely a very powerful existence. He and Yixian couldn't even reach the edge of the Huang board. He's only ranked 70,000. How dare he shout like that? Yixian was disdainful. Others didn't know, but he knew that Qin Shao was Jian Shanhe. Lei Ming actually dared to talk about Jian Shanhe and even dared to look down on Jian Shanhe. It's fine. Don't worry. He's just a clown. He won't be able to do anything. Qin Shao comforted Qin Feng with an indifferent expression. Clown? In response to Qin Zhao's indifference and sarcastic words, many people cast admiring gazes at Qin Shao. Good job. Facing the arrogant and despotic Lei Ming, he dared to talk back. He was a real man. Warriors were always worthy of respect. Lei Ming and the other four were furious. Lei Ming didn't say anything. The four people behind him were furious. They pointed at Qin Shao and scolded him. How dare you? You trash. You're about to die. Trash is trash. You don't even know when you're about to die. Brother Lei Ming, don't talk nonsense with this trash. Just kill him. Lei Ming smiled. I've seen a lot of people who want to die, but it's rare to see someone like you. You three trash. Come at me together. I can kill all of you by myself. I don't want you to say that we're bullying you because we have more people. I'll fight the three of you. Is that okay? Now that there are so many witnesses, this young master wants everyone to know clearly that the three of you are trash, weaklings, haha. Trash? Weak trash? Are you talking about yourself? A loud voice rang out. The person who spoke wasn't Qin Shao, Yixian, or Tai Feng. It was someone else. This sudden voice also caused everyone to curiously look over. Very quickly, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. With a peerless beauty and a matchless demeanor, he walked over like a king that had descended to the world. He was graceful and his aura shook the 9 heavens. The powerful aura emitted from his body was enough to make people respect him. It's Qian Shaojun. Qian Shaojun is here? I thought he didn't participate in the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance. Why is he here? Qian Shaojun doesn't belong to any of the City Lord mansions. Why is he here? Qian Shaojun's arrival immediately caused the scene to become extraordinarily lively. Voices of surprise rang out one after another. Qian Shaojun's strength was undeniable. It was recognized. What? Why is Qian Shaojun here? Lei Ming's face changed the most when he saw Qian Shaojun. He was boasting shamelessly just now and was disdainful of Qian Shaojun. Lei Ming knew that Qian Shaojun wouldn't participate in the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance. That was why he dared to boast. However, he didn't expect Qian Shaojun to come. He was caught off guard. This caused Lei Ming's expression to become strange, and his heart felt inexplicably weak. Boasting was boasting. How could Lei Ming not know that he was no match for Qian Shaojun? Qin Shao wanted to attack directly. He didn't expect Qian Shaojun to come at this time. He looked at Qian Shaojun. He didn't look any different from the myriad city battle of brilliance. Qin Shao had some admiration for Qian Shaojun. Qian Shaojun walked towards Lei Ming step by step. He had the aura of an invincible expert and the demeanor of a king. Lei Ming was a little nervous. He looked at Qian Shaojun with a strange expression. Where was the insufferably arrogant aura from before? In terms of momentum, it immediately weakened. Such a performance also caused many of the surrounding people to snort disdainfully and mock him. You're Lei Ming? You're Lei Ming from the ninth heaven in the myriad city battle of brilliance? Qian Shaojun asked coldly. Lei Ming said weakly, Yes, Lei Ming from the ninth heaven is me. Qian Shaojun, before Lei Ming could say anything, Qian Shaojun said, I heard that you were disdainful of me just now. I heard that you can defeat Jian Shanhe, right? Ahem, this. Lei Ming suddenly stuttered. His face was slightly red. After a long time, he said awkwardly, I just said it casually. Qian Shaojun, you can't take it seriously. Of course, I know Qian Shaojun's strength. I've always admired you. Qian Shaojun, I'm too far away from you. We're not on the same level. Lei Ming's humble words also attracted a lot of mocking laughter. Yi Xian was the first to speak. Haha, your face is really not the ordinary kind of stinky. If you're a man, don't admit defeat. Where's your insufferably arrogant attitude just now? Take it out. You didn't put Jian Shanhe and Qian Shaojun in your eyes just now. Didn't you say that strength can't be judged by the yellow board? Well, Qian Shaojun is here now. Why don't you prove yourself and fight with Qian Shaojun? Yi Xian's sarcastic words won a round of applause. Immediately, there were people who echoed his word. That's right. Lei Ming, you're so strong. Fight with Qian Shaojun. If you can defeat Qian Shaojun, the first place of the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance will be yours. You'll be famous in the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance. Lei Ming, if you're a man, don't admit defeat. Fight. I support you, Lei Ming. I also think you can win. Really, I'm serious. Lei Ming's expression became uglier in the face of those sarcastic words. He even had the urge to kill. Today, he was really unlucky. He didn't expect to provoke Qian Shaojun. He had lost all his face. Qian Shaojun didn't argue with Lei Ming. She just glanced at Lei Ming and said coldly, I don't care if you're bragging. But don't drag me into this. Even I admit defeat to Jian Shanhe. What right do you have to brag here? With your strength, you're not even fit to carry Jian Shanhe's shoes. Buzz! Qian Shaojun's words were like a cold knife stabbing into Lei Ming's heart. Pain, so painful that words couldn't describe it. But in front of Qian Shaojun, what did Lei Ming dare to say? No matter how big the humiliation was, he could only swallow it. Everyone is here to participate in the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance. If you have the ability, you can show it in the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance. You're so arrogant here. Do you really think you're so great? I think you're just making a joke out of yourself. Don't always bully others. Disperse. Qian Shaojun said again. Lei Ming didn't dare to resist. He could only grit his teeth and said, Okay, since Qian Shaojun said so, then today's matter will end here. After saying that, he didn't forget to take a deep look at Qin Shao and the other two. The hidden bitterness in the depths of his eyes was also very deep. A good show came to an end just like that. Qian Shaojun calmed everything down with just a few words. People couldn't help but admire how powerful Qian Shaojun's reputation was. This was the power of a powerhouse. Everyone also rejoiced for Qin Shao and the other two that they were able to meet Qian Shaojun. Otherwise, today's matter would probably only end with people dying. However, just when everyone thought that this matter was over, a neither soft nor loud voice suddenly broke everything. Lei Ming, are you going to leave just like that? I didn't say that you can leave. Since you've already bragged just now, let's finish it first before you leave. If you want to die, it's actually very easy. I can give it to you. The one who spoke was naturally none other than Qin Shao. Chapter 1198. A piece of shit that was worse than a piece of trash. Everyone thought that this matter was over and over. There would be no more bloodshed. Everything would end because of Qian Xiaojuan's words. Those 3 unlucky bastards should be glad. However, to everyone's surprise, there was someone who did not want it to end just like that. He even said such provocative words. Was he crazy? With such words, Qian Xiaojun would definitely not care about it anymore. Qian Xiaojun raised her eyebrows slightly. Her gaze fell on Qin Shao. That gaze and that aura made Qian Xiaojuan's heart skip a beat. It felt familiar. There was a familiar scent. Qian Xiaojun had sensed this scent from Jian Shanhe before. However, after thinking about it, Qian Xiaojun shook her head. The person in front of her should not be Jian Shanhe. If it was really Jian Shanhe, he wouldn't be so unknown and bullied to such an extent. She did not want to care about this matter anymore. She retreated to the side. Many people looked at Qin Shao strangely. They all thought that this guy must be crazy. Even if he wanted to save face, he would not go to the extent of sacrificing his life, right? Lei Ming was already very sullen. If he was not afraid of Qian Xiaojun, he would not have stopped today's matter. Being humiliated by Qian Xiaojun earlier, his heart was still burning with anger. He did not expect Qin Shao to take the initiative to provoke him. Good, very good. Humph. Lei Ming sneered and looked at Qin Shao playfully. Are you saying that you want to fight with me? Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, yes. Otherwise, if I don't give you a response when you scolded me so happily just now, it would be a waste of your wonderful performance. It just so happens that I am a vengeful person. Therefore, I don't hold grudges overnight. I will take revenge on the spot. It has always been my style to repay favors and grudges as I please. What bullsh *t revenge is not too late for a gentleman. I don't like that. Revenge. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Lei Ming laughed loudly. You want to take revenge on me? You want to take revenge on me for humiliating you just now? Ha ha, funny, really funny. I called you trash and it seems like you're still upset, right? Then I'll scold you a few more times. Trash, trash, trash. You 3 little trash. Come, let me see what you're capable of. Boom. The sword moved. Qin Shao made her move. The sword moved like a shadow, and in an instant, it was right in front of Lei Ming. As soon as Qin Shao made her move, the lively scene suddenly solidified. An oppressive aura instantly spread throughout the whole place, causing everyone's hearts to be lifted in an instant. When an expert made a move, the sharp aura that was emitted was enough to shock everyone. The onlookers, who had been worried about Qin Shao before, now came to their senses. It turned out that he was a master. No wonder Lin Yun could be so calm and composed, even daring to retort under Lei Ming's pressure. To be able to say such provocative and arrogant words just now, it turned out that he also had the confidence to do so. The turn of events caused many people to sigh endlessly. Especially Qin Feng, who was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide, looking at all this with a dumbfounded expression. No wonder Yi Xian told him not to worry. It seemed that Yi Xian had long known about Big Brother Qin's extraordinary strength. Thinking about it, there must be a reason why the Qidong City Lord could make an exception and directly confer Qin Shao as the Deputy City Lord. It was just that all this time, Qin Feng had never thought about this. Now it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. On the other side, Qian Xiaojuan's eyes lit up slightly again, and a touch of surprise flashed through the depths of her eyes. Huh! Lei Ming, who was originally disdainful, felt the terrible sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword. He couldn't help but frown deeply. His face was full of surprise, and his heart was very surprised. How could this be? How could this kid's strength be so strong? When did Bai City have such a young master? Although they hadn't fought yet, Qin Zhao's oppressive aura gave Lei Ming a sense of danger as soon as he made a move. This feeling was very unpleasant, and it also let Lei Ming know that the guy in front of him had great strength and was definitely worthy of being taken seriously. He was definitely not a character that could be easily manipulated. As an expert ranked more than 70,000 on the yellow list, he had full confidence in his strength and was incomparably arrogant. Even for this myriad city tournament of brilliance, he had great ambitions. He didn't dare to say that he would win the first place, but he wanted to get a good ranking and make his name known. His arrogance had always made him look down on others, but now he found that he had seriously underestimated the kid named Qin Xiao. He had just cursed this kid as trash. The counterattack of reality was often so cruel. Lei Ming couldn't help but cheer up and go all out to fight. He had already boasted just now, so he could only win and not lose. Lei Ming attacked with all his strength. He raised his palm and suddenly slapped on the ground. Suddenly, icicles like giant thorns broke out from the ground one by one. One by one, the tendrils sprang out and grew upwards layer by layer. They spread rapidly from all directions and then surrounded Qin Xiao. Those icicles were shining with sharpness, as if they were going to pierce Qin Xiao and make bloody holes. This was one of Lei Ming's two unique skills. Facing Qin Xiao, who was coming at him aggressively, Lei Ming didn't hesitate at all and directly used his unique skill to fight. Lei Ming had a feeling that if he didn't use his unique skill, he was afraid that he couldn't defeat Qin Xiao at all. Under such circumstances, Lei Ming didn't dare to hesitate and naturally used his unique skill. But soon, Lei Ming's face changed again. Because Qin Xiao was like a god of war and was unstoppable. Those icicles couldn't resist Qin Zhao's sword at all. Under Qin Zhao's sword, they were immediately destroyed one by one. They grew fast, but they were also destroyed quickly. No matter how cold and hard the icicles were, they couldn't stop Qin Zhao's footsteps. At this moment, Qin Xiao was like an invincible god of war. His powerful sharpness was completely revealed, causing everyone to be shocked. What? My ice kill was broken just like that? It was broken so easily, as if he didn't use much strength at all. How could this be? How could his sword be so strong? Lei Ming was suddenly dumbfounded. This was one of his two unique skills. How could it be so weak? No, it shouldn't be like this. I'm Lei Ming from the 9th heaven, and I'm ranked more than 70,000 on the yellow list. How could I be defeated so easily by a nobody? Bai is a small city in the corner. It has always been quiet. How could such a monster suddenly appear? Lei Ming really couldn't figure it out. He knew Bai City well, and he was sure that there was no decent person in Bai City. That was why he dared to be so unscrupulous and arrogant, and bullied Qin Xiao and the other two. But he didn't expect that he would kick a hard board this time. This blow really made Lei Ming want to vomit blood, and he even wanted to die. Along the way, everything had been smooth sailing for him. He could get whatever he wanted. Along the way, he was shining and admired by thousands of people. But this time, he was going to be defeated here. It was like shooting himself in the foot, wasn't it? Lei Ming, didn't you just call me a little trash? This is your unique skill? Haha, it's really sloppy and ordinary. I don't know where you get the confidence to use this so-called unique skill to stop me. If I'm a little trash, tell me, what are you? A piece of shit that's not even as good as a little trash? Qin Xiao said with a sneer, approaching Lei Ming step by step. Qin Zhao's every word was as sharp as a knife, and every word made Lei Ming vomit blood. Every word put his face on the ground and trampled on it fiercely. Invisible slaps landed on Lei Ming's face time and time again, causing him to lose all face. A piece of shit that's not even as good as a little trash. Come on, show me all the skills you have. I'll give you one last chance. Qin Xiao pointed his sword at Lei Ming, and a sharp light reflected in the distance. The extreme humiliation made Lei Ming furious. He roared and roared, "Crazy kid, don't be so arrogant. Kill." Lei Ming had never been humiliated like this. How could he bear it? At this time, his eyes were completely red, and he became furious and crazy. He was like a beast that had lost its mind. Lei Ming used his strongest unique skill and attacked Qin Shao crazily. On the other side, Qin Shao sneered with disdain. He pushed his sword to its limits, and endless sharpness surged out. Numerous afterimages burst forth, and all sorts of directions of usage were perfectly integrated into it. The perfect combination of different Dao might formed a terrifying killing move. Previously, Qin Shao could fight against Qian Shaojun with this move. It was only when Qian Shaojun used his unique skill, sword comes, that Qin Shao was forced to use the myriad mountains and rivers. However, Qin Shao could only fight to a draw with Qian Shaojun using the myriad mountains and rivers. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Lei Ming's strength was far inferior to Qian Shaojun's. They were not even on the same level. Therefore, it was naturally much easier to deal with Lei Ming. Qin Zhao's sword was unstoppable and unbreakable. In front of Qin Shao, Lei Ming's unique skill was obviously a joke. In just one move, he was defeated by Qin Zhao's sword and collapsed. He could not withstand a single blow. The difference between the two was huge. Boom! Lei Ming was sent flying by Qin Shao, and he landed heavily on the ground. More than 90% of his divine body was destroyed. At this time, Lei Ming only had 10% of his divine body left, and he did not have much strength to fight back. He lay on the ground in a sorry state like a dead dog. If Qin Shao had unleashed his full strength without holding back, he would have been able to kill Lei Ming on the spot with a single blow. Such a scene also shocked everyone who saw it. Indeed, it made many people flabbergasted. Brother Qin. Qin Feng was completely stunned. He knew that Qin Zhao's strength was not bad, but he did not expect Qin Zhao's strength to be so unbelievably strong. This was Lei Ming, who was ranked more than 70,000 on the yellow board. He was definitely a top expert. However, in the hands of Qin Shao, he was like a chicken that could not withstand a single blow. He was completely played in the palm of his hand. The difference in strength between the two was huge. Qin Zhao's strength was unbelievably strong. The geniuses from various cities who were watching were also shocked. They looked at each other and were speechless. Chapter 1199. He's Jian Shanhe. The four people who came with Lei Ming were completely dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze, not even daring to breathe. Even Lei Ming wasn't a match for Qin Shao. The four of them together wouldn't even be enough. Today's matter had blown up. It seemed like it wouldn't end well. Yu Fei, don't you think that this person's moves and aura are very similar to someone? Yes, it seems like we thought of the same thing. I don't think it's that simple. This is exactly the same as Jian Shanhe. Yes, I also want to say that. I watched Jian Shanhe's battle from the beginning to the end. I didn't miss a single one of the 36 battles. His sword style, sword moves, sword path, his aura, and even his eyes, I'm very familiar with them. If I'm not wrong, he's Jian Shanhe. Yes, I think so too. He must be Jian Shanhe. Jian Shanhe? He's really Jian Shanhe? As soon as this argument spread, the scene immediately became very lively. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, and everyone's eyes once again converged on Qin Shao. Many of the people present had seen Qin Zhao's battle in the arena. They had seen Qin Zhao's sword. A person's appearance could change, but the sword's aura couldn't. Big Brother Qin is Jian Shanhe? Qin Feng was dumbfounded again. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze. He felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He couldn't describe the feeling. He had a lot of fate with Jian Shanhe in the myriad arena world. They met 4 times in 2 years. The first 3 times they met, he died. It was really a strange fate. If Qin Shao was Jian Shanhe, then this kind of fate would be even greater. If that was the case, then wouldn't he be embarrassed in front of Big Brother Qin? He felt very embarrassed just thinking about it. Qian Shaojun, who was not far away, smiled. In fact, when Qin Shao attacked just now, he knew that Qin Shao was Jian Shanhe. Now that his strength was revealed, there was no doubt about it. He didn't even need to guess. He could be completely sure. He had fought with Jian Shanhe before. Naturally, he was very clear. He didn't expect to meet Jian Shanhe in this Myriad Cities tournament. This was an unexpected gain. What? He's Jian Shanhe? Lei Ming and the other 4 were stunned. They looked at Qin Zhao's studio World's studio. This was especially true for Lei Ming. At this moment, he even felt like dying. He wanted to cry but had no tears. How could this be? He is Jian Shanhe. Shanhe is. He is Jian Shanhe is Jian Shanhe. At Lei Ming at this moment, Lei Ming was Lei. But there was no is world? Now, he could only face the consequences of his actions. When faced with Qin Shao, who possessed monstrous might, where would he find the slightest bit of arrogance and confidence? Qin Shao came in front of Lei Ming, who had no strength to resist. The tip of his sword was about 3 inches away from Lei Ming's forehead. Qin Shao only needed a gentle poke, and the sword would enter Lei Ming's forehead and hit Lei Ming's vital point. If the sword showed its power, it would definitely be able to take Lei Ming's life. Death had come quietly. If one looked carefully, they would find that Lei Ming's body was trembling. This was a fear in the face of death. The insufferably arrogant Lei Ming actually felt fear. What kind of irony was this? Qin Shao sneered. What are you so nervous about? You're not even as good as trash. Are you so afraid of death? Then you're really weak. I'm afraid you can't even compare to a girl. This doesn't match your earlier arrogance at all. If you can be neither servile nor overbearing, and have iron bones, then I may respect you. You only make me feel disgusted. Do you know that? I'm afraid I'm praising you by saying that you're not even as good as trash. Lei Ming no longer had any expression on his face. His face was ashen as he allowed Qin Shao to insult him and trample on his dignity. He did not resist at all. His life was in Qin Zhao's hands. What else did he dare to say? Not only did he not dare to resist, but he also put down his dignity and begged Qin Shao with a humble face. Brother Qin Shao, no, Lord Qin Shao, I didn't know you were Jian Shanhe. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to make you my enemy even if I had 100 gut. I was wrong just now. I can apologize. I hope Lord Qin Shao can be merciful and spare my life. Lei Ming, who had been arrogant and condescending just a moment ago, was now begging for mercy in a groveling manner. Such a huge contrast caused many people to snort disdainfully. A man who didn't even have the slightest bit of backbone was really despicable. Shameful laughter rang out continuously. But Lei Ming did not care about this at all. Compared to his life, nothing was important. If he lost his life, he would lose everything. Then what was the use of dignity? The current situation was one-sided. Everyone stood on Qin Zhao's side. For a time, Lei Ming became the target of public criticism and was not liked. Yi Xian and Qin Feng's faces were full of smiles. They felt proud and elated. This feeling was so good, so good. This was the glory and status brought by strength. Strength was such a fascinating thing. Don't kill you? If you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times to apologize, I can consider it. Qin Shao sneered. What? 3 kowtows? This for a time, Lei Ming hesitated. Many of the geniuses from various cities looked at Qin Shao with admiration. How heroic and cunning. Perhaps only Qin Shao dared to do this. As expected of Jian Shanhe. He really did do things in the style of Jian Shanhe. Those who were able to participate in the Tournament of Brilliance were all top geniuses from various cities. Which one of them was not arrogant? Kneeling down and kowtowing was a great humiliation. How many people could accept it? At least in the hearts of most people, it was more important than their lives. Not to mention some geniuses, even some ordinary one-star all-creation cultivators would think it was a hit. This was the limit of a man's dignity. Qin Zhao's play was indeed ruthless enough. However, the surrounding geniuses from the various cities still supported Qin Zhao. It was probably because Lei Ming's actions from before were indeed unpopular and had indeed infuriated many people. So at this time, everyone naturally cheered for Qin Zhao. He should be taught a lesson to appease the public. The expressionless Lei Ming hesitated for a moment. But in order to survive, he still chose to do it. He really got up and knelt down to Qin Zhao. He really kowtowed to Qin Zhao 3 times. He really did not care about his dignity at all and bowed like a dog. Ha ha, he really knelt down. Now I wonder if he is Lei Ming from the 9th heaven. Yes, I also doubt it. How can someone who ranks more than 70,000 on the yellow list be so spineless? That's too fake. There's nothing to doubt. I can prove that he is Lei Ming from the 9th heaven. It's just that this person is too afraid of death. In the face of death, he really doesn't care about anything. I despise this kind of person. Calling him a little trash is really too much of a compliment. Domineering. No one can stop me. I'm going to take Qin Zhao as my idol. Haha, I didn't expect today's drama to be so wonderful. Interesting, really interesting. It's so satisfying. Otherwise, there will always be some people who are arrogant and domineering just because they have a little strength. Now, all of them are acting like they are the best in the world. It's really annoying to see them. If I had Qin Zhao's strength, I would do the same. It's very satisfying. The 4 people who came with Lei Ming had already been ashamed. They were also puzzled about Lei Ming's behavior. How could Lei Ming be so cowardly? This was not the brother Lei Ming they knew. How could a person be so cowardly in the face of death? It was truly inconceivable. You are really the little trash of the little trash. I feel that killing you will dirty my hand. Qin Zhao sneered and said. However, Lei Ming was happy when he heard that. He quickly thanked Qin Zhao. Thank you for sparing my life, Lord Qin Zhao. However, before he could finish being happy, Qin Zhao shattered his dream. Although it will dirty my hands, I will still kill people like you. What? Or kill? No, 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 Lei Ming suddenly panicked and panicked. He quickly said, Qin Zhao, you promised not to kill me. I have already kowtowed to you. You said you wouldn't kill me, did I say that? Qin Zhao snorted and said, It seems that not only is your brain not working, but your ears are also not good. I only said I would consider, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. I have thought about it and I still think I should kill you. So, die. As soon as the voice fell, the sword in Qin Zhao's hand moved. This was a sword that could take a life. Ah no, Lei Ming was completely desperate. The geniuses from other cities were also stunned. After a long while, they shook their heads and laughed. Qin Zhao was really ruthless. He really knew how to play. What he did was really ruthless. This was indeed Jian Shanhe's style. This kind of person could not be provoked. If he was a friend, then it was good. If he was an enemy, then he should prepare to cry. This let the crowd see Qin Zhao's ruthless side. It also let them know that they should not provoke Qin Zhao in the future. They could not afford to provoke this person. Prestige was invisibly established in this way. Boy, stop! An angry roar came from afar. It carried endless anger and endless divine power. Although the voice was far away, the power that came from it was very powerful. It was very intimidating. Evidently, this voice had come from a 2-star all-things expert. Furthermore, it was a very powerful 2-star all-things expert. Qin Zhao had heard this voice before. It was none other than the Lord of Nine Chaos City, Lei Ming's father. Of course, no one dared to question the strength of the Lord of Nine Chaos City. The geniuses from other cities looked over. They knew that a 2-star all-creation expert had arrived. Hearing the voice of the Lord of Nine Chaos City, Lei Ming's desperate face suddenly burst into a big smile. His father was here. He was saved. He had already informed his father earlier, but his father had not come, which made him feel somewhat desperate. Now that his father was finally here, he did not have to die. The feeling of walking out of the gates of hell was too wonderful. Chapter 1200. Just wait and see. I'm going to die. This was Lei Ming's last thought. The terrifying devouring power devoured the last 10% of Lei Ming's divine body in an instant. His divine body collapsed and his soul was destroyed. Naturally, Lei Ming was dead. This scene was seen by everyone, and they were shocked in their hearts. He really dared to kill Lei Ming. Wasn't he too crazy? Lei Ming was the son of the Nine Chaos City Lord. He was the flesh of the Nine Chaos City Lord. The Nine Chaos City Lord was an extremely ancient city lord. He had lived for more than 100 million years. The longer he lived, the more powerful he was. The fact that he was able to hold the position of city lord was enough to show how powerful he was. Moreover, the Nine Hun City Lord had quite a bad reputation. He was an extremely fierce and violent person. He was also extremely protective of his own people. He would take revenge for the smallest grievance. Therefore, there were very few people who dared to provoke the Nine Hun City Lord. There was once a city lord who had provoked the Nine Chaos City Lord. In the end, the Nine Chaos City Lord had annihilated his entire clan. Even his entire clan was implicated. That bloody history was still remembered by many people. The Nine Chaos City Lord had already rushed over. Qin Shao dared to kill Lei Ming in front of the Nine Chaos City Lord. Wasn't he provoking the Nine Chaos City Lord by killing Lei Ming in front of him? Wasn't he trampling on the dignity of the Nine Chaos City Lord? No matter how powerful Qin Shao was, he was just a 1-star all-knowing expert. How could he dare to provoke the Nine Chaos City Lord? How bold! He wasn't an ordinary person. Therefore, this scene was enough to make people tremble in fear. They also broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao. Yi Xian and Qin Feng also looked at each other. Both of them were dumbfounded. They wanted to warn Qin Shao, but the Nine Chaos City Lord's furious shout stunned them. When they reacted, it was already too late. Lei Ming had already died under Qin Zhao's sword. Everything was irreversible. The two of them also broke out in a cold sweat. Previously, the Qidong City Lord had specifically warned them that it was best not to provoke the Nine Chaos City Lord and the others. Although Qidong wasn't afraid of the Nine Chaos City Lord, the Nine Chaos City Lord's foundation wasn't something Qidong could compare to. To put it bluntly, Qidong didn't want to provoke the Nine Chaos City Lord. But now, Qin Shao had killed his son, Lei Ming, in front of the Nine Hun City Lord. This was a grudge that could not be resolved until one of them died. Perhaps a bloody storm had already descended upon them. How dare you! How dare you! Lei Ming's death infuriated the Nine Chaos City Lord even more, causing his monstrous rage to erupt without any concealment. It was surging and torrential, and his rage was monstrous. His furious voice was like thunder, bone-chilling. Just this sound alone was enough to frighten people, and it was terrifying enough. The Nine Chaos City Lord's killing intent had reached its peak. Many people couldn't help but tremble at the thought of the Nine Chaos City Lord's infamy. They even quickly distanced themselves from the troublesome place. Otherwise, if they were implicated by the Nine Chaos City Lord's anger, they would have to admit that they were unlucky. I'll make you beg for death. The Nine Chaos City Lord gritted his teeth and charged toward Qin Shao with extreme anger. Facing the Nine Chaos City Lord, Qin Zhao's expression became extremely solemn. Qin Zhao's current strength was enough to face an ordinary two-star all-creation expert, but Qin Zhao knew that he was no match for the powerful 9 Chaos City Lord. But even if he was no match for him, Qin Zhao would not hesitate. He never regretted his actions. If Lei Ming was killed, then so be it. Since the 9 Chaos City Lord was coming, Qin Zhao wasn't afraid of anything. Qin Zhao's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the 9 Chaos City Lord. He pushed his sword aura to the extreme and charged toward the 9 Chaos City Lord. The 9 Chaos City Lord hadn't reached him yet, but a terrifying aura came from afar. It was abnormally powerful. How could Qin Zhao's sword aura block the 9 Chaos City Lord's attack? Hence, before the 9 Chaos City Lord could reach him, Qin Zhao was defeated and forced to retreat. He felt as if he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Qin Zhao had long known that there was a gap in strength between him and the 9 Chaos City Lord, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. Before he could reach the 9 Chaos City Lord, he was sent flying. If it was a head-on confrontation, it was possible that he would be killed in an instant. The 9 Chaos City Lord was indeed an ancestor who had lived for more than 100 million years. He had been a city lord for more than 100 million years. He was indeed capable to be able to stand tall. Perhaps an ordinary 3-star all-creation expert was no match for the 9 Chaos City Lord. Indeed, he had experienced great things. Many people looked at Qin Zhao sympathetically. It seemed that this monstrous genius wouldn't be able to survive today. Why did he have to provoke the 9 Chaos City Lord? He even humiliated him in front of him. Wasn't he courting death? Johan, you're really shameless. A dignified city lord actually dares to bully a 1-star all-possessor. Don't you feel any shame? A loud and clear voice rang out, and a shocking ray of light streaked across the sky. The light reflected the 9 heavens, and the sharpness reached the 10 lands. What a powerful sword! With the brilliance of the sun and the moon, the power of all things in the world, and the endless sharpness, the 9 heavens sword came down, shocking everyone. Clang! The blade of the sword forced the 9 Chaos City Lord to take 2 steps back. As the sword fell, a figure also landed and stood in front of Qin Zhao, holding up a protective umbrella. The person who came was none other than Qi Dong. Qin Zhao had already informed Qi Dong, so Qi Dong had rushed over as fast as he could. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. Qin Zhao wasn't surprised by Qi Dong's appearance. He had already expected it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed Lei Ming in front of the 9 Chaos City Lord. Of course, there was still a guarantee for this. The 9 Chaos City Lord landed on the ground and stood in front of Lei Ming's corpse. His eyes were red and filled with endless gloominess. He stared at the Qi Dong City Lord with an extremely cold gaze. The surrounding temperature also plummeted, causing everyone to feel a chill. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, tense, and even suffocating. The spacious open space suddenly became silent. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The 9 Chaos City Lord and Qi Dong confronted each other, and the thick smell of gunpowder had already filled the space. The powerful killing intent also collided with each other in the air, creating a series of intense sparks. Qi Dong. The 9 Chaos City Lord gnashed his teeth in anger and said in a thunderous voice, "If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here and hand that guy over. Then, I won't implicate you in my anger. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. I, the 9 Chaos City Lord, never lie. I always do what I say. My monstrous anger can't be extinguished by you, Qi Dong." In the face of the 9 Chaos City Lord's threatening words, Qi Dong's face was cold, but he didn't give in. He said firmly, 9 Chaos, I've never been afraid of anyone, and I don't like being threatened by anyone. Your threat will only make me even more unhappy. Qin Zhao is my man and my brother. If you want to touch him, you have to ask for my permission first. There are twists and turns in this matter. I don't want to say anything more to you. So many pairs of eyes are watching. Whether it's black or white, it's not up to you to decide. There's nothing much to say about this matter. If you want to bully others, then let's see if I have the ability to stop you. If you want to fight, I, Qi-dong, will accompany you to the end. Qi-dong's words left no room for negotiation. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The 9 Chaos City Lord was so angry that his whole body trembled. He was unable to restrain his anger. Brother? He's just a one-star, all-knowing brat. How dare you call him your brother? Humph. That's my business. There's no need for you to worry about it, 9 Chaos City Lord. Your son was arrogant and domineering. He wanted to kill Qin Shao and the others. In the end, he was inferior and died at the hands of Qin Shao. He can't blame anyone. We're in the right. I, Qi-dong, am not afraid to fight to the death with you. Although I, Qi-dong, haven't cultivated for long and don't have a deep foundation, I'm not afraid of death. I didn't rely on luck to reach where I am today. It's my strength, Qi-dong said again. His determination didn't waver. Qin Shao also walked up and stared coldly at the 9 Chaos City Lord. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Didn't 9 Chaos City Lord always like to bully others? The winner takes all. If you have the ability to kill me today, then I'll admit defeat. The 9 Chaos City Lord was furious. He was so furious that he was about to explode. It was difficult to suppress his boundless anger. However, how could the 9 Chaos City Lord not know Qi-dong's strength? If he really had the confidence to defeat Qi-dong, then he wouldn't have said so much nonsense. He would have just killed him directly. However, he knew that Qi-dong wasn't a kind person and wasn't someone he could control. He didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in defeating Qi-dong. Once today's battle started, there would be no way out. It would truly be a situation where one of them had to die. Once it reached this point, it would be difficult to stop halfway. He could only fight to the death. As for the result, it was hard to say. Perhaps both sides would be defeated and injured. Perhaps both sides would perish together. It was hard to say. Therefore, it wasn't a wise move to make a move now. He came here in his fox form and didn't bring any other forces. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, the 9 Chaos City Lord suppressed the thought of making a move. 9 Chaos City Lord, right or wrong, justice is in the hearts of the people. As a bystander, I'd like to say something fair. Lei Ming's action has indeed angered the public. He can't blame anyone for his death. He asked for it. Anyone would have killed him if they were in his shoes. A figure suddenly walked out and said, if he dared to speak up for Qin Shao at this time, he would be offending the 9 Chaos City Lord. Such an action naturally shocked quite a number of people. Numerous gazes looked over and quickly landed on a handsome young figure. The person who walked out was none other than Qian Shaojun. Qian Shaojun was unparalleled in her youth and was extremely famous. She also had a powerful force behind her. The 9 Chaos City Lord took a deep look at Qian Shaojun. He was aware of Qian Shaojun's background. The powerful force behind Qian Shaojun wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Therefore, even though he was very displeased with Qian Shaojun, he didn't dare to do anything to her. Qian Shaojun, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to get involved, the 9 Chaos City Lord said coldly with a cold face. However, Qian Shaojun didn't back down. Instead, she said, I have a personal relationship with Jian Shanha. Forgive me for ignoring today's matter. Humph! The 9 Chaos City Lord flung his sleeves angrily. Despicable, despicable. Qidong was one thing, but now Qian Shaojun had jumped out. How could this brat be so capable? The 9 Chaos City Lord gritted his teeth and said, Qidong, Qin Shao, I'll remember what happened today. There's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see. Let's go. Chapter 1201. Geniuses gather. Although the 9 Chaos City Lord had left in defeat, no one was naive enough to think that this matter had come to an end. In fact, calmness was sometimes more terrifying than a storm. Many people had heard of the 9 Chaos City Lord's character. Lei Ming's death had caused him to lose his dignity and face. Would the 9 Chaos City Lord really swallow such a huge grudge? Even a fool would be able to think that this was absolutely impossible. The temporary forbearance was just for a more terrifying eruption. This grudge had definitely been formed. However, many people did not expect that the 9 Chaos City Lord could really swallow it. The Qidong City Lord's reputation was not great, and he was far from being comparable to the 9 Chaos City Lord. However, he had managed to intimidate the 9 Chaos City Lord with his own strength. It seemed that he was not simple. He did not show off, but he was definitely not to be underestimated. Although Qian Shaojun also stood up for Qin Shao, she was only a one-star all-knowing after all. Hence, no one would think that the 9 Chaos City Lord was afraid of her. Qian Shaojun, thank you. Qin Shao, who was involved, did not care too much. He was still very calm. Qian Shaojun shook her head and said, "You don't have to be so polite. In fact, I didn't do anything. I just said a few words of justice. However, you have to be more careful." Qian Shaojun did not say much, but her reminder was very important. Qin Shao pursed his lips. He naturally knew that he had to be careful, and he knew that the 9 Chaos City Lord was definitely a big problem. However, he could not be bothered to care about it. He would just deal with whatever came his way. On the bright side, this could be considered as giving him a lot of pressure, which would allow him to improve faster and spur him on. Besides, Qin Shao had absolute confidence. As long as he was given time, his strength would definitely improve very quickly. He believed that it would not be long before he would be completely unafraid of the 9 Chaos City Lord. No matter how capable and domineering the 9 Chaos City Lord was, he would not dare to bring people to attack Bai City directly. At most, they would use some dirty tricks. Qin Shao was not afraid of that. A sense of danger. This sense of danger made Qin Shao even more motivated. He had to break through to a 2-star all-creation as soon as possible. After Qian Shaojun left, Qidong took Qin Shao and the other 2 people back to the courtyard and asked the servants to prepare some food and wine. "Qin Shao, you were a little impulsive today. If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable," Qidong said with a somewhat solemn expression. Yi Xian also said, "That's right, big brother Qin. Just now, Qin Feng and I were scared to death." The 9 Chaos City Lord was definitely a ruthless character who was extremely strong. As far as I know, ordinary 3-star all-knowing beings are no match for the 9 Chaos City Lord. It's really dangerous for you to provoke him like this. If you were any later, you might have really died in the hands of the 9 Chaos City Lord. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said unconcernedly, "There's a saying that goes, you can't help yourself in the martial world. In the situation just now, I had no other choice but to bite the bullet and fight. However, I killed Lei Ming and humiliated the 9 Chaos City Lord in front of everyone. Do you think the 9 Chaos City Lord would let me off so easily? Would he really kill me as soon as he came? It's precisely because the 9 Chaos City Lord is an extremely vicious person that he won't let me die so easily and quickly. He'll think of ways to torture me and make me beg for death. As long as I'm in his hands, he'll have the initiative. At that time, even if you make a move, you might not be able to do anything, right?" Qidong was slightly taken aback. After thinking carefully, this was indeed the case. Based on his understanding of the 9 Chaos City Lord, this was indeed the case. Once the person fell into his hands, then it would not be so easy for him, Qidong, to forcibly get the person back. The 9 Chaos City Lord would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. The Qidong City Lord was indeed very powerful, and he was confident that he was not afraid of the 9 Chaos City Lord. However, he was merely unafraid. In terms of foundation, Qi was definitely no match for the 9 Chaos City Lord. If they really fought, the 9 Chaos City Lord would probably have the upper hand. At most, the Qi City Lord would make the 9 Chaos City Lord feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, the initiative became very important. The one who had the initiative would be easier to talk to. The Qi City Lord was able to make the 9 Chaos City Lord suffer a setback just now because Qin Shao had the initiative. Since Qin Shao was fine, Qi could be unscrupulous and be full of confidence. Qin Shao smirked and said, "That's why I said that I knew that he wouldn't kill me right away because he was the 9 Chaos City Lord. If he could let me die a quick death, then he wouldn't be the 9 Chaos City Lord. Therefore, he will definitely try to catch me at all costs. I know that the 9 Chaos City Lord is very powerful, but I'm not that weak either. I'm not someone that the 9 Chaos City Lord can bully as he wants. So, I just need to buy some time, and that will be enough." Qi nodded and said, "Your analysis is very right. You have a good grasp of the situation. However, it's still a little too risky. Although everything is well planned, there's a saying that goes, man proposes, God disposes. No matter how good the plan is, it may fail. If any part of the plan goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable." Qin Shao shrugged and said, "There will definitely be some risks. However, isn't life a journey of adventure? Isn't the reason why we have always been taking risks to become powerful from humble beginnings? If I don't even dare to take such risks, how can I be qualified to grow to where I am now?" Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qi was stunned and looked at Qin Shao in a daze. Yes, if one didn't even dare to take such risks, would it be possible to become a powerhouse? If one wanted to become a powerhouse, one had to walk an extremely bumpy road that was full of danger. Only by taking risks and advancing forward could one finally become powerful. Only by going through life's trials and tribulations could one become a person. To Qin Shao, this kind of risk was nothing. It was just a small matter. Different realms naturally had different attitudes when looking at problems. Forget it. Since I've provoked him, there's nothing much to say. He's just the 9 Chaos City Lord. He's not someone we can't afford to offend. At most, there'll only be a little more trouble. Qi was completely relieved. He realized that his state of mind was still not completely open. Perhaps, he lacked the spirit of Qin Shao. If he had to be overcautious and overcautious about everything, then it would indeed be an invisible restraint on him. Yi Xian was also affected. He said, "Yes, since things have come to this, there's nothing much to say. No matter how barbaric and overbearing the 9 Chaos City Lord is, he wouldn't dare to bring people to kill our Bai City. At most, we'll just have to be more careful in the future. An additional potential threat can motivate us more. This is how the world is. The weak prey on the strong, and martial arts are respected. Without strength, we can only be bullied. So, we have to make ourselves stronger so that we won't be bullied. Qin Feng, we really have to work harder. Otherwise, if we're killed by the 9 Chaos City Lord, we can only blame ourselves for being unlucky." Qin Feng laughed bitterly. However, he nodded his head solemnly. His eyes were filled with determination. Yes, he really had to work harder. After knowing that Qin Shao was Jian Shanha, Qin Feng also understood how huge the gap between him and Qin Shao was. 3 days later, the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance that was held every 100,000 years in the Star Mansion finally began. Geniuses gathered in the Myriad Cities. Every city had at least a few young geniuses participating, and some even had a dozen to 20 young geniuses participating. Only the City Lord's Mansion of the Myriad Cities was qualified to participate in the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance. The other forces were excluded. The total number of participants was close to 60,000. On average, there were close to 6 participants in each city. Bai City only had 3 participants, which was considered a small number. But fortunately, Bai City wasn't the least. The city with the least was called Glaze City, where there was only 1 young genius participating. However, having more participants didn't mean anything. Some people were just there to make up the numbers and join in the fun. It looked mighty, but it was actually useless. There were only a few people, but it was also possible that they were all condensed elites, true geniuses that could be brought out. Of course, for most of the participants, it was more important to gain experience, broaden their knowledge, and interact with the young geniuses from other cities. After all, such an opportunity was very rare. It only happened once every 100,000 years, and each person could only participate in the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance once. After passing through this village, there wouldn't be another opportunity. Because of the rare opportunity, it attracted more people to participate. The City Lord's mansion of the Star Mansion was particularly lively that day. The young geniuses from various cities gathered in the spacious square, as well as the city lords of various cities. The young geniuses formed a camp in the city, and each of them chose a spot to stand on. As for the city lords who accompanied them, there were seats around them for them to take a seat. It was a feast. The gathering of the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance and Glory. The geniuses from various cities were all eager to fight, and they were ready to kill and awe the world. This stage was a good opportunity for them to become famous. Many of the geniuses were secretly competing with each other. They wanted to shine in the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance, fight for the position, and show off their glory. More than 50,000 young geniuses from various cities gathered together. This scene was indeed incomparably magnificent. It shocked many people to the point that they became extremely nervous and excited. Yi Xian and Qin Feng also looked around nervously. The competition hadn't started yet, but they could already feel the terrifying pressure. Thick fighting spirit had already swept through the entire square, arousing everyone's blood and making them boil. Looking at the two of them, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Such a small scene was nothing to Qin Shao, and he couldn't be bothered. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood there calmly, waiting for the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance to start. "Brother Qin, why aren't you excited at all?" Qin Feng suddenly asked. Qin Shao said faintly, "What's there to be excited about? There are just a lot of people. Calm down, the show hasn't started yet. If you get excited now, you might lose your performance later." Chapter 1202. Shine brightly. By the way, Big Brother Qin Yi Xian, did you notice that the 9 Chaos City Lord and the others didn't come? Did they withdraw from the competition and not participate in this Myriad City Battle of Splendor? Qin Feng suddenly asked. Qin Shao had noticed this long ago, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, I noticed it too. I was wondering about it. It looks like they've withdrawn from the competition. Lei Ming is dead. There's no point for them to participate anymore. The other 4 probably don't have much morale and fighting strength. Besides, such a big thing happened. The 9 Chaos City Lord probably brought them back. Don't worry about that. We just have to be ourselves. The Myriad City Battle of Splendor will definitely be more intense," Qin Shao said. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. "It doesn't matter to me and Yi Xian. In any case, we just came out this time to broaden our horizons and temper ourselves. We're very clear about our strength. We know ourselves very well. With our little strength, it's impossible for us to compete for first place. So, accompanying the Crown Prince to study is enough. There's no way to pursue anything else." Yi Xian also smiled bitterly. "Yes, just treat it as a form of tempering. Sigh, there's no other way. Qin Feng and I are indeed weaker. We were frogs at the bottom of the well before. If we didn't come out, we wouldn't know how big this world is. As the saying goes, there's always someone better." Coming out to broaden our horizons and give us a setback is also quite good. In Bai City, we felt a little lonely at the top. But when we came to the wider world outside, we realized how small and boundless we are. The so-called geniuses seem a little laughable. Qin Shao patted the two of them and said, "Don't say discouraging words first. Don't be discouraged at any time. Have confidence. Confidence isn't blind. It's a kind of courage that men should have. You have to dare to think about anything before you dare to do it. If you don't even dare to think about it, then there's no need to do it. Don't seek to compete for first place, but you also want to maximize your potential. Do your limits, then you have a clear conscience. This is what you should pursue." It didn't mean that it was just for the sake of training and broadening one's knowledge. That way you will look very pale. Yi Xian and Tai Feng nodded. Qin Zhao's words were indeed very reasonable. That's right, they should set their sights a little further and broaden their hearts a little. Potential often had to be forced out. A figure walked over and immediately attracted a lot of attention. The person who walked over was Qian Xiaojun. Qian Xiaojun's name had already spread throughout the entire core of all things world. Let alone the young geniuses of the various cities, even ordinary people would know of Qian Xiaojun. Qian Xiaojun's rise was the rise of a peerless, monstrous genius. He was covered in countless halos and had a mystical aura that made his achievements extraordinary. He was even the idol of countless one-star all-things expert. Moreover, he was a straightforward and upright person with a righteous aura. His personality was enough to make people respect him. Following Qian Xiaojun's gaze, many people's eyes also fell on Qin Shao. Qian Xiaojun came in front of Qin Shao. The two peerless monsters stood together. It's said that he's Jian Shanha. Is that true? Are you sure? Yes, of course it's true. He must be sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say it. If he's not Jian Shanha, can he kill Lei Ming from the ninth heaven like crushing an ant? Do you think Lei Ming from the ninth heaven is a vegetarian? No matter what, he's an existence that's ranked more than 70,000 on the yellow board. I really didn't expect Jian Shanha to be so low-key. He also looks ordinary. When he stands together with Qian Xiaojun, he really feels out of place. Yes, it's said that Jian Shanha is very low-key. He's also a peerless monster. His talent and potential might even be more terrifying than Qian Xiaojun. TSK. This myriad city battle of brilliance is probably their stage. Other than Qian Xiaojun and Jian Shanha, are there any other famous people participating? There are some. There are many existences on the yellow board. However, they're not as good as Qian Xiaojun and Jian Shanha. Unless there is a dark horse, I'm afraid it will be really difficult to eliminate the two of them. That's strange. Isn't Qian Xiaojun from the Strange Dragon Pavilion? Why is she representing Luaha City to participate in the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance this time? Who knows? Maybe Qian Xiaojun is here to have fun, or to aim for the first place of the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance. The first place of the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance is also a supreme honor, and the rewards are very generous. Yes, that's right. It's possible. Many voices of discussion rang out. Qin Shao and Qian Xiaojun turned a deaf ear to these discussions and ignored them. Instead, the two of them started chatting. Qian Xiaojun, I'm also a little curious. Why are you participating in the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance? Logically speaking, even if it's the first place of the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance, you shouldn't care about it, right? With your fame, you've already reached an extremely high level. With your status in the Strange Dragon Pavilion, you don't need to rely on the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance to fight for some rewards. Qin Shao curled her lips and asked. Qian Xiaojun smiled and said, It's nothing. I just felt a little bored, so I came out to join in the fun. Can't I just come out to have some fun? It's also the last bit of preparation for my breakthrough. After the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance ends, I'll break through. Maybe I'll break through during the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance. Qin Shao shook her head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. You won't be so bored. 300 years ago you said you were going to break through. I thought you would have broken through long ago. When we were in the arena, I felt that you could have broken through, but you kept suppressing it. It's been 300 years now, and you're still suppressing it. It's definitely not that simple. If it's not convenient for you to say, then forget it. I'm just a little curious. But I feel that this Myriad City Battle of Brilliance is different from the past. It's not simple." "Ah." Qian Shaojun laughed heartily and said, "Qin Shao, you're right. It seems that nothing can be hidden from your eyes. You're so observant. But the specific reason, haha, I'd better keep you in suspense first. You'll understand later. You're right about one thing. This Myriad City Battle of Brilliance is indeed not simple. It will be different from the past." Since Qian Shaojun refused to say, Qin Shao did not ask any more questions, but she was sure that something special had happened this time. What a coincidence! She came to participate in the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance and encountered a special situation. A special situation that could attract Qian Shaojun was definitely not simple. "Look, who's that? Isn't that Yi Yi?" Yes, it's Yi Yi. Why is he here too? It doesn't make sense. He doesn't belong to the City Lord's mansion. Qian Shaojun is here, and now Yi Yi is here too. What's going on? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Suddenly, there was a burst of restlessness. Qin Shao also looked over and saw a golden-robed young man walking out. He had an unparalleled bearing and a powerful aura. His appearance stirred up a commotion. Yi Yi. Qin Shao frowned slightly. She knew who this person was. 367th on the yellow board. Although his ranking was more than 100 places lower than Qian Xiaojuan's, Yi Ye's reputation was not worse than Qian Xiaojuan's. Yi Yi was also recognized as a real expert. Many times, he was compared with Qian Xiaojun. Although the two of them did not rank in the top 10 or 20 on the yellow board, their strength was recognized as the top 20 on the yellow board. This was in terms of real battle strength. Even in the whole world of all things, the strength of the two of them should be in the top 50 of the one-star All Things Masters. Of course, this was just an inference based on the existing data. Whether the specific situation was like this or not was unknown. However, there would not be a big error. To a certain extent, it could represent the real situation. After all, there were many old antiques who had lived for a long time. Some of them had not fought for millions of years, tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. There were many of them who had been in seclusion. But there was no doubt that Yi Yi was a real expert. It was indeed strange that Qian Shaojun and Yi Yi had come to participate in the Star Mansion's competition zone. As for Qin Shao, because Qin Shao was a member of the Bai City Governor's Mansion, no one thought it was a big deal. But the situation of Qian Shaojun and Yi Yi was different. Both of them were supported by hundreds of forces. They did not belong to the City Governor's Mansion. This time, they joined the City Governor's Mansion and represented the City Governor's Mansion to participate in the Battle of Myriad Cities. That was significant. What exactly was it that attracted them? Not only were the geniuses of various cities talking about it, but there was also an uproar. The surrounding city lords also began to discuss animatedly. Their voices were not soft. Obviously, they were puzzled about such a situation. They did not know what was going on. Before the discussion died down, it was stirred up again. "Oh my God, look, Prince Hua Tian is here too. Crazy, this is really crazy. Is this really the Myriad City Tournament of Brilliance? No way, even Prince Hua Tian is here to join in the fun? Isn't it just the Battle of Myriad Cities? When did the forces of hundreds of forces set their eyes on this?" Prince Hua Tian was ranked more than 700 on the yellow board. Those who could be ranked in the top 1,000 of the yellow board and could still participate in the competition must be very famous and powerful. Most of the top 1,000 of the yellow board were old guys who had not appeared for 10,000 years. Prince Hua Tian's strength was probably not inferior to Qian Shaojun and Yi Yi. The three of them were recognized as peerless geniuses who had already become famous in the whole core of all things world. The brilliance of these three people was too strong, too strong. Just the brilliance of these three people was enough to suppress everyone else. When the three of them appeared one after another, it suddenly became a stage for the three of them. If it had to be added, then Qin Shao would be added as well, making it a stage for the four of them. In terms of brilliance, all the other people combined would not be able to compete with the four of them. Was this still the battle of myriad cities? All of a sudden, the geniuses of various cities felt that the atmosphere of this battle of myriad cities had changed. Before it started, it seemed to have nothing to do with them. Next, it was Qin Shao, Qian Shaojun, Yi Yi, and Prince Hua Tian's performance. All of the light should be shining for them. And they were just accompanying the guests, accompanying the crown prince to study and set off the brilliance of the four of them. Chapter 1203. Nominal Disciple Selection. The heated discussion had also ignited the entire place. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Those who knew kept it a secret and refused to reveal it. Therefore, this matter was even more thought-provoking. They really didn't know what was going on. However, they were sure that the situation was extraordinary. Amidst the uproar, a powerful aura suddenly descended, and a figure landed on the highest throne. Everyone involuntarily shut their mouths when they saw the person who had arrived. In an instant, the boisterous crowd became incomparably quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone's gazes landed on the high and mighty throne as they involuntarily revealed a respectful expression. The guards of the Star Mansion knelt down on one knee in unison. Their loud voices reverberated throughout the place. "Greetings, Mansion Master." It was obvious that the person who had come out was the Star Mansion Master. The ruler of Star Mansion was in charge of the Wand City. He could be said to be the ruler of a region. He had supreme power. The aura that he gave out was powerful and terrifying. It made people's hearts palpitate, especially the geniuses of the various cities who were one-star all things masters. They could not help but tremble when they saw him. What a terrifying aura! He was too powerful. The city governors became obedient in front of the Star Mansion Master. They stood there respectfully. Qin Shao sized up the Star Mansion Master secretly. He was an experienced three-star all things master. In the heart of all things world, the Star Mansion Master's aura was terrifyingly powerful with the support of the world will origin. Where did his aura come from? Apart from his own power, the most important thing was the support of the origin will and the support of the world will. Just like in Tianlong mainland, Qin Shao was the origin master. The origin will of the entire world will was attached to Qin Shao. All of the world will origin followed Qin Shao. That was why Qin Shao was able to truly control the world's origin will with a single thought. That was why Qin Shao was invincible in Tianlong mainland. No one could go against his will. He only needed a thought and he could kill anyone. As long as he descended, it was equivalent to the world will origin and the world will origin. This kind of terrifying power could naturally make tens of thousands of people submit. Everyone involuntarily knelt down and worshipped. This was the reason why. In the heart of all things world, although a three-star all things master did not seem powerful to Qin Shao, they could give out powerful aura here as if they were the king of the world. However, such aura could not intimidate Qin Shao. Qin Shao could face it calmly. Otherwise, the rest of the people did not dare to look at the Star Mansion Master. Qian Shaojun and the others. In front of the powerful Star Mansion Master, They were all inferior. The Star Mansion master looked down. When his eyes met with Qin Zhao's, he paused for a moment and frowned. A strange look flashed in the depths of his eyes. There had never been a one-star all-creation master who dared to look him in the eye. The young man could face him calmly, and was not afraid of his supreme aura. It was rare, really rare. However, the Star Mansion master did not linger on Qin Zhao. After looking around, he spoke in a voice that was not loud but was majestic. Young men, the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance that is held once every 10 years is a stage for you to show your talent. It's a great opportunity for you to improve yourself, train yourself, and prove yourself. It's also a great opportunity for you to show the Star Mansion to the other mansions. Great rewards are waiting for you. I believe I don't need to say more. All of you should know the importance of the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance. You'll definitely do your best to fight for the ranking. I won't say more. Today, I'm going to announce something solemnly. It's a very important thing. Then, the Star Mansion master seemed to be keeping everyone in suspense. He did not continue. Instead, he glanced at Qian Shaojun, Prince Huatian, and Yi Yi. Everyone knew that the Star Mansion master's announcement must have something to do with Qian Shaojun and the others participating in the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance. Therefore, everyone perked up one by one. They wanted to know what kind of big matter could attract Qian Shaojun and the others. After a long while, the Star Mansion master continued, "Maybe some people have heard the news through the grapevine. The news is supposed to be confidential and it's highly confidential. However, I didn't expect it to spread. It even attracted a few decent geniuses to participate in the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance. I can't be bothered with the matter of the secret being leaked. If our Star Mansion can shine, I'll be proud too. Alright, I'll officially announce a secret order from the Universal Palace. In the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance, 1 to 3 geniuses will be selected from each mansion to become the nominal disciples of the Universal Palace. Finally, from the nominal disciples of all the mansions, there will be a series of tests and selections. In the end, a few core disciples will be selected. Remember, it's a core disciple's spot, not an ordinary official disciple." Boom! The moment the Star Mansion master said that, there was an uproar. It shocked everyone. The heated discussion was earth-shattering. Everyone went crazy. Their blood boiled and their veins swelled. This is crazy. The Universal Palace is going to select nominal disciples. Moreover, they're going to select core disciples from the nominal disciples. This is really a chance to reach the sky in a single bound. No wonder Qian Shaojun and the others were attracted here. Tsk. Not to mention core disciples, even becoming a nominal disciple would be great. It's like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, reaching the sky in a single bound. Yeah. An ordinary mansion master is only an ordinary official disciple. If one becomes a core disciple directly, his position will be extraordinary. He'll be above the mansion master. Tsk. It's really reaching the sky in a single bound. With such a temptation, I'm afraid those mansion masters would be tempted and scramble for it. I never thought that such a good thing would happen to a one-star all-being. It's crazy. It's a pity. Damn it. We're too weak. It's impossible for us to compete for the nominal disciple's spot. Yeah. Sigh. It's such a good opportunity, but we can't grab it. There are only 3 spots at most. It'll definitely be Qian Shaojun, Qin Shao, Prince Huatian, and Yi Yi. We're doomed to have no hope. We can only watch their wonderful performances. Sigh. I'm not resigned to this. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. If we miss it, we won't have another chance. Yeah. I don't think I've heard of the Universal Palace selecting nominal disciples through the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance. Let's not talk about the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance. It's never happened before. In the historical records, the Universal Palace has never selected nominal disciples. There's no such thing. That's right. Although the City Lord can be considered an in-name disciple of the Universal Palace on the surface, it's only temporary. Strictly speaking, they can't be considered real nominal disciples. The emperors of the myriad cities went crazy. There were sounds of shock, envy, and many unwillingness. The mansion masters of the myriad cities naturally became restless. Why would the Universal Palace suddenly select nominal disciples? It's never happened before. Yeah. We haven't heard of such a big thing. Otherwise, we could have made preparations earlier. Why did he have to choose from these little fellows when he was selecting a registered disciple? They should choose from us mansion masters. Sigh. Looks like we're not as good as these little guys. Such a good opportunity, but we don't have a share. Qidong City Lord, congratulations. You were able to recruit such a peerless genius. If he can become a nominal disciple of the Universal Palace, you'll have made a name for yourself. Who knows? He might even have a chance to become a core disciple. TSK. A core disciple. That's even more impressive. Other than Qidong, the mansion masters representing Qian Shaojun and the other two were also surrounded by sounds of envy. Qidong's smile was very wide. This was an unexpected surprise. To be honest, he had never thought that such a surprise would happen. He really didn't expect that the Universal Temple would suddenly hold a selection of disciples in name, and he just so happened to bump into it. He was clear about Qin Zhao's strength and believed in it. He had already seen the first place of the myriad cities' battle of brilliance as his. Therefore, Qidong also believed that Qin Zhao could very likely become a core disciple of the Universal Palace. That would be a meteoric rise. This kind of thing was something he had always dreamed of, but he had never been able to get it. On this point, he had to admire Qin Zhao's luck. He really had a peerless luck. He was not happy for himself now, but for Qin Zhao. Once he could take this step, his cultivation path would be much smoother. Cultivation was about constantly fighting for resources, fighting with the heavens, fighting with the earth, fighting with people, fighting with time, fighting with everything. The path of cultivation, the path of defying the heavens, the path of fighting. Opportunities and luck were also the most important things in the path of cultivation. Qin Zhao's luck had always been very good. Of course, when an opportunity came, not everyone could grasp it. Having an opportunity was important, but grasping it was more important. No matter how good an opportunity was in front of you, if you didn't have the ability to grasp it, it would be useless. It seems that my cultivation path in the universal core world will be much smoother than I expected. Now that such an opportunity has come, I have to change my plan. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. Even the heavens wanted to help him. There was no reason for him not to rise. Everyone's eyes quickly gathered on Qin Zhao, Qian Shaojun, and the other three. At this time, the four of them were like cranes in a flock of chickens, shining brightly and becoming the center of everyone's envy and jealousy. This opportunity seemed to have been specially prepared for them. Although there were still some people who were unwilling to give up and wanted to fight for it secretly, they were not willing to give up. But they also knew that it was too difficult to fight for it. It was too difficult to snatch something from Qin Zhao, Qian Shaojun, and the other three. The strength of these four people was publicly acknowledged. They had passed the test and were absolutely terrifying. Strength was not something that could be faked. It didn't mean that confidence was enough. Something real must have real strength. Qian Shaojun looked at Qin Zhao, smiled at Qin Zhao, and said, "It seems that the competition this time is a bit fierce. I lost to you in the arena last time. This time, I have to fight with you again. I beat you last time, and I will definitely beat you this time." Qin Zhao didn't hold back and said with a smile, Chapter 1204. The rules of the competition. The Myriad City Battle of Brilliance had finally begun. However, unlike the past, this year's Myriad City Battle of Brilliance had an additional sacred aura. Under the halo of the Universal Palace's honorary disciple selection, the original Myriad City Battle of Brilliance had lost its luster and became dull. Everyone no longer had any desire for the rankings. Therefore, the mentality of the people in this Myriad City Battle of Brilliance had naturally undergone some subtle changes. The rules of this year's Myriad City Battle of Brilliance were actually very simple. It was even simpler than the past. It was a simple and crude elimination system. It was a random selection of opponents, and then an elimination round would take place. Everyone had two chances. If they lost both times, they would be eliminated directly. If they won once, they could enter the next round to fight again. In each round, they only needed to lose twice to be eliminated directly. This way, they would fight until the end and compete for the top 10 spot. The rules of this competition were simple and clear. It was simple and crude and straightforward. Those with strength would be able to advance. Those without strength would be eliminated. Although there would be some unexpected factors in it, the overall situation would not be affected by it. After all, among over 50,000 geniuses, only the top 10 spots would be chosen. Only the top 10 spots would be rewarded. Therefore, it could be said that it was a 1 in a million result. However, this year's Myriad City Battle of Brilliance was different from the past. The competition had not yet begun, but the results had already been predicted, and it was very obvious. It was very certain that Qian Shaojun, Prince Hua Tian and Yi Yi would definitely occupy 4 spots in the top 10 spots. Everyone would fight for the other 6 spots. However, everyone's focus was not on the top 10 spots this time, but the honorary disciple selection at the end. Everyone's focus was on the 1 to 3 spots for registered trainees. Under this halo, everything else became unimportant. The elimination round was also very intense. Although many people's strength was not enough, they had a positive heart. They always dreamed of becoming an honorary disciple of the Universal Palace. This was an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. In the face of such an unprecedented opportunity, who would not want to fight for it? Even if they knew that they would not be able to fight for it, they still wanted to join in the fun and show their enthusiasm. It was said that people die for wealth and birds die for food. Many times, people's madness was completely blinded by greed. They would not care about anything else. Therefore, in the face of this unattainable honorary disciple selection, everyone was like a flock of ducks. It was a little crazy. A 1,000 stages were started at the same time. Torrent Sky Battle of Brilliance. Torrent of people was very fast. Torrent of brilliance. Torrent of people was calm. Torrent brilliance. Torrent rent sky brilliance of people over of brilliance and star brilliance time. After a year God Studio over of time torrent of. It seemed that the Myriad City Tournament of Brilliance would end in at most a month. It was much faster than everyone had expected. Qin Feng was still alright. He persisted for close to 4 months before he was eliminated. He could be considered to have surpassed half of the people here. As for Yi Xian, he broke through the limits of his potential. He persisted for half a year before being eliminated. In other words, he had also killed his way through the top 10,000, suppressing over 40,000. This ranking indeed sounded very ordinary, but it was also true that Xian's talent, potential, and strength were indeed quite ordinary. To be able to obtain such a ranking, it could be considered not bad. He had displayed a relatively good standard. Qi Dong didn't have much hope for them. The purpose of bringing them here was to hone their skills, broaden their horizons, give them some pressure, and promote their potential. As long as he could achieve this goal, it would be enough. It was also very unrealistic to expect them to fight for the second place. This was something that Qi Dong had never thought of. All of Qi Dong's hopes were pinned on Qin Shao. If there were no accidents, then Qin Shao would definitely become a registered disciple. Qi Dong was very confident about this. With this unexpected surprise, Qi Dong did not have any more requests for Yi Xian and Tai Feng. Moreover, Yi Xian and Qin Feng's performance was quite satisfactory to him. Both of them were pretty good. Although they didn't create any miracles, their luck wasn't too good. The opponents they met were all rather strong. This was also part of the reason. Overall, their performance was still commendable. He believed that after this experience, the two of them would grow very well. Foster father, why did the Universal Temple suddenly choose a few registered disciples this time? Moreover, they want to choose a core disciple from among them. This kind of thing has never happened before in history. If the Universal Temple wants to choose a core disciple, then there are so many city lords and palace lords. Wouldn't it be better to choose from them? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Regarding this matter, Qi Dong had been thinking about it, but he couldn't think of a reason. Qi Dong shook his head and said, Foster father is also very confused about this. Foster father talked to the other city lords, but they couldn't understand the situation. It's strange, but since the Universal Temple wants to do this, then there must be a reason. We don't need to guess that reason. Perhaps this is the fate and opportunity of a few people. Qin Zhao's opportunity is very good. However, one needs to have the ability to grasp it. Even if such an opportunity is given to foster father, he might not be able to grasp it. Yi Xian said, Foster father, you don't have to be so humble. I also feel that foster father lacks a good opportunity. If such an opportunity is given to foster father will definitely be able to soar to the sky. Qi Dong still shook his head. Don't flatter your foster father. The world is big, it's not as simple as you think. This is only the Star Mansion. If you look at the entire universal core world, the size is not something you can imagine. Our Star Mansion is only one of the 900 mansions in the universal core world. Moreover, it's a very ordinary mansion. It's too difficult to stand at the top of a world. Your foster father, I have yet to reach such a level. Qi Dong wasn't belittling himself. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence. It was the truth. He also wanted to be able to stand at the top. However, he couldn't deceive himself and others. Among the two-star all-knowing experts, his strength was still considered very good. However, to say that he could be ranked at the top? Qi Dong didn't have the slightest confidence. For example, Qin Shao was really able to stand at the top of the one-star all-knowing expert. His strength could be ranked at the top. This was something that Qi Dong couldn't compare with. Regarding Qin Shao, Qi Dong had always admired her very much. The battle continued. Sure enough, Qin Shao, Qian Shaojun and the other three were peerless. They were simply four unshakable gods of war. No one could shake them. All those who fought against them would be defeated, all of them no match for them. Therefore, the four of them had a very smooth journey. They overcame all difficulties and triumphed all the way. Many people tried to challenge Qin Shao and the other three, but none of them succeeded. All of them were defeated. The strength of Qin Shao and the other three was completely superior to everyone else. They were not at the same level at all. The gap was very big. Therefore, there was no possibility of any challenge at all. There was no way. Even if they wanted to compete, they didn't have the strength to do so. Originally, there were still many people who were eager to fight for this opportunity. However, in the end, they could only give up. They had to give up. The gap was too big. It was an insurmountable gap. After a year and a month of fierce battles, the final top 10 places were finally decided. However, for the top 10 places, everyone only cared about Qin Shao and the other three. They were not interested in the others. Obviously, the final place of the nominal disciple would only be born among these three people. The competition for the nominal disciple finally began. Just like before, the elimination system was still used. However, the rules were more complicated and better, so as to reduce some accident. Under such circumstances, it took 10 days. In the end, only Qin Shao and the other three were left. The 4 people who were expected by the public were also the 4 people without any suspense. On the big square, there were only 4 people left. Everyone's eyes fell on the 4 people. The 4 of them each had their own style, but they also had their own thoughts. The 4 of them were not the final place of the nominal disciple. At least one more person had to be eliminated. The Star Mansion Master hadn't announced the exact number of places in the end. It could be 3, or it could be 1 or 2. It was all possible. Therefore, there would definitely be a bigger test at the end. It was time to test the 4 of them. No matter how high-spirited the scene was, the 4 of them were secretly competing with each other. They were waiting for the final test to come. The final competition would be the real beginning for them. It was time for them to show their true strength. The Star Mansion Master stood up and walked to the edge of the high platform. He looked down and fixed his eyes on Qin Shao and the other 3. He smiled. On the spectators' seats around the square, everyone held their breaths. They even looked over there nervously, waiting for the Star Mansion Master to speak. Rumble. The Star Mansion Master suddenly waved his hand. The sky suddenly darkened. It was completely dark, and the universe fell into darkness. The light was completely devoured. The universe was completely devoured. The huge square was instantly plunged into endless darkness and ghastly forest. There was no light, no sun, and nothing could be seen. A fierce wind suddenly blew. Darkness, whirlpool, wind waterfall, terrifying phenomena appeared one after another. The universe roared as if it was going to devour everything. It was as if the underworld had descended. Everything in the world was going to be destroyed and sink. The terrifying power wrapped Qin Shao tightly like invisible demons. It was going to devour Qin Shao. Waves of dark power, gloomy power, and destructive power surged crazily on Qin Zhao's body. They wanted to tear Qin Zhao's body apart and destroy it. Her divine body was gradually being devoured by the terrifying power. Chapter 1205. The final quota. Such a situation instantly caused Qin Zhao's expression to become extremely solemn. What's going on? Is this the final test? What a terrifying power! What a strong devouring power! Moreover, it wasn't just a corrosive force that could corrode one's body. What was even more terrifying was that it could corrode one's soul and will. It was an invisible power that had the most destructive power. His body, soul, and willpower were attacked by the terrifying power at the same time. Naturally, he was in a precarious situation. No wonder it was the final test. It was terrifying. The final test wasn't going to be decided by a competition between the 4 of them. Instead, the Star Mansion Master was going to test him directly. Once the Star Mansion Master made a move, it was indeed extraordinary. Hang on. Qin Shao clenched his teeth and made up his mind. No matter how difficult the test was, he had to hang on. How much training had he gone through along the way? How strong was his state of mind? No matter how terrifying the attack was, Qin Shao wouldn't compromise. He had to hang on. The terrifying power was extremely turbulent. It was like a raging sea that was roaring and swallowing the earth. Qin Shao performed Creation Mountain and River with all his might. He used Creation Mountain and River to fight against the terrifying power and protect his divine body. Qin Shao had the absolute power of belief to protect his soul and willpower. With the support of his strong state of mind, no power could break through. Therefore, the current Qin Shao was like a divine mountain, standing tall and unyielding. Outside, in the spectator stands, Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with astonishment. The square was covered in darkness and devoured by the terrifying power. They couldn't see what was going on inside. However, they could feel how terrifying the dark power was. Thinking that Qin Shao and the other three were in the middle of the dark power waterfall, they couldn't help but be shocked. They were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. Such a test was too terrifying. Not to mention the young geniuses of the Wan City, even the city lords of the Wan City were shocked. Such a test made them feel a burst of fear, and they smelled a trace of danger. But thinking about it, the Universal Palace's requirements for in-name disciples were naturally not ordinary. It was normal for there to be such a frightening test. Yi Xian and Qin Feng, who were standing behind Qi Dong, couldn't help but shiver. Their souls were shaking. The two of them were already drenched in cold sweat. Their faces were somewhat pale. Even though they were far away, they could still feel how terrifying that place was. It was so terrifying that it made their hearts palpitate. Godfather, who do you think will be eliminated? I believe that Big Brother Qin should be able to pass. Yi Xian asked. Qi Dong shook his head and said, "It's really hard to say for the time being. Your big brother Qin definitely won't have a problem passing. I'm very confident in him. However, it was hard to say about the other three. Qian Shaojun, Prince Huatian, and Yi Yi. How should I put it? Their rankings on the yellow board are almost the same. In terms of strength, they should be about the same. So, it's still hard to say who among the three will be eliminated. But personally, I'm more optimistic about Qian Shaojun. So, if you want to say who is most likely to be eliminated, it should be Prince Huatian and Yi Yi. Maybe one of them will be eliminated, or maybe both of them will be eliminated. It's also hard to say." Yi Xian nodded and said, "I don't know how many people will pass the test in the end. If only one person can stay, then Big Brother Qin should have the highest chance. If there are two people, then Big Brother Qin and Qian Shaojun have a higher chance. Well, based on the current situation, I think at least 2 people will stay. It's even possible that 3 people will stay. As for the specifics, it's up to the Star Mansion Master. After all, the 4 of them are very good. They're all dragons and phoenixes among men. They're definitely outstanding young people. Even in the entire world of Universal Core, the 4 of them are definitely well known. If I were to choose, I'd definitely choose all 4 of them. The 4 of them are enough to compete with the geniuses from the other mansions. 100 mansions, 2 or 3 from each mansion, then there'll be about 300 nominal disciples. This number is already very big. However, it's useless to just be a nominal disciple. It still depends on whether they can become a core disciple. If they can become a core disciple, then it's the real opportunity. It's the real soaring. Qin Zhao's goal should be to become a core disciple. He doesn't care about a nominal disciple. Although being a nominal disciple was also a supreme honor, but compared to being a core disciple, it was indeed nothing. Core disciple, the 2 words core were enough to reflect the weight. The core of Universal Palace, the core of cultivation. One should know that ordinary mansion masters were only ordinary disciples. Those who could become a core disciple among the mansion masters were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Among 100 mansion masters, no more than 5 people could become a core disciple. It could be seen how fierce the competition was and how difficult it was. This time, choosing a core disciple from a 1-star all being was simply unprecedented. Time ticked by. 2 hours, 4 hours. The situation inside couldn't be understood at all. Everyone was waiting anxiously for the final result. At that moment, only the Star Mansion Master knew what was going on inside. Half a day had passed, but nothing had happened. This made the people who were waiting a little anxious. Whoosh! The Star Mansion Master finally moved. He waved his hand and swallowed the boundless darkness back into his palm like a whale swallowing upside down. Very soon, the spacious square finally regained its clarity. Everyone then saw the situation inside clearly. Qin Shao and the other two, except for Qin Shao, were half kneeling on the ground. Only Qin Shao was still standing there with his back straight and there wasn't much pain on his face. He was still able to maintain his calmness. His performance had truly frightened many people. Many strange gazes fell on Qin Shao. Although no one had seen clearly what had happened in the past half a day, they could tell how terrifying it had been from Qian Shaojun and the other two's miserable figures and their pained expressions. The three of them couldn't bear it. Only Qin Shao was able to remain calm. How could they not be shocked by his performance? In comparison, Qin Shao was easily a few streets ahead of Qian Shaojun and the other two. Many strange gazes fell on Qin Shao. At that moment, they still didn't know what the final result would be. Hence, no one dared to make a sound. They were all waiting for the Star Mansion Master to announce the result. The Star Mansion Master also looked at Qin Shao with a strange gaze. The two of them looked at each other again. This man is really not simple. He's really not simple. The others couldn't take it anymore, but he was the only one who remained calm and wasn't affected at all. Such a state of mind is really powerful. Under my might, he still dared to look at me. His eyes are clear and there's no fear at all. He's neither servile nor overbearing. He's tough. He's a very good seedling. He's very promising, the Star Mansion Master thought to himself. As for Qian Shaojun and the other two, the Star Mansion Master didn't think much of it. He could only say that they had some potential. However, the Star Mansion Master didn't appreciate them. However, the Star Mansion Master did appreciate Qin Shao quite a bit. Such a genius was indeed hard to come by. If the Star Mansion could have a core disciple, he would feel honored. Although he wasn't one of his people, he was still a disciple of the Star Mansion. After sizing them up for a while, the Star Mansion Master retracted his gaze and said, "Congratulations to the four of you. You've all passed the test. Originally, there were only 3 places at most. However, it's really hard for the 4 of you to be eliminated. Hence, I've already applied to the higher-ups to add 1 more place." The higher-ups also understood your situation and finally agreed to my request. Hence, the 4 of you have passed the test and you can become the nominal disciples of the Universal Palace immediately. However, this is only the beginning. What's waiting for you will be an even more powerful test. You still have a long way to go. Core disciples should be what you're after. I believe that all of you have the ambition to work hard and pursue it. Alright, this year's Myriad City Tournament of Brilliance will end here. Some of the rewards will be given to the top 10 winners. You can go to the Universal Palace in the Prefecture City to exchange for them. As for the 4 of you, go back first and wait for my notice. At this point, the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance had finally come to an end. The reward for being a nominal disciple was already great enough. Hence, Qin Shao didn't care about the reward for being the top 10 winners of the Myriad City Tournament of Brilliance. It was more of an honor. The reward was secondary. Qin Shao didn't come for the reward in the first place. As soon as the Star Mansion Master left, the whole place was in an uproar. The noise filled the whole world as if it was going to turn the world upside down. Voices of goodwill were transmitted to Qin Shao one after another. "Qin Shao, congratulations! Brother Qin Shao, I'm the city governor of Demon Martial Arts City. If you have the chance, you're welcome to visit Qingwu City. Brother Qin Shao, I'm the city governor of Kumo City. You're welcome to visit Kumo City. Lord Qin Shao, congratulations!" Many city governors expressed their goodwill. Even if they couldn't befriend him, they could at least get to know him. Qin Shao didn't put on airs. He responded to them one by one out of courtesy. Qin Shao was used to these expressions of goodwill. He didn't find it strange. Qin Shao went straight to the city governor of Qidong City. The city governor of Qidong City had a big smile on his face. This time, he was in the limelight and was envied by many. Many city governors also expressed their goodwill to him. After all, Qin Shao was his man. If Qin Shao really became a core disciple, then Qidong City would become stronger in the future. Therefore, many people were willing to befriend Qidong, especially those who knew Qidong before but weren't very familiar with him. Or, those who didn't get along with Qidong before would come up to him and say a few words to eliminate some of the previous grudges. For a moment, Qidong was very happy. This feeling was really good. Yi Xian and Qin Feng were overjoyed and happy for Qin Shao. Although they didn't get any results, Qin Zhao's brilliance was enough to make them feel proud. Haha, brother Qin Shao, let's go back and have a drink. The city governor of Qidong City laughed. Qin Shao nodded and smiled. Let's go. Chapter 1206. Meeting the Master of Star Mansion. This year's Myriad Cities tournament quickly caused a great sensation in the Myriad Cities region of Star Mansion, and even the entire core of All Things World. Originally, there was nothing strange about the Myriad Cities tournament that was held every 100,000 years, and it was not enough to cause a sensation. However, this year's tournament was different from the past. This year's selection of nominal disciples of Universal Palace was enough to cause a sensation in the core of all things. Star Mansion City was bustling with noise and excitement. The streets and alleys were filled with heated discussions. Everyone was talking about it with relish. Qin Shao, who was not well known, also became famous in Star Mansion. Qin Shao, who was unknown, was also famous. Qin Shao was Jian Shanhe. Just Jian Shanhe's name alone was enough to support everything. In addition, his amazing performance in the Myriad Cities tournament naturally caused a lot of discussion. Everyone wanted to know who Qin Shao was and how he could be such a peerless genius. It could even be said that Qin Zhao's brilliance had overshadowed Qian Shaojun and the other two. For a time, Qin Shao naturally became the most popular person in Star Mansion City. Everyone wanted to be on good terms with him. As for the courtyard where Qin Shao and the others lived, it naturally could not be hidden. It was quickly dug out. Every day there were countless people who came to express their goodwill, and there were simply too many to count. Qin Shao hated this kind of scene the most, so he simply closed the door and declined all visitors. Only in this way could he have peace and quiet. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death. Many forces wanted to be on good terms with Qin Shao, but they had no way to do so. They turned their attention to Qidong City Governor, especially those governors. Naturally, they would find a way to be on good terms with Qidong. After all, Qidong had stayed in the Myriad Core world for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, Qidong had a good relationship with many city lords. Therefore, now that these city lords took the initiative to express their goodwill, Qidong couldn't reject them. Therefore, Qidong became incomparably busy. Qin Shao stayed quietly in the courtyard and waited for the master of Star Mansion to summon him. Qin Shao was calm, but Yi Xian and Qin Feng were excited, as if they were the ones who had become nominal disciples. Xian City, Governor's Mansion. Humph! After learning about Qin Zhao's situation, the governor of Hun City was so angry that he smashed Qin Zhao's mansion. It showed how furious he was. The governor of Hun City was Hun City Governor. Hun City Governor was. Everyone in the mansion was furious, and they were unwilling to accept the fact. They had Star Mansion Hun City Governor. They had Hun City Governor. Was Hun City? Hun City Governor Hun City Governor. Hun City Governor. Hun Studio. However, they did not expect that a series of news would come from the Star Mansion. It immediately messed up their plans and forced them to reconsider their plans. With Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance, and the fact that she had become an in-name disciple of the Universal Temple, how could the 9 Chaos City Lord dare to do anything to Qin Zhao? Attacking Qin Zhao now was the same as disrespecting the All-Creation Temple. Challenging the supreme authority of the All-Creation Temple was courting death. How could a mere 9 Chaos City Lord like him provoke the supreme power of the Universal Temple? Therefore, the series of plans could only be abandoned. Lei Ming's death had humiliated him as the 9 Chaos City Lord, so he could only endure it for now. He was angry and unwilling, but what could he do? Qin Zhao, you little brat, you're really lucky. You're so lucky. Despicable brat, I didn't think that even the heavens were helping you. Who would have thought that the Universal Temple would suddenly do such a thing to select an in-name disciple? Despicable, truly despicable. If you don't have this identity to protect you, you'll definitely die. The 9 Chaos City Lord was furious, and he roared in his heart. He was really unwilling to accept this. Now, not only could he not do anything to Qin Zhao, but he also did not dare to do anything to the Qidong City Lord. After all, Qin Zhao's influence was there. If this brat really improved and became a core disciple of the All-Creation Temple, wouldn't he offend Qin Zhao if he attacked Qidong now? Once Qin Zhao became a core disciple, how could the Science City Lord's mansion bear the consequences of revenge? His huge family would definitely be annihilated. Therefore, under such circumstances, how could he dare to do anything? No matter how unwilling and angry he was, he could only endure it. The anger in his heart could only be vented on other things. Star Mansion Master's Mansion, Imperial Palace. A figure sat cross-legged on a huge jade stone. The place was shrouded in clouds and strange lights. It seemed to be a mysterious realm. The Star Mansion Master touched his hair gently and seemed to be deep in thought. With a wave of his hand, the ray of light in front of him disappeared. However, his eyes became incomparably deep, making it impossible for others to see through them. Qin Zhao, it has only been less than 1,000 years since he arrived outside Bai City, but he has grown to such a level. Moreover, his state of mind is so strong. He must have gone through a lot of training. How could this brat reach such a high level in such a short period of time? Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. This brat is really a monster. However, his background is extremely clear, and there are no abnormalities in it. It seems that he is really a rare genius. A peerless beauty might really be able to shine brightly. Maybe he can really become a core disciple. In the Battle of the 900 Mansions, the number of registered disciples alone would reach 2,000. But how many of them could become core disciples in the end? Although it was not known how many spots there would be for core disciples, it would definitely be less than 5. The number of core disciples in the All-Creation Temple was pitifully small. They would be very cautious when recruiting a core disciple. It was too difficult to become a core disciple. Among the registered disciples, only one in a few hundred could become a core disciple. It was easy to imagine how intense the competition between 2,000 or so nominal disciples would be when the time came. Hence, those who could become core disciples in the end must be extremely monstrous, the real rare geniuses. Even Qian Shaojun, Prince Huatian and Yi Yi could only be said to be a little competitive. However, the Star Mansion Master did not think highly of them. Under such intense competition, their chances of becoming a core disciple were not very high. Although they were monstrous, it was not as simple as being monstrous to become a core disciple. They must be exceptional geniuses. Hence, among the 4 of them, the Star Mansion Master thought highly of Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had the highest chance. The Star Mansion Master even made a rough estimation. He felt that Qin Zhao had a 70% chance of becoming a core disciple. Core disciple. The Star Mansion Master's eyes shone with yearning. I have always wanted to become a core disciple and I have been working hard towards it. However, I have never been able to fulfill my wish. Now I am a little envious of these little guys. Who knows, I might have to rely on these little guys to fight for my glory. If Star Mansion could have a core disciple, as the Mansion Master, it would be considered a contribution. It would be enough for me to brag to the other Mansion Masters. Thinking of that, the Star Mansion Master could not help but smile. At least, in the history of Star Mansion that he knew, there had never been a core disciple. There were 900 mansions in Universal Core World. Star Mansion could only be considered as an ordinary mansion. As the Mansion Master, the Star Mansion Master naturally hoped that Star Mansion could become stronger. It seems that I have to meet Qin Shao. Who knows, I might have to rely on him to talk in Universal Palace in the future. The Star Mansion Master suddenly made a decision. An order was given and the subordinates who were guarding outside the palace received the order. Although Qin Shao had closed the door to the guests, it was still bustling outside the courtyard. There were still many people wandering around, as if they were waiting for Qin Shao to come out. At this moment, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled slightly. A powerful aura surged like a flood and approached rapidly. Some of the people wandering around were shocked, and they lifted their heads to look. Soon, they saw a dazzling golden carriage slowly moving towards them. 2 teams of guards in golden armor led the way. They were majestic. Their armor was bright and their power was awe-inspiring. The guards in golden armor represented the strongest and highest level of guards in the Mansion Master's mansion. Every single one of them was an elite and they were formed by absolute experts. Although the guards were only 1-star all-beings wielder, their power was definitely top-notch. 2 to 3 of them could suppress a 2-star all-beings wielder if they joined forces. Think about it. If there were hundreds to thousands of people in golden armor, what kind of terrifying fighting power would they be able to unleash? The reputation of the guards in golden armor was definitely not small. It was enough to deter everyone. Wherever they passed by, the people wandering around quickly retreated and distanced themselves from the place. At the front of the carriage, riding a tall and mighty dragon horse was a man wearing a green robe. He had a square face and there was not much expression on his face, so he gave off a very dignified feeling. He was cold and handsome, and he was imposing without being angry. However, from the mark of a 3-star all-being on the green-robed man's forehead, people knew that he was a 3-star all-being. The identity of a 3-star all-being was enough to explain everything. There was no need for further explanation. Even if a governor of a city saw him, he would have to be respectful. Those who were knowledgeable knew who the green-robed man riding the dragon horse was. He was the right-hand man of the Mansion Master of Star Mansion, the green-robed general. The green-robed general's position in Star Mansion was extremely high. He was definitely second only to the Mansion Master of Star Mansion. Plus, the Mansion Master of Star Mansion usually didn't care about anything. Hence, the green-robed general was in charge of everything in Star Mansion. It was because of this that the green-robed general's reputation was extremely powerful. The green-robed general had actually come personally. Moreover, he was heading towards Qin Zhao's courtyard. Naturally, it was obvious what his purpose was. Such an action also caused an uproar. There were continuous exclamations of astonishment. How generous! The Mansion Master actually sent the green-robed general to invite Qin Shao. It's enough to see how much the Mansion Master values Qin Shao. This treatment TSK. It's too good. It seems like the Mansion Master thinks that Qin Shao is most likely to become a core disciple. Hence, he wants to befriend him in advance. I think so too. Compared to them, Wu Xiaojuan's brilliance is much weaker. I also think that Qin Shao is most likely to become a core disciple. TSK. Even the mansion master came to befriend a potential core disciple. Qin Shao really soared to the sky in one bound this time. Chapter 1207. And honor the carriages of the cyan-clothed general stopped in front of the courtyard, which was still tightly shut. However, there was such a huge commotion outside and the cyan-clothed general's supreme aura gushed out. It was impossible for them to not notice it. At that moment, Qin Shao and the other two in the courtyard naturally noticed it too. Huh? What's going on outside? There's a powerful aura coming. It's right at our door. Yi Xian frowned and looked outside in confusion. Qin Shao also felt the aura. Although he did not see the person, he could feel how powerful and terrifying the aura was from afar. It was definitely the aura of a 3-star all-powerful being. That was why Qin Shao felt a little scared. There was a 3-star all-powerful being here? Could it be someone sent by the Star Mansion Master? Qin Feng guessed. Yi Xian immediately agreed with his guess. It's highly possible. Some of the Castellans will definitely know their place and won't come here again. It's most likely the person sent by the Star Mansion Master to summon Qin Shao. Maybe there's an order from the higher-up. Let's go and take a look. Qin Shao also felt that it was highly possible. The three of them walked over and opened the door of the courtyard. Only then did they see the cyan-clothed general and the other people standing at the door majestically. The three of them were completely sure that the Star Mansion Master had sent someone over. They did not expect it to be so fast. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the cyan-clothed general. Although he did not know the cyan-clothed general, the 3-star all-powerful being symbol between the cyan-clothed general's eyebrows was enough to let Qin Shao know that the person in front of him had a powerful background. A 3-star all-powerful being. He was definitely a big shot in the Star Mansion Master's mansion. The Star Mansion Master had actually sent a 3-star all-powerful being to summon him. It was indeed generous and it surprised Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao felt relieved after thinking about it. He naturally guessed the Star Mansion Master's intention. It was nothing more than a show of goodwill. This kind of goodwill was quite useful to anyone. Qin Shao, the Star Mansion Master asked me to invite you in. The cyan-clothed general got off the horse and came to Qin Shao. He did not need to get off the horse. Getting off the horse and coming to Qin Shao was enough respect. Although it was just some small details, it was enough to explain a lot. Qin Shao had always liked to be amenable to coaxing and not coercion. If others were polite to him and gave him enough respect, he would also return the courtesy. Yi Xian whispered in Qin Zhao's ear, "Brother Qin, this is the green-clothed general, the second in command of the Star Mansion. He is the most capable general of the Star Mansion and has great authority. He has always been the executor and manager of the Star Mansion. He is studio of his mansion. Mansion is. Qin Shao also thought that the cyan-clothed general had a powerful background. However, he did not think about it. Unexpectedly, the cyan-clothed general's background was much more powerful than he had imagined. The cyan-clothed general was Star Mansion Master's number 2. With such a status, he actually took the initiative to invite Qin Shao. Moreover, he was so polite. It was really a high treatment. This also confirmed Qin Zhao's guess about the Star Mansion Master. It seemed that the Star Mansion Master thought that Qin Shao was very likely to become a core disciple. Therefore, he wanted to show goodwill in advance to befriend Qin Shao. Qin Shao had not become a core disciple yet. Therefore, Qin Shao was very grateful for the Star Mansion Master's kindness. As the saying went, it was better to provide timely assistance than to add flowers to the brocade. It was still useful to show goodwill now. However, when Qin Shao really became a core disciple of Universal Palace, it would be too late to show goodwill. By then, Qin Shao would not care about other people's goodwill. Currently, the Star Mansion Master was still superior. In comparison, Qin Shao was still relatively ordinary for the time being. Therefore, when the Star Mansion Master treated Qin Shao with courtesy and showed goodwill, Qin Shao felt a little better. "Thank you, Cyan-Clothed General, for coming here personally. Originally, you could have just sent someone to inform me." Qin Shao smiled and replied politely. The Cyan-Clothed General naturally saw through Qin Zhao's words. He said, "It's my duty. I'm just following orders. Since the Mansion Lord thinks so highly of you, then there must be a reason for it. I just need to carry out the Mansion Lord's orders. With the Star Mansion Master's wisdom, as long as it's his orders, there will be no problem. Our Star Mansion Master is a person who cherishes geniuses very much. He appreciates geniuses very much. Therefore, our Star Mansion Master appreciates you very much. So, he specially asked me to come here because he doesn't trust other people so much. Furthermore, our Mansion Master has specially instructed me to invite you to the mansion with great courtesy." Qin Shao smiled. Even without the Cyan-Clothed General's explanation, Qin Shao could see how much the Star Mansion Master valued him. However, although Qin Shao was pleased, he did not relax in his heart. He was not a person who had not experienced the world. Naturally, he would not be bribed by small favors. "Thank you for your trouble." Qin Shao cupped his fists at the Cyan-Clothed General, and did not say anything else. The Cyan-Clothed General gestured to Qin Shao and invited Qin Shao to the carriage. Then, the group left quickly. After sending off the green-clothed General Qin Shao and the others, this place became lively again. Many discussions involuntarily emerged. Soon, everyone knew that it was the famous Cyan-Clothed General who came to invite Qin Shao. The Star Mansion Master had sent the Cyan-Clothed General to invite Qin Shao to the mansion. This action had an extraordinary meaning, and it was worth pondering over. TSK. Yi Xian, Brother Qin's treatment is really great. TSK. Even the Star Mansion Master has begun to express his goodwill to Brother Qin. It seems that he thinks that Brother Qin has a high possibility of becoming a core disciple of the Universal Palace. That's why he took the initiative to express his goodwill, Qin Feng said. Yi Xian nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, you're right. Sending out the second-in-command of the Manor Lord's residence is enough to send a signal. Anyway, I also think that Brother Qin has a high possibility of becoming a core disciple." "Yi Xian, I'm thinking, is the Star Mansion Master casting a net for everyone? Don't tell me that even Qian Shaojun and the others are receiving the same treatment?" Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. This possibility could not be said to be non-existent. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian said, "It shouldn't be that bad. Who is the green-clothed general?" "He's the second-in-command of the Star Mansion Master, a 3-star all-being. He shouldn't be the one to send the green-clothed general to invite people over. Look at the huge formation. Other than the green-clothed general, he also sent the golden-armored mansion guards. Will he use such a formation on Qian Shaojun and the others? If that's the case, the green-clothed general will probably vomit blood. I think that no matter how scheming the Star Mansion Master is, he definitely won't do that. If that's the case, the green-clothed general will definitely be unhappy." Qin Feng thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, what you said makes sense. That's indeed the case. Since the green-clothed general has taken action, he shouldn't be casting a net for everyone. Plus, the news should be coming back soon. We'll know soon." Star Mansion Master. Qin Shao was led by the green-clothed general, and they quickly entered the depths of the Star Mansion Master. Soon, they passed through a huge stone door. As soon as they entered the stone door, everything changed and they felt like they had entered a brand new world. Strictly speaking, the world wasn't considered a world. To be more precise, it was a slightly bigger space, a special space. In the Jade Palace, there were colorful rays of light everywhere. Strange clouds swirled around and the jade buildings appeared frequently. Qin Shao saw a figure sitting on a huge jade stone at the bottom of the space. Who else could it be but the Star Mansion Master? Qin Shao had seen the Star Mansion Master before. Naturally, he wasn't unfamiliar with him and he recognized him at first glance. The green-clothed general didn't follow him in. Instead, he stood at the door and said to Qin Shao, "The mansion master is waiting for you over there. You can go over directly. This glory belongs to you alone. Qian Shaojun and the other two won't be able to enjoy it." "Thank you, green-clothed general." Qin Shao nodded and thanked the green-clothed general. Then, he took firm steps and walked towards the Star Mansion Master. As he got closer, Qin Shao looked around and felt everything around him. In the process of feeling, Qin Shao noticed something sharply. It was the use of creation doctrine. The space was the product of the use of creation doctrine. Hence, if one were to observe carefully, one would realize that many things in the space were inseparably related to the use of creation doctrine. The connections didn't seem big and subtle. However, Qin Shao was able to capture them, and he was sure that he could connect the use of creation doctrine. No matter how subtle the connections were, there were internal connections. The internal connections were very important. If one could grasp them well, he could comprehend a lot of things based on the connections. After all these years of comprehension and cultivation, coupled with the tempering these few times, Qin Zhao's accumulation had increased by a lot. He had also gained a lot of comprehension in various aspects. As for the breakthrough, it was as if there were restless hearts stirring up trouble and encouraging him. Qin Shao walked very slowly, as if he was completely attracted by the things in the space. There were many things that could inspire him. Hence, Qin Shao forgot about everything else and only focused on looking around. The Star Mansion Master had been looking at Qin Shao for a long time. He was the young genius that he had spent a lot of effort to invite. Whether he could befriend Qin Shao would depend on this. Interesting. You're indeed a peerless genius. You've started to cultivate and comprehend in my place. Looking at it, you've comprehended quite a lot. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao. If you really have the demonic ability to comprehend, I don't mind giving you a hand. The Star Mansion Master smiled and some thoughts popped up in his mind. With that thought in mind, the Star Mansion Master made preparations in secret. Qin Shao walked slower and slower. In the end, he entered the state of selflessness. He forgot everything and immersed himself in comprehension and cultivation. The Star Mansion Master wasn't in a hurry and he wouldn't disturb Qin Shao. He let Qin Shao cultivate and observe. Chapter 1208. He made a breakthrough. All creation, a power of way, rule, application, the universe and the stars seemed to be in a mess, but in reality, they were arranged in their own order. Every arrangement represented a kind of law, and it was a kind of application. The survival, destruction, and operation of all things had their own underlying rules. All things were like a huge astrolabe. On the astrolabe there were countless stars. Every star was like a chess piece. It was the foundation of all things, the power of way, and the rule. As for the usage, it was necessary to arrange the countless stars on the astrolabe in different ways. Different arrangements would result in different shapes and endless variations. However, the final changes were all the same. The essence was to do as one wished with the stars. It was a complicated growth process. The cultivation of the application of all creation way was too complicated. It couldn't be described clearly with simple words. Some things could only be understood, but not explained with words. Cultivation relied on the accumulation of comprehension bit by bit. Only with sufficient accumulation would one be able to achieve success. Only with sufficient accumulation would one be able to achieve success. The space of the Master of Star Mansion was like a huge astrolabe. There were countless changes in the arrangement of stars on it. Qin Shao was able to capture some things and was immersed in comprehension. Many subtle things were triggered. Comprehension was affected by many factors. The most important thing was that it depended on one's comprehension ability. There were some subtle things that seemed very inconspicuous, but people with strong comprehension abilities could understand many things from them. The Master of Star Mansion stood behind Qin Shao silently. He didn't disturb Qin Zhao's comprehension. Qin Shao was immersed in the state of selflessness for 3 days. Then, he came back to his senses. When Qin Shao came back to his senses, he saw the Master of Star Mansion standing behind him. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Master. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." It really made Qin Shao feel awkward. He was summoned by the Master of Star Mansion. When he came to the Master of Star Mansion's cultivation place, he didn't even greet the Master of Star Mansion. He had actually comprehended there for 3 days, leaving the Master of Star Mansion alone. However, the Master of Star Mansion wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's okay. It's your ability that you can comprehend here. Speaking of which, I admire you. You must have gained a lot after 3 days of comprehension, right?" Qin Shao nodded noncommittally and said, "That's right, Manor Lord. The harvest is indeed not small. Your place is really special. It's a good place to cultivate and comprehend. It touched me a lot. I improved a lot." The Master of Star Mansion smiled and said, "That's normal. After all, your talent and potential is exceptional. Even if an ordinary person came here, he would gain. This is Star Palace. It's Star Palace. Palace. Palace Palace's Palace. Palace. Palace's Palace. Palace Palace. Palace 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 Hall Palace. Comprehending and cultivating here will indeed have a good effect. Of course, to me, it's no longer useful. It's just a cultivation palace. However, to a 1-star universal being like you, it'll definitely be of great help. It's just that it won't be of much help." Qin Shao nodded and felt relieved. It turned out that it was built by the Universal Palace. No wonder. However, it was true. Although he gained a lot, the time was too short. In just 3 days, Qin Shao felt that the effect wasn't much. If he continued to comprehend, it wouldn't be of much significance. Unless it was to cultivate here for a long time, it would indeed be of great help. For example, cultivating here for thousands of years or tens of thousands of years would be good. If the time was too short, it wouldn't be of much use. However, Qin Zhao's comprehension ability was good. He could gain a lot of comprehension in a short period of time. If he slowly digested it, it would definitely help Qin Shao improve. Qin Shao looked at the Star Palace. It was indeed a good place. It seemed that being a mansion master was treated well. Thinking about it, the mansion master was considered an official disciple of the Universal Palace. Even if he was just an ordinary disciple, he should be treated well. Otherwise, wouldn't he be letting down the name of a disciple? The Star Palace should be just one of the many treatments. Thinking about it, Qin Shao yearned to be a core disciple even more. Only by becoming a core disciple of the Universal Palace could he get more resources to cultivate. With the help of resources, his cultivation would be faster. In terms of time, it was what Qin Shao pursued the most. "Come, Qin Shao, my friend. Sit here." The Master of Star Mansion didn't have much dignity. He didn't make Qin Shao feel that he was high and mighty. It was different from when he met him in the Battle of Myriad Cities. The Master of Star Mansion's easygoing made Qin Shao feel much more relaxed. He didn't have to be strict on purpose. Qin Shao had seen many big shots. Hence, no matter who he met, Qin Shao could act calmly and face them calmly. Such calmness might be seen as disrespect and provocation by some big shot. However, the Star Mansion Master was fine about that. At that moment, He had put away his dignity and did not make Qin Shao feel uncomfortable about being restrained. Such an atmosphere was more relaxed and comfortable. Qin Shao also liked such an atmosphere. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony. He looked at the master of Star Mansion and sat down. The two of them were like old friends who sat on the same level. Theoretically, a one-star all-powerful one should bow and scrape before the Star Mansion master and be a yes-man. After all, the two of them were far apart in terms of power, identity, status and so on. They weren't on the same level at all. In a world where the strong were respected, when two people with a huge difference in power stood together, there would naturally be a distinction between the superior and the inferior. However, the master of Star Mansion was still fine. At least, he looked fine on the surface. The master of Star Mansion was actually surprised. Previously in the Battle of Myriad Cities, he had exchanged glances with Qin Shao twice. However, Qin Shao didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. This time, although Qin Shao was only a one-star all-knowing, the master of Star Mansion felt that he was an existence whose power was above his own. Getting along with Qin Shao made him feel like he was inferior to her. It was such a strange feeling that even the Star Mansion master was puzzled. Why could a one-star all-knowing give him such a feeling? He was the master of Star Mansion, a three-star all-knowing who had lived for a very long time. He was a powerful existence. However, in front of Qin Shao, he actually felt weak. How could this be? The feeling that Qin Shao gave him wasn't like a one-star all-knowing at all. He didn't feel like a little guy who was born not long ago. Instead, he felt like an existence who had lived for a very long time. It was a very strange feeling. He couldn't put his finger on it. He had never had such a feeling from other people. This was the first time he had felt it from Qin Shao. Therefore, the master of Star Mansion felt that Qin Shao was extraordinary. Extremely extraordinary. Only such a person would be able to create a glorious future. A peerless monster. Perhaps that was the case. Such a monster couldn't be measured by common sense. The master of Star Mansion waved his hand and a refined white jade cup appeared on the table in front of Qin Shao. There was a cup of wine in the white jade cup. There was no aroma, but the wine was very strange. It immediately attracted Qin Zhao's attention. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the wine. He could see everything in the world in the wine. He could even see the tracks of the rules and the power of the way. Everything was clearly visible. It was very magical. This caused Qin Shao to involuntarily let out a cry of surprise. He was very surprised. This wine was extraordinary. Master, what wine is this? Qin Shao asked curiously. The master of Star Mansion chuckled and said, Qin Shao, this wine is called the All-Creation Wine. It's from the All-Creation Palace. Only the All-Creation Palace can make this wine. This wine is not bad. Try it. Only not bad? Qin Shao felt that it wasn't that simple. However, since the master of Star Mansion offered the wine to him, Qin Shao didn't refuse. The wine wasn't fragrant. It was different from ordinary wine. Even if he put it in front of his nose and sniffed it, he couldn't smell anything. It was as light as water. There was no smell of wine. A wine with no taste? It was true that Qin Shao had never tasted it before. It was considered a relatively novel thing. Qin Shao raised his head and drank the wine in the cup. As soon as the wine entered his stomach, something happened. Qin Shao immediately felt a wave of power surging through his body. It rushed to his consciousness and brought Qin Zhao's consciousness into a wonderful world. Everything in the world existed in this world. The rules of Wei and the rules of Wei were operating. This was the world of everything. The rules of Wei and the rules of Wei were clearly visible. After entering this world, Qin Shao could clearly feel the core of the rules of Wei of all creation. The tracks of operation were clearly visible. This kind of feeling was really too mysterious. The use of all creation Tao was also operating in different tracks in front of him. Qin Zhao's talent was very strong. Naturally, he could capture the tracks of the use. So that's how it is, I finally understand. So that's how it is. I fell into a misconception before. I only realized it now. I'm still lacking in these directions. Soon, Qin Zhao's face was filled with joy. Many things that he didn't understand and neglected before were all understood now. This feeling was like the clouds parting to see the sun. Lifting the hazy veil, he could finally see the true face. Many things became clearer and clearer. It made Qin Zhao feel like he was enlightened. Qin Zhao's accumulation was also increasing rapidly. It was 10 times or even 100 times faster than before. This speed of improvement was too shocking. Qin Zhao was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that his level of use of all creation Tao was increasing rapidly. Qin Zhao had already reached the threshold of intermediate use. It was just that it wasn't so easy to cross that hurdle. Now, many insights were surging all at once. There was a huge increase. Many inspirations and great insights were gathered in one body. They surged and formed an unstoppable force. Under this force, Qin Zhao broke through the barrier. Under this force, it was unstoppable. There wasn't much resistance at all. He broke through in one go. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly opened. They emitted a strange light. Chapter 1209. Demon Island. He actually made a breakthrough. The Star Mansion Master looked at Qin Zhao in surprise. He did not expect Qin Zhao to make a breakthrough directly. Even Qin Zhao did not expect himself to make a breakthrough, let alone the Star Mansion Master. Because of a cup of myriad wine, he made a breakthrough directly. Although the harvest earlier was good and he had accumulated a lot, Qin Zhao did not expect to make a breakthrough in one go. Qin Zhao thought he would need some time and a good opportunity, but he did not expect the surprise to come faster. Moreover, even Qin Zhao did not control the breakthrough earlier. He made a breakthrough accidentally. If he could control it, Qin Zhao would suppress it first so that he would not make a breakthrough in front of the Star Mansion Master. Moreover, would the Universal Palace limit the core disciple's realm? If the realm was limited, wouldn't he have missed a good opportunity to make a breakthrough? Qin Zhao was worried about that. Please don't do that. Otherwise, he would vomit blood. Compared to the opportunity to become a core disciple, making a breakthrough was not important. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not smile. Instead, he asked the Star Disgrace Mansion Master, Mansion Master, will I affect the core disciple's selection? Ha! The Star Mansion Master laughed. You have always been calm, but there are times when you worry. But it's okay. It won't affect anything. You just need to be a one-star all things possessor when you participate in the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance. As for the breakthrough later, it won't affect you. Moreover, you haven't been recognized by the Universal Palace yet. So, strictly speaking, you are not a two-star all things possessor. Hearing the Star Mansion Master's words, Qin Zhao was relieved. It was fine as long as it did not affect the core disciple's selection. As for the rest, it was not important. After Qin Zhao relaxed, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he looked at the Star Mansion Master gratefully and said, Mansion Master, this wine shouldn't be as simple as just not bad, right? This wine should be very special and very precious. Qin Zhao had some guesses before, but he didn't ask. Earlier on, the Star Mansion Master had only taken out 1 cup of wine. If it was not bad, there should be more than 1 cup. Even the Star Mansion Master himself did not have any. This was the first point. The second point was also a feeling. Seeing this wine, Qin Zhao felt that it was extraordinary. Indeed, this cup of wine allowed him to break through to the intermediate level of the Tao of all creation. There was no need to say more about the value of this wine. Qin Shao knew that the Star Mansion Master had summoned him because he wanted to befriend Qin Shao and leave a good impression on him. However, Qin Shao did not expect the Star Mansion Master to be so generous as to befriend him. The Star Mansion Master gave him a great treasure as soon as he arrived. Qin Shao didn't like to owe others favors. This cup of myriad creation wine was also a favor to be owed. If Qin Shao had known about it, he wouldn't have accepted it so easily. However, now that he had drunk the wine, he owed the Star Mansion Master a favor. To me, it can only be considered good. After all, it's not useful to me, the Star Mansion Master said casually. Qin Shao was speechless. To the Star Mansion Master, it could only be described as good. After all, no matter how effective the myriad creation wine was, it would not be of any help to the Star Mansion Master. Since he owed the Star Mansion Master a favor, Qin Shao could only accept it and remember it. Mansion Master, thank you. Qin Shao will never forget this favor. However, Mansion Master, I'm a little curious. Why is the myriad creation wine so effective? The myriad creation wine contains the rules of the Tao of all creation and the usage of the Tao of all creation. It's analyzed clearly, so people can easily comprehend the great way in it. The Star Mansion Master nodded and said, the myriad creation wine was refined by the myriad creation palace's extremely effective existence. Moreover, it was brewed in the origin of all creation. Hence, it naturally absorbed some origin of all creation. It sealed the origin of all creation in the wine and brewed it using an extremely effective method. Hence, the wine naturally became so effective. It's a holy item that aids cultivation. This wine is used by the Universal Shrine as a reward. Obtaining a cup of the Universal Wine as a reward isn't an easy task. In the future, when you enter the Myriad Creation Palace, you'll understand. You can get it if you want. However, this wine won't be of any help to a 3-star all-creation expert. It won't be of much help to a 2-star all-creation expert. The 1-star all-creation expert is still a 1-star all-creation expert. Hence, the myriad creation wine is usually exchanged for other people's use. Qin Shao was relieved. So that's how it was. If he was given another cup of the myriad creation wine, it wouldn't be of much use. A cup of myriad creation wine was a small favor to the Star Mansion Master. However, to Qin Shao, it meant a lot. It greatly reduced his cultivation time and increased his power. It gave him more confidence in the core disciple battle. After all, in the core disciple battle, there were definitely many people like Qian Shaojun who could break through at any time. If Qian Shaojun hadn't suppressed it forcefully, she would have broken through to the intermediate application of myriad creation doctrine long ago. She reckoned that she should have broken through by now. Next, it would be an even more intense core disciple battle. Alright, Qin Shao, the arrangement has been made. Go out and look for Qing Yi. Qing Yi will bring you there. As for the rest, it's up to you. I'm looking forward to you becoming a core disciple, the Star Mansion Master suddenly said. Qin Shao stood up and nodded. Mansion Master, I'll take my leave. After that, Qin Shao turned and left. After he left the Star Palace, there was a mansion soldier waiting outside respectfully. When he saw Qin Shao, he immediately went forward and said, Lord Qin Shao, General Qing Yi is waiting for you. This way, please. He followed the mansion soldier and soon arrived at a garden. As soon as he entered the garden, Qin Shao saw Qian Shaojun and the other two. The three of them were chatting. It seemed that they had been there for a while. When they saw Qin Shao, the three of them looked over at the same time. Qin Shao, you're here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Qian Shaojun greeted him warmly. Prince Huatian nodded at Qin Shao as a greeting. Yi didn't pay much attention to Qin Shao. It was as though they were strangers and he didn't give any indication. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Qin Shao said. At that moment, a figure appeared and a powerful aura followed. It was obviously General Qing Yi. General Qing Yi glanced at Qin Shao and the other three and said, "Everyone is here. Let's go. I'll tell you more about the situation on the way." Qin Shao and the other three nodded and followed General Qing Yi. On the way, General Qing Yi told them about the core disciple selection test. After listening, Qin Shao and the other three exclaimed in unison, "Demon Island?" Qin Shao exclaimed because he didn't know the origin of Demon Island. Qian Shaojun and the other three exclaimed because they knew where Demon Island was. Seeing Qian Shaojun and the other two's reaction, Qin Shao knew that Demon Island was definitely not an ordinary place. It must have a great origin. Indeed, after hearing General Qing Yi's explanation, Qin Shao finally understood the origin of Demon Island. Demon Island could be said to be a rather special place in the heart of all things world. It was known as the Demon Island. Just from its name alone, one could tell that Demon Island was an extraordinary place. Demon Island had existed since the primordial era, and it had existed for not much longer than the Universal Temple. Demon Island had always been used to imprison people who had committed the most heinous crimes, as well as some wild beasts and demons. Thus, Demon Island could be said to be an extremely dangerous and cruel place. It was a paradise for demons. In addition, after countless years of development, Demon Island had become even more terrifying, cruel, bloody, and filled with slaughter. It was a true land of demons, a land of extreme evil that caused people to tremble with fear. The creatures of Demon Island were divided into different levels, from 1-star fiend to 4-star fiend. The highest level was 4-star fiend. Star level corresponded to the human level of stars. In other words, 1-star fiends were equivalent to 1-star all-knowing users, 2-star fiends were equivalent to 2-star all-knowing users, and so on. 4-star fiends were equivalent to 4-star all-things wielders. 4-star all-things wielders, even in the heart of all things world, were the most supreme of existences. They could become the lords of an area and dominate it. They were unparalleled existences. They truly stood at the very top of the world. Just thinking about it made one feel terrified. Demon Island actually had 4-star fiends. In addition, according to General Qing Yi's words, there was more than one 4-star fiend. 3-star fiends were even more numerous. Forget about 4-star fiends, even 3-star fiends were enough to threaten the lives of Qin Shao and the others. If they encountered a 3-star fiend, most likely, their only fate would be death. The terrifying image of Demon Island was instantly engraved into the hearts of Qin Shao and the others. Qian Shaojun and the other two had heard of Demon Island long ago. Thus, when the three of them heard that the core disciple trial was to be held at Demon Island, they had bitter smiles on their faces. Demon Island. Even 2-star all-things wielders who enter will have a 90% chance of dying. Prince Hua Tian shook his head. Clearly, he was still somewhat afraid of Demon Island. Qian Shaojun nodded solemnly as well. Right. Forget about 2-star all-things wielders who enter will have a 90% chance of dying. Even 3-star all-things wielders who enter will have to be extremely careful. Otherwise, it's very likely that they'll die inside. I really didn't expect that our trial would actually be held at Demon Island. This trial isn't as simple as it seems. If we aren't careful, we might even lose our lives there. This sort of trial is indeed rather frightening. It seems that becoming a core disciple of the Universal Temple really isn't an easy task. We have to gamble with our lives. However, there's nothing to be afraid of. We have no path of retreat. Since we've reached this point, we can only continue to fight. If we die, then we die. It's rare for us to go crazy. This sort of opportunity is worth risking our lives for. Qian Shaojun had a look of absolute determination on her face. She was prepared to risk her life. On the path of cultivation, there were many times when one was risking one's life. Only by risking one's life would one have a chance. To think that one would be able to comfortably raise one's level of cultivation was a fool's dream. Chapter 12:10. Trial rules consider carefully? Qin Shao would definitely not consider anything, not to mention Demon Island. Even if the trial was 10 times more dangerous, Qin Shao would definitely not frown or have any other thoughts. Since the Universal Palace set the trial on Demon Island, it meant that Demon Island was not a place where one would feel despair. Otherwise, there was no reason for the Universal Palace to set the trial on Demon Island. The difficulty of the trial was definitely very high. Thinking about it, if it was not difficult, it would not be a core disciple selection. The Universal Palace had previously selected core disciples from 3-star all things possessors. This was the first time they had selected a core disciple from 1-star all things possessors. Therefore, it was normal for the trial to be terrifyingly difficult. If one was not an extremely heaven-defying genius among 1-star all things possessors, how could the Universal Palace set their eyes on them? The significance of a core disciple was extraordinary. It had to be 1 in 10,000, a genius among geniuses, a peerless genius, an eternal monster. Although Prince Huatian was a little worried, he still shook his head and said, "It's impossible to give up. Even if it means risking my life, I have to give it a try." "Yeah, I won't give up either. At worst, I'll just die. If I don't grab hold of such a good opportunity, I'll definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Who knows, an inner demon might appear. Once a heart demon develops, I'll be completely crippled," Yi Yi said. Needless to say, Qian Shaojun would definitely not give up. The 4 of them were filled with determination, vowing to fight to the death. Their spirit made the cyan-robed general nod slightly. "Yes, it's good that you have the spirit to fight. However, you don't have to be too nervous. Although Fiend Island is extremely savage, the Universal Palace will definitely have some measures in place. You are all the peerless geniuses of our Universal Palace, and are all honorary disciples now. An in-name disciple is also a precious resource. Therefore, the Universal Palace will not let you die so easily. Moreover, this time, the 9 territories and 900 prefectures geniuses have gathered, a total of 2,000 people. With so many geniuses entering Demon Island, it can also disperse the power of Demon Island. In this way, the pressure on everyone shouldn't be too great." Qin Shao and the other 3 nodded. That was indeed the case. 2,000 geniuses entered the Fiend Island, and the strength of the Fiend Island was greatly divided. In addition, the Universal Temple definitely had some other protective measures. There was no way that a 4-star fiend would charge out. If it was a 3-star fiend, then it would be a huge threat to the geniuses in the trial. Once 4-star fiends came out, they would definitely be slaughtered. The Universal Temple would definitely not allow this to happen. Thinking about it this way, it was still possible. There would still be danger, but it wouldn't be to the point of death. It should be slightly better than having a narrow escape. That was enough. If he wanted to become a core disciple of the Universal Palace, he naturally had to risk his life. This time's core disciple selection test was more or less the same. Along the way, the green-clothed general patiently talked to Qin Shao and the others and answered their questions. After answering their questions, the group of 5 finally arrived at the Universal Temple branch of the Universal Temple in the Stellar Prefecture City. A skinny, white-haired old man was already waiting there. He was dressed in a white, loose robe, and his entire body seemed to be enveloped by the white robe. It also seemed as though the robe was being propped up by a pole. It looked rather strange. But from the 3-star all things symbol on the white-haired old man's forehead, one could tell that this old man was a 3-star all things user. He was a major figure. Thus, Qin Shao and the other three felt deep veneration for him and didn't dare to be careless. The green-clothed general also very courteously bowed slightly towards the white-clothed old man, saying, "Mr. White Willow, I've made you wait." Mr. White Willow waved his hand. When he smiled, his cheekbones were revealed. It's fine, it's fine. Waiting for these four young geniuses is something worth waiting for. Since you've come, then there's no need to delay. I trust that you've already explained the situation clearly to these four fellows. Let's go directly to the Fiend Island. While speaking, Mr. White Willow's gaze was also sizing up Qin Shao and the other three. This gaze gave people the feeling that it was a little green, and it made Qin Shao and the other three feel strange and uncomfortable. This kind of feeling made them feel as if they were completely seen through. "Mr. White Willow, I'll leave that person to you. I'll take my leave first." The green-clothed general nodded, then said to Qin Shao and the other three, "Qin Shao, Qian Shaojun, Prince Huatian, Yi Yi, the four of you will listen to Mr. White Willow from now on. I won't be able to participate in other matters. Now, I can only wait here for your triumphant return. I wish you good luck." Qin Shao and the other three nodded to the green-clothed general to express their gratitude. After handing Qin Shao and the other three to Mr. White Willow, the green-clothed general left. Then, Mr. White Willow's sharp eyes retracted from Qin Shao and the other three. He waved his hand to the four and said, "Four little fellows, follow me." Following Mr. White Willow, Qin Shao and the other three quickly arrived at the teleportation room. Mr. White Willow didn't immediately let Qin Shao and the other three enter the teleportation room. Instead, he stopped and looked at the four of them, saying, "Little fellows, when you enter the teleportation room, you will be directly sent to the Fiend Island, and the test will begin immediately. Before that, I'll explain the specific rules of these choices to you in detail. Although there will be receptionists on the Fiend Island, there will also be people who will explain to you. However, there will be many people there, and I'm afraid that you won't be able to understand. Therefore, I'll explain it to you first." Qin Shao and the other three listened carefully. They knew that Mr. White Willow was taking special care of them. Mr. White Willow continued, "The rules are actually quite simple. After you enter the Fiend Island, all you need to do is go all out and kill the creatures inside. 1-star Fiend will score 1 point, 2-star Fiend will score 100 points, 3-star Fiend will score 10,000 points, and 4-star Fiend will score 1,000,000 points. In the end, your ranking will be based on your total number of points. The Fiend Island is the first round of tests. As for whether or not there will be other tests, for now I don't know. You will definitely learn about these things later on. For now, don't worry about them. All you need to do is get a good score in the Fiend Island. That will be enough. The tests of the Fiend Island will last for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, it will end, and all of you will be teleported out. But of course, during this 1,000 years, if you die within the Fiend Island, or if you withdraw midway, then your score will be nullified, and you will lose your chance to become a core disciple. I trust that there is no need for me to say too much about the dangers of the Fiend Island. You have many choices. You can choose to withdraw right now, but since you've already come, I trust that you won't voluntarily withdraw. Or, you will have a single chance to withdraw from the Fiend Island. As for the specifics, once you arrive at the Fiend Island, someone will explain to you in detail. Also, there are no rules in the Fiend Island. It doesn't matter if you kill fiends individually or if you join forces to kill fiends. But of course, there is one rule, and that is that you are not allowed to attack others. That is against the rules, and if you do, the consequences will be severe. As for the other rules, there's nothing else. As for the specifics, once you arrive, someone will explain to you in detail. I won't say too much. Alright, I'll send you to the Fiend Island now. White Willow chose to speak so much, allowing Qin Shao and the other three to gain a better understanding of the tests of the Fiend Island. In terms of rules, it was indeed fairly simple. However, the simpler the rules were, the more it indirectly illustrated a problem: how terrifying Demon Island was. The more terrifying a place was, the less likely it was to be bound by the rules. That way, it would be even more terrifying. After entering the teleportation array, light surged, instantly engulfing Qin Shao and the other three. The space fluctuated, and a teleportation channel opened. Qin Shao and the other three entered the teleportation channel, and soon, they jumped into another space. After the light dispersed, Qin Shao and the other three appeared on a huge stone platform. Around the stone platform, there was a circle of silver-armored guards. What surprised Qin Shao and the other three was that these silver-armored guards were all two-star all-things wielders. Two-star all-things wielders as guards? What kind of move was this? They were two-star all-things wielders. Moreover, there were as many as 36 guards in this circle. 36 two-star all-things wielders stood there with a dignified expression. They did not speak or smile, and they were like stones. But the powerful aura emitted from these guards made people not dare to act rashly. Below the stone platform there was a huge open space. At this moment, there were many figures gathered on the open space. Each of them had an imposing appearance, elegant demeanor, and extraordinary splendor. With one look, one could tell that they were the outstanding geniuses of the various prefectures, and they were the in-name disciples that were selected. Around this huge open space, there was a vast expanse, and nothing else could be seen. It was completely isolated. This was an independent space. Hurry up and go down. Qin Shao and the other three hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a solemn voice sounded, urging Qin Shao and the other three. Qin Shao and the other three did not dare to delay. They immediately walked down from the stone platform, and went to the open space below. Around this huge open space, there were stone pillars that reached the sky, as if they were the pillars that supported this space. Beside each stone pillar, there was a silver-armored guard. They were also two-star all-things wielders. There were actually 108 stone pillars, which meant that there were 108 two-star all-things wielders. In total, there were a total of 144 two-star all-things wielders. 144 two-star all-things wielders. Good move, really good move. One could not help but be amazed. The Universal Palace's move was indeed out of the ordinary. In the city, two-star all-things wielders were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even in the prefectures, they were not considered common. Here, two-star all-things wielders seemed to be worthless, and they could only be guards. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the geniuses of the various prefectures. Some of them looked familiar. This was because some geniuses disdained to change their appearance and name in the universal arena world. Qin Shao had seen many geniuses on the yellow board during the battle. There were more than 5,000 geniuses on the yellow board. And here there were obviously some familiar faces. The arrival of Qin Shao and the other two attracted a lot of attention. The news that Qin Shao was Jian Shanhe had spread early on, so many people knew about it. Chapter 12:11. Young Master Tai Mu, Chapter 3. Seeking Flowers. Among the top geniuses of the various prefectures, Qin Shao quickly noticed a situation. There were two people who were held up high like stars around the moon. The two people in the crowd were overflowing with light, becoming the focus of the crowd. Here, to be held up high by the crowd, they were obviously people with a strong background. Qin Shao also looked over. Among the two who were held up high by the crowd, one was a well-dressed young master with a jade crown on his head, with an extraordinary aura. This person, Qin Shao, was unfamiliar. He didn't know who he was. Qian Shaojun seemed to know what Qin Shao was thinking, and couldn't help but introduce him. He is young Master Tai Mu, the descendant of the Lord of Gu City. He can be considered an outstanding representative of the Gu clan's descendants, an outstanding young genius. His talent is extraordinary, and his strength is powerful. He is a strong contender for the core disciple position this time, and his popularity is very high. The descendant of the Lord of Gu City? Although Qin Shao knew that this young master in embroidered clothes had a strong background, hearing that he was the descendant of the Lord of Gu City, he was slightly surprised. Being the descendant of a feudal lord, his background was indeed extraordinary. One had to know that there were only 9 lords in the entire heart of all creation world. Moreover, the Lord of Gu City was a relatively ancient lord. Even among the 9 lords, his prestige was extremely high, and he was definitely ranked at the top. The descendant of the Lord of Gu City naturally wore a limitless halo. With such a status, even if his strength was ordinary, he would still be sought after by the crowd. Moreover, this young Master Tai Mu was a peerless monster. Unknowingly, Qin Shao also pulled young Master Tai Mu into the ranks of the competitors. The other person held up high by the crowd was a beautiful woman. She wore a violet dress with a phoenix crown on her head. Her body was actually surrounded by the aura of a phoenix, appearing especially mystical. Her powerful aura was enough to make people not dare to get close to her, giving off a feeling of superiority. This is Princess Ziyue, the descendant of the Ying King. She is extremely favored by the Ying King, and has been respected as a princess since young. Although she rarely shows herself, it is said that her talent is monstrous, and her strength is incomparably powerful. Qian Shaojun said. The descendant of King Ying, no wonder. Qin Shao was slightly surprised again. King Ying was one of the 9 suzerains, and his prestige was even higher than suzerain Gu Cheng's. King Ying's title of king was bestowed upon him by the Universal Temple. From this, one could see how powerful King Ying was. There wasn't a clear ranking among the 9 lords. However, if they really had to rank him, then King Ying might still be ranked first among the 9 suzerains. King Ying's reputation was absolutely terrifying. Princess Ziyue was the princess that King Ying doted on, so her status was naturally extraordinary. It was no wonder that so many young men would surround Princess Ziyue and try to curry favor with her. If he could really capture Princess Ziyue's heart, then he would be climbing up a higher branch. There was no lack of geniuses in any world. It wasn't difficult to become a 2-star all-knowing being, and it wasn't too difficult to become a city lord either. The geniuses who were able to stand here should have the confidence to reach such height. However, if they wanted to go one step further and become a 3-star all-knowing being, or even a prefecture lord, then it would be difficult. In the entire universal core world, there were only 900 prefectures and 900 prefecture lords. It was a pitiful number. Many 3-star all-knowing beings couldn't become prefecture lords either. Moreover, there weren't many 3-star all-knowing beings. It was extremely difficult to become a 3-star all-knowing being. Many geniuses fought for their whole lives, but they couldn't achieve anything. If they could win the heart of Princess Ziyue, then it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On one hand, they could obtain the beauty, and on the other, they could obtain King Ying's support. With King Ying's support, no matter where they went, no one would dare to provoke them. Even the prefecture lord would have to be polite when he saw them. If their strength wasn't enough, they could be considered a winner in life to be able to reach this stage. Therefore, there were many geniuses who had such thoughts. Qin Shao sized up young Master Tai Mu and Princess Ziyue, but didn't think much of it. However, when young Master Tai Mu saw Qin Shao, he walked over to her. Young Master Tai Mu's actions immediately attracted many people's attention to Qin Shao, and they followed him. Some people even had a gloating expression on their faces, obviously thinking that there would be a good show to watch. Seeing young Master Tai Mu's actions, Qin Shao frowned slightly, sensing that something bad was going to happen. This person obviously didn't have good intentions. Young Master Tai Mu looked at Qin Shao with a domineering and arrogant gaze from afar, giving people the feeling that he was disdainful. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and there was a playful smile on his face. Surrounded by many geniuses, he walked over with an extraordinary aura. With one look, one could tell that something was about to happen. Even Princess Ziyue looked over with a curious look on her face. Qin Shao, be careful. Young Master Tai Mu isn't a good person. Qian Shaojun frowned, and whispered into Qin Zhao's ear to remind him. Even if Qian Shaojun didn't say it, Qin Shao knew that this person didn't have good intentions. Young Master Tai Mu knew that this person wasn't a good person. To be honest, Qin Shao didn't like this kind of young master. Since this person didn't have good intentions, Qin Shao naturally treated him with a cold face. He wasn't polite and he wouldn't show any weakness. He stood there like a stabilizing needle, fixed there, and didn't frown. His gaze met young Master Tai Mu's, and he didn't look away. Their gazes were sharp, as if they were responding to young Master Tai Mu's provocation. This kind of reaction naturally made young Master Tai Mu unhappy, and he showed a displeased expression. You're Jian Shanha? Young Master Tai Mu stopped in front of Qin Shao and asked lightly. Qin Shao replied coldly, You're young Master Tai Mu? This sentence was obviously a tit for tat. Qian Shaojun couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Qin Shao, and deliberately reminded Qin Shao. He had already reminded Qin Shao that young Master Tai Mu was not to be trifled with. But Qin Shao didn't hold back at all when he opened his mouth, and he directly offended young Master Tai Mu, which naturally made Qian Shaojun worried. If it was purely based on strength, then there was nothing to worry about. But the other party was young Master Tai Mu, the descendant of the Lord of Gu City. How powerful was the Gu clan? This kind of young master couldn't be offended. Who could withstand the wrath of the Gu clan? Even if Qin Shao became a core disciple in the future, the Gu clan would have ways to deal with him. After all, the Lord of Gu City was powerful, and his influence was great. Even in the Universal Palace, he had a lot of say. Moreover, the Lord of Gu City had been a core member of the Universal Palace for a long time, and he was one level higher than the core disciples. He was the true manager of the Universal Palace. How could a core disciple afford to offend such a major character? Qin Shao didn't give young Master Tai Mu any face, which naturally made Qian Shaojun worried. But Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything, and he didn't back down, nor did his aura decrease. He had no intention of giving young Master Tai Mu any face. Qin Zhao's words caused many geniuses from various prefectures to gloat. They felt that Qin Shao had hit the muzzle of a gun, and he was in trouble. To dare not give young Master Tai Mu any face, he was really bold. Some people even looked at Qin Shao sympathetically. Young Master Tai Mu was clearly unhappy with Qin Zhao's attitude, and his face was filled with anger. Hee kid, it seems that you're quite arrogant. There aren't many who dare to speak to me like that. Qin Shao curled his lips and continued coldly, That's because others are flattering you. Others flattering you doesn't mean that I have to do the same. Others flatter you not because you're handsome or talented, but because you have a good family background. If you don't have this family background, you're nothing. He directly scolded young Master Tai Mu. His words shocked everyone, and there was an uproar. Qian Shaojun was dumbfounded. Was he really going to offend young Master Tai Mu? Was Qin Shao crazy? He didn't deny Qin Zhao's strength and Qin Zhao's peerless talent, but he felt that he was too arrogant and impulsive. He really couldn't afford to offend young Master Tai Mu. But Qin Shao still did it. Qian Shaojun wanted to help Qin Shao out, but she felt powerless. This sentence made young Master Tai Mu's face instantly turn black. A terrifying cold aura gushed out, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by a few degrees. Everyone held their breaths, and the atmosphere instantly became incomparably tense. They could even smell a strong murderous aura. Who could resist young Master Tai Mu's anger? Young Master Tai Mu was backed by the Gu family, the lord of Gu City. What kind of lofty existence was a feudal lord? A lord's words were the law, and he could easily decide the life and death of others. Kid, do you want to die? I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. I think you're tired of living, right? Young Master Tai Mu's voice was bone-chilling. But no one had ever dared to speak to him like this, and Qin Shao was the first. He, who was high and mighty, had always been flattered by others. In his eyes, he couldn't tolerate a grain of sand, and he couldn't tolerate any grievances. Qin Shao didn't bother to pay attention to such a young master who relied on his family's power, and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. Even if I'm tired of living, you have to have the ability to kill me first. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. If you want to fight, just do it. If you don't have the ability, you can also use your family. Whatever moves you have, I'll take them all. I'm not familiar with you, and we don't know each other. We have no grudges, and you're giving me such a hard time. Do you want me to lower my voice and please you? Maybe other people would do this, but I'm sorry Qin Shao won't. If you want to bully me, I can only say that you've found the wrong person. I'm not a pushover. Not everyone will bow down to you. You're just relying on your family's power." Qin Zhao's words were as sharp as knives, and each word was so sharp that it made young Master Tai Mu want to vomit blood. The onlookers couldn't help but admire Qin Shao for daring to say such words. He was indeed fierce. Good, good, good. Young Master Tai Mu was so angry that he laughed, and pointed at Qin Shao fiercely, and said angrily, "You arrogant kid, let's wait and see. I'd like to see how long you can be arrogant. Provoking me, you won't have a good life." After saying that, he fiercely swung his hand and left. Chapter 12:12. The Devil Descends. With this, Qin Shao had completely offended young Master Tai Mu. He was bound to suffer young Master Tai Mu's crazy revenge. Many people had even begun to predict what Qin Zhao's fate would be. Even Princess Ziyue was sizing up Qin Shao with a strange look in her eyes. She was also curious about such a man. He clearly had no background, yet he dared to go against young Master Tai Mu without any regard for his life. It was indeed too crazy. On one hand, it could be said that he was crazy. On the other hand, it could be seen that he had the courage and the spirit of a hero. Such a person was indeed rare. From a woman's point of view, she admired this kind of heroic spirit. Only such a man was courageous, not fearing power and not lowering one's head easily. This was the courage that a man should have. Brother Qin Shao, I feel that you are born with the aura of attracting hatred. You actually offended young Master Tai Mu the moment you came. I'm afraid that you will suffer in the future. As far as I know, young Master Tai Mu is deeply loved by the Lord of Gu City. He is even personally taught and nurtured. Young Master Tai Mu has been spoiled since he was young. He will resign himself to adversity. You offended him like this. He will definitely hold a grudge and wait for an opportunity to take revenge on you. Qian Shaojun shook her head. So what? Qin Shao smiled indifferently. He didn't care at all. Not to mention not caring, he didn't even feel angry. It was clear that Qin Shao didn't take this matter to heart. He actually didn't take such a big matter to heart. How strong did his heart need to be? Even Qian Shaojun was a little stunned. However, after thinking about it, she said seriously, "Brother Qin Shao, I know that you are a man with a true temperament. You can't tolerate others offending you. But there is a good saying. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It is right for a man to not lower his head. But sometimes he should be flexible. After all, we are still weak and haven't grown up. We are still on the road of growth. Since we are on the road of growth, it is inevitable that we will encounter some bumps and suffer some grievances. However, I feel that this is nothing. As long as we can become stronger, we won't be bullied and humiliated like this in the future. Offending young Master Tai Mu was indeed a bit impulsive. Qin Shao still didn't care. She smiled and said, I know. I was a little impulsive, but I'm willing to bear all the consequences for my impulsiveness. My personality is one aspect. At the same time, I also have my own considerations. I'm not a rash and hot-headed person. Consider. Qian Shaojun was stunned again. She looked at Qin Shao with some doubts. Qin Shao didn't look like an impulsive person. Qian Shaojun couldn't help but ask, What do you mean? Qin Shao curled her lips and said, It's very simple. Put pressure on yourself. There's a saying in my hometown, wealth comes from danger. I've always believed this saying. Sometimes, if you don't force yourself into a corner, it's hard to stimulate your potential. People are often only able to break through when they are in despair. This was also the most profound realization Qin Shao had in the past 400,000 years on the road of cultivation. It was indeed so. Qian Shaojun was stunned again. She was silent. She finally understood Qin Zhao's intention. Offending young Master Tai Mu completely meant that there was no way out. It could be said that he had forced himself into a corner. The best way to break out of this predicament was to become a core disciple. If he couldn't become a core disciple, once young Master Tai Mu took revenge, he would be unscrupulous. In that case, it would be difficult for Qin Shao to survive. Therefore, this was a desperate situation for Qin Shao. If he wanted to break out of this predicament, he had to force himself to become a core disciple. This was the only way for him to survive. It was precisely because of the pressure of life and death that Qin Shao had to fight, even if he had to die. Only with such determination could one's potential be fully stimulated. Although young Master Tai Mu might still seek revenge on Qin Shao after becoming a core disciple, at that time, Qin Shao would be protected by the identity of a core disciple. At least, young Master Tai Mu wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Moreover, the Lord of Guqing wouldn't personally take action for such a small matter. As long as the Lord of Guqing didn't take action, young Master Tai Mu wouldn't be able to do anything to Qin Shao. After all, a core disciple was extremely important to the Universal Temple. If one wanted to kill a core disciple, only a big shot like the Lord of Guqing would be able to do so. Young Master Tai Mu alone didn't have the ability or the guts to do so. Unless young Master Tai Mu was willing to ask the Lord of Guqing to take action for such a small matter. However, even if young Master Tai Mu asked, the Lord of Guqing might not take action for such a small matter. Since Qin Shao was planning to do so, Qian Shaojun couldn't say anything else. At this time, a powerful aura suddenly descended. A figure directly walked out from the void. This was a middle-aged man who didn't smile much, had a cold expression, and had a scraggly beard. His face was full of vicissitudes of life. He held a wine gourd in his hand. As he walked out, he drank wine, giving off a somewhat sloppy feeling. However, the 4-star all-knowing mark on his forehead let everyone know that this was a 4-star all-knowing expert. The powerful aura instantly caused the entire place to fall into silence. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's gaze landed on the 4-star all-knowing expert. Clearly, he was the person in charge of the core disciple selection this time. This 4-star all-knowing expert wasn't in a hurry. He happily and contentedly minded his own business and drank his wine with an intoxicated look on his face. After a while, the 4-star all-knowing expert seemed to remember that he was in charge of the core disciple selection today. Only then did his gaze land on everyone. After sweeping his gaze over everyone, he said, Little fellows, you should already know the rules of the test. There's only one point in principle. You can't kill each other. Demons, whoever kills them first gets to keep them. There are no other restrictions. Also, you can choose to give up now. You can also choose to give up in Demon Island. At any time, if you want to give up, you only need to crush the stone talisman that I've given you. Giving up is the same as being eliminated. Alright, after receiving the talisman, you can enter Demon Island. After saying that, the 4-star all-knowing expert waved his hand. Immediately, one stone talisman after another fell into the hands of Qin Shao and the others. This stone talisman was a life-saving item. Once one's life was in danger, they could crush it at any time. Of course, if one hesitated, they wouldn't even have time to crush the stone talisman. Then, they would definitely die inside. Theoretically speaking, no one would die in Demon Island. However, with so many people, there would definitely be some unexpected situations that would occur. In the end, there would definitely be people who would die in Demon Island. This was something that didn't need to be doubted. After handing out the stone talismans, the 4-star all-knowing expert waved his hand. Immediately, a passageway opened in the middle of the plaza. From the passageway, one could faintly see the situation inside Demon Island. After entering the passageway, one would clearly arrive at Demon Island. Being able to enter Demon Island for real caused many people to become excited and somewhat nervous. This was Demon Island, the legendary Demon Island. It was a place that could cause even 3-star all-knowing experts to tremble in fear. It was a place where 9 out of 10 people would die. It was too dangerous for even 2-star all-knowing experts to enter. However, at this moment they were going to enter Demon Island to take the test. Moreover, they had to survive for 1,000 years. 1,000 years, this was a very long period of time. 1,000 years was enough for many unforeseen events to occur. Not to mention killing demons on Demon Island, even surviving for 1,000 years on Demon Island was an extremely difficult matter. Haha, life and death are insignificant. If you don't accept it, then do it. Demon Island, I do Feng am coming. Let's go in. The 3 of us shouldn't be separated. Let's go in together. We must fight for a spot as a core disciple. We must fight for it. After a slight hesitation, everyone entered Demon Island one after another. Brother Qin Shao, let's go. Qian Shaojun said to Qin Shao. The 2 of them walked towards the passageway together. Everyone quickly entered the passageway. Soon, Qin Shao entered the passageway as well. As soon as he entered the passageway, a powerful turbulence surged over. It was as if a small boat had encountered a stormy sea. It directly slapped over. His whole body instantly felt like it was being swallowed up. The light diffused, causing Qin Shao to be unable to see anything clearly. A powerful force led Qin Shao. Like a stone being thrown out, Qin Shao was flung away. Under this powerful force, Qin Shao didn't even have the strength to resist. He could only fall along with this force. Boom! He directly flew out from the void and fell into the forest. He broke a few branches of a giant tree before finally falling to the ground. After coming to a stop, Qin Shao looked around. This was Demon Island. The surroundings were calm. Towering trees appeared in Qin Zhao's line of sight, forming a dense forest. Every towering tree seemed to be able to cover the sky and cover the sun. Ancient, ancient, and ancient. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dried leaves. It was very quiet, and he couldn't sense any signs of life. Just from the feeling alone, this place didn't give off any sense of danger. In fact, for a moment, Qin Shao even began to suspect. This was Demon Island? Why did it feel a bit different? However, this was just a fleeting thought. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't have such a thought. This was definitely Demon Island, without question. The legendary Demon Island was an extremely terrifying place. It definitely wasn't a place where one could be careless. It seems that those who entered Demon Island were randomly separated. The 2,000+ participants must have been evenly split up into different parts of Demon Island. This way, first of all, we can avoid clashing against each other, which would cause unnecessary conflict. Second of all, if we were separated, it would be easier for us to hunt fiends, which would reduce some unexpected factors. However, the somewhat troublesome thing is that we weren't given a map of Demon Island. Thus, we don't know where to go at all. If we move closer to the core area of Demon Island, we might run into 3-star fiends or even 4-star fiends. Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. If he ran into a 3-star fiend, he would have a hard time. To tell the truth, given Qin Xiao's current level of power, he really didn't have much confidence in being able to deal with a 3-star fiend, much less a 4-star fiend. If he really did run into a 4-star fiend, that would be nothing short of a nightmare. He definitely wouldn't be able to escape. He would definitely die at the hands of a 4-star fiend. Chapter 12-13. The Three Exalt. But since he had already entered, he might as well take things as they came. Taking a step back, no one had a map. Everyone had to rely on luck. In this aspect, it was at least fair. If one's luck was truly bad, then they would probably be eliminated. But after analyzing it this way, luck still played a large role in this time's core disciple exam. This caused Qin Xiao to be somewhat confused. The Universal Temple had spent so much effort to create this unprecedented core disciple selection. Previously, he had felt that it was quite fair, and that there shouldn't be too many coincidences involved. But why was it that at the most critical moment there were so many coincidences that could have been predicted? He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. Since he couldn't understand, Qin Xiao had no choice but to stop thinking about it. Thinking about it so much didn't have any practical meaning. Rather than thinking about it, he might as well think about something more practical. He braced himself and prepared to hunt fiends. 1-star fiends and 2-star fiends were Qin Xiao's prey. With a flick of his hand, Qin Xiao gripped his sword and advanced at high speed, dashing through the forest. Based on Qin Xiao's understanding of the situation, Fiend Island mainly had 3 types of lifeforms. One was the native fiends, one was the savage beasts, and the last was the heinous sinners who had been exiled. These 3 types of lifeforms were now known as fiends. Rustle, while dashing forward, Qin Xiao's ears twitched. He heard some movement coming from the darkness. Sweeping his gaze, he saw 2 figures following him from the darkness. Fiends had appeared. They had come quite quickly. Qin Xiao's lips curved in a cold, evil smile. It seemed as though there were quite a few fiends on Fiend Island. Then he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough fiends to kill. Qin Xiao didn't stop. He pretended as though he hadn't noticed anything, continuing to advance. Those 2 fiends seemed to finally be unable to endure any longer. They let out shrill, unpleasant screeches and charged out from the darkness. Moving as fast as the wind and as fast as shadows, carrying a savage aura, they instantly arrived in front of Qin Xiao. 2 streaks of dark light shot out, as though they wanted to cut Qin Xiao into pieces. Just in time, Qin Xiao glanced around and finally saw the appearance of the demon that had ambushed him. At a glance, one could tell that it was a native demon. It was very ugly and ferocious. Although it was humanoid, it did not look like a human at all. Its body was covered in thick fur, and there were hard horns on its head. 2 long fangs were exposed, and its eyes were red. Its claws were as sharp as knives and were extremely long. Qin Xiao had never seen anyone like her. This was completely different from the Abyssal Demon clan in the Divine World. The abyssal demons in the Demon Island didn't seem to have completely evolved. These two fiends were both one-star fiends. When they charged forward like wild beasts, they were quite intimidating as well. Die! The sword in Qin Zhao's hand moved in an instant. The sword tip burst out, and a sharp light directly streaked across the bodies of the two devils. The incomparable sharpness directly penetrated the bodies of the two demons and cut them down. These two were just ordinary one-star fiends and were fairly weak. Qin Zhao was now a two-star all-things wielder. Naturally, he was very powerful. For him to be able to kill these two one-star fiends with a single blow was quite normal. These native-born fiends have the feeling of being neither human nor beast. Their body's defensive power isn't weak. If even one-star fiends are like this, then two-star fiends must be even more formidable. If that's the case, then two-star fiends won't be easy to deal with. If I really do encounter a three-star fiend, I'll probably have no choice but to flee. Qin Zhao shook his head slightly. Although he had easily killed these two one-star fiends, Qin Zhao was still able to tell that there was something wrong with this. In addition, the most terrifying things in the Demon Island weren't the native-born fiends, nor were they the wild beasts. Rather, it was the people who had been banished here, the people who had committed the most heinous crimes. Generally speaking, a one-star all-things wielder wasn't qualified to be banished here. Only a two-star all-thing wielder, a three-star all-thing wielder, or even a four-star all-thing wielder, was qualified to be banished here. The Demon Island had been created by the Universal Temple to begin with, and the reason why the Universal Temple had created the Demon Island was to allow its descendants to come here and temper themselves, to allow the disciples of the Universal Temple to come here and temper themselves. Thus, the Universal Temple generally wouldn't kill those who had committed the most heinous crimes. Instead, they would banish them to the Demon Island, allowing them to be trapped here for all eternity, and then be killed by others. This sort of banishment was far more valuable than directly killing them. To put it bluntly, the Demon Island was a terrifying place which the Universal Temple had specially created to temper themselves. Those who could be banished here had to at least be fairly strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to be banished here. Thus, the most terrifying thing was to encounter these banished people. Qin Zhao continued to advance, beginning his life on the Demon Island. The massacre had only just begun. The massacre on the Demon Island couldn't be compared to the hunting ground in the Universal Arena world. That was an illusory world of massacre, but this was a real world of massacre. Using real massacre to temper oneself, the results would naturally be better. The world of Universal Heart. At the end of the world, at the center of all living things, there was an incomparably majestic temple. All living things were lingering around it, and the divine might of the heavens shrouded it. It existed in this world, and yet it didn't exist in this world. Without the guidance of the Universal Temple, there was no way to find this place. Even a powerful five-star all-being wouldn't be able to do so. In the depths of the temple, there was a divine altar, and three figures were sitting there. The surroundings were illusory, and no external objects could be seen. The three figures emitted a powerful aura that could make the heavens and earth submit, the sun and moon sink, and the mountains and rivers of all living things fall under their feet. From the glabella of the three figures, it could be seen that these three powerful figures were actually five-star all-beings. 3 five-star all-beings were enough to make the entire world of Universal Heart tremble. 5-star all-beings were worshipped as venerables. They were the rulers of this world, and they managed the entire world of Universal Heart. They were high and mighty, standing above the 9 heavens, and they controlled all living things. The 3 venerables were supreme existences. One had to know that the Mansion Master was only a 4-star all-being. As for the Mansion Master, he only had 9 venerables in the world of Universal Heart. The Venerables were the strongest power in the world of Universal Heart, and they were the rulers of the Universal Temple. The three Venerables had different appearances. The leftmost Venerables looked younger, and he maintained his appearance of around 30 years old. He had a graceful demeanor, and he had the appearance of a young master. The Venerables in the middle were dressed in white, and he had silver hair and a jade face. He had a dignified appearance. He didn't have to be angry, and he had a dignified aura. Just looking at him was enough to make people fearful. The Venerables on the right was a beautiful woman. She was graceful and elegant, and she was untainted by the mortal world. In front of the three Venerables was the situation of the entire Demon Island. The 2,000 over-geniuses from various prefectures who were participating in the test were all in the eyes of the three Venerables. Their every move was carried out under their eyes. If someone knew that the three Venerables were paying so much attention to the core disciple test, their jaws would probably drop. To think that such a small matter would alert the three supremacies. It was indeed unusual. Big brother, what is Master's intention? It's fine that he wants to hold a core disciple test for the first time, but why must we be so concerned about it? He insists that the three of us keep an eye on this place, and he even wants us to secretly pick a little guy to nurture. It's enough to see how monstrous his talent and potential are. I feel that this little fellow might be an anomaly. He might have some unexpected performance. Chapter 12-14. The zither-playing woman. The trials of Fiend Island had entered their third year. Qin Shao was running through the incomparably enormous stone forest. Qin Shao had already spent a full year within it, but he still hadn't left the stone forest. The stone forest was filled with strange, jagged rocks and rocky peaks. Everywhere was dark and gloomy, making it extremely easy for fiends to hide within. If he was lucky, he would run into one or two scattered fiends. If he was unlucky, he might run into a group of fiends. A group of dozens of fiends, or even a group of 100 fiends. Only in this sort of situation would it be dangerous. However, these 3 years to Qin Shao hadn't been too much of a test. Generally speaking, his luck had been pretty good. But of course, to Qin Shao it had been pretty good. Only, he hadn't run into any particularly dangerous fiends. Generally speaking, all of them were 1-star fiends. The two most dangerous times, however, had been when he had run into an army of more than 100 1-star fiends. That battle had been fairly difficult, but in the end, Qin Shao had still been able to kill all of the fiends. The other time, he had run into 2 2-star fiends at the same time. Although each 2-star fiend was fairly ordinary in power, when 2 of them joined forces, their power was still extremely terrifying. In this battle, Qin Shao had been forced to use his full power before he had been able to kill those 2 fiends. Thus, generally speaking, Qin Shao's gains in these 3 years had been quite good. He had killed more than 1,000 1-star fiends and 3 2-star fiends. At least, it had been much smoother than Qin Shao had imagined, and it hadn't been as dangerous as he had imagined. But of course, this was just the beginning. After all, this trial would last for 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, any kind of unforeseen event could happen. Only 3 years had passed. 1,000 years wasn't a short period of time. Suddenly, the melodious sound of a zither rang out from a distant mountain peak. The sound of the zither was very beautiful, like the sound of nature itself. Someone is actually playing the zither over there? Qin Shao frowned slightly, looking in that direction in puzzlement. They were still far away, so they couldn't see anything. They could only hear the beautiful sound of the zither. The sound of the zither was indeed very pleasing to the ear. It was very attractive. Someone who dared to leisurely play the zither here definitely wasn't a genius participating in the assessment, right? Probably no one would have the guts to play like this. Wasn't that just courting death? Therefore, it was most likely the demons of Demon Island who had done this. Furthermore, a native demon would not know anything about music, let alone a ferocious beast, which was even less likely to know anything about music. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that it was someone who had been exiled. It had been 3 years since Qin Shao had entered Fiend Island, but he had yet to encounter a human. This time, it was very likely to be the case. Qin Shao was somewhat curious. She hesitated for a moment, but still decided to walk over. Since we've met, there's no reason to retreat without a fight. Moreover, since the other party dares to expose himself like this, he is also a strange person. Women were curious, and so were men. Of course, Qin Shao wasn't mainly curious. She just didn't want to take a detour and leave. If she did that, she would feel strange. Retreating without a fight was the strategy of a weak person. The pride in Qin Zhao's heart wouldn't allow Qin Shao to do so. The purpose of coming to Demon Island was to be tested and honed. How could she retreat without a fight? If she didn't even have the courage to do so, how could she go far? If she wanted to become a core disciple, she had to be absolutely outstanding. She had to be 1 in 10,000. Qin Shao walked over and soon saw the person playing the zither. Sure enough, it was a human. However, what surprised Qin Shao was that the person playing the zither was actually a beautiful woman. She was dressed like a lady from a noble family. Her face was somewhat delicate, and her whole body was half lying there, like a sick person. She gave people the impression of a weak woman, a gentle and lovely weak woman, a little girl from a good family. At least, no trace of dangerous aura could be detected from her body. On the contrary, she gave people a feeling of delicate and pitiful. She didn't look at Qin Shao. Instead, she lowered her head and concentrated on playing the zither, as if she was enjoying the pleasure brought to her by the zither music. The beauty of the music could indeed make one feel as if they were immersed in it, making one feel relaxed and happy, forgetting all their worries and troubles. This song was very melodious and beautiful. It made people feel very comfortable listening to it. It could put aside some of the unhappiness and let the heart return to calmness and peace. Listening to the zither music, Qin Shao couldn't help but sit in front of the woman, quietly becoming a listener. One person was playing the zither and the other was listening. These two people seemed to have a high degree of tacit understanding. When the song ended, the sound of the zither still lingered in people's ears. It didn't stop for a while, and it was very memorable. To be honest, Qin Shao had never sat down so patiently and quietly to listen to a zither music. Today was the first time. Qin Shao didn't really like these things before, so he naturally didn't listen to them much. However, after carefully listening to this thing, he felt that it was quite good and comfortable. It was good to listen to it once in a while. Good song, it's really a good song. Not bad, not bad. It's really good. More than 2,000 people had been let into this core disciple examination. How could these exiles not know? Qin Shao carefully analyzed in his heart. There was indeed such a possibility. However, he felt that it was only a possibility. After all, even if the Temple of All Things didn't have a core disciple examination this time, there would usually be people from the Temple of All Things that would come here to train. Of course, normally, there wouldn't be one star wielder of all things. This was true. Those who came in from the temple of all things would at least be 2-star wielder of all things. The zither-playing woman took out some wine and poured 2 cups. She said to Qin Shao, "Sir, why don't you come and drink with me? I don't think that you are someone who has committed a heinous crime. I reckon that you are just as unlucky as me." Unlucky? Qin Shao looked at the zither-playing woman in confusion. He glanced at the wine placed in front of him, but didn't take it. The zither-playing woman said, "Yes, unlucky. You and I are not evildoers in the first place. Yet, we were captured and exiled to Fiend Island as people who had committed heinous crimes. You say, aren't you unlucky?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "Then you mean that the Temple of All Things has wronged you and captured the wrong person?" "Haha, good person, bad person, how should I put it?" The zither-playing woman smiled and shook her head, saying, "Why don't you tell me first, what is a good person? What is a bad person? If you kill someone, you are a bad person, and if you don't kill, you are a good person? Then let me ask you, sir, have you killed anyone? I don't think you should say no." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Of course I have, and I haven't killed anyone. As a cultivator, the path is bumpy. How can I not kill? There are too many obstacles on the path of cultivation. There will always be people who jump out to stop you. There will always be some evil people who provoke you. How can you not kill them?" The zither-playing woman nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, sir, you are right. I am a kind person, but there are always some evil people who provoke me. How can I not kill them? I have killed many people, but I feel that I have a clear conscience. The people I have killed were people who deserve to be killed. Those who provoke me, I kill happily. Although I am a weak woman, I can only fight back when I am bullied to the point where I can't tolerate it anymore. But to be honest, I don't like killing people at all. I like the zither, I like singing, I like painting, I like all beautiful things, and I pursue all beautiful things. But my little pursuit can only be empty and sad. Those who are exiled to Fiend Island will never be able to leave. They can only die on Fiend Island. Although I am extremely unwilling, I can only accept my fate in the face of the invincible temple of all things. Life and death were just SOSO after all. As far as I was concerned, it was enough for me to enjoy the rest of my days. I have long stopped pursuing anything else. Chapter 12-15. Wine does not intoxicate, but intoxicates oneself. Of course, Qin Shao knew that there was no poison in the wine. For the gods, there were very few poisons that could work. Of course, there were still some, but they were very rare. The scarier the poison, the harder it was to control it. According to Qin Zhao's experience, there was nothing wrong with the wine. Moreover, even if the gods used poison, they would not dissolve it in wine. That was a rather ridiculous thing to do. The more potent the poison, the more unlikely it was to be colorless and odorless. There were still some things that mortals could not apply to gods. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Since you have given me the order, it would be impolite for me to refuse." After saying that, Qin Shao picked up the wine glass and gestured to the woman playing the zither. The smile on the zither-playing woman's face deepened, and she raised her glass to propose a toast. This wine had a faint fragrance. Although it couldn't be considered a good wine, it still felt good after tasting it. Of course, Qin Shao was not a wine lover. When it came to wine, he would drink it if he had it, but if he didn't, he wouldn't want to drink it. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't have any requirements for wine. As long as there was enough to drink, he didn't care about anything else. The zither-playing woman didn't treat Qin Shao as an outsider. She chatted with Qin Shao cordially, and even talked about everything. Qin Shao also learned that the woman's name was Qin Se. Whether it was her real name or a pseudonym, a name was just a code name. The two of them were like close friends who had drunk 1,000 cups of wine, chatting about everything. Of course, it was mainly Qin Se pouring out her bitterness. She talked about her past, the bitter history of her growth, and so on. It was quite sincere. If what she said was true, then Qinsa was indeed a very pitiful and even pitiful woman. She was born in a humble and poor family. Her family had suffered an unforeseen event when she was young. Everyone in her family had been wiped out. She was the only one who had luckily escaped. Although she managed to survive, she was captured and turned into a slave. She had struggled from a lowly position. From being weak, she had walked step by step towards becoming strong. In the end, she had grown to the strength of a 2-star all-being. After becoming a 2-star all-things manipulator, Qin Se began her revenge plan. She wanted to kill everyone who had killed her clan. Her plan went smoothly and successfully. She got her revenge as she wished, and killed all the undead of her clan in the sky. However, the tragedy of fate befell her once again. The Universal Palace acted, capturing her and banishing her to Fiend Island. Such a tragic identity was indeed worthy of sympathy. It did sound like Qinsa was a victim. For a moment, Qin Shao had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Qin Shao wanted to comfort her, but when the words came to her mouth, she didn't know how to say them. After thinking about it, she gave up. Sir, thank you for being patient enough to listen to my complaints for so long. Sir, why don't I play another song? Sir, you can drink while listening to the song. Qin Se said. Qin Shao nodded and didn't refuse. At this moment, Qin Shao couldn't say anything to refuse. Qin Se began to play the guqin again. The sound of the guqin was still so melodious and pleasing to the ear. It was so pleasant that one would never get tired of listening to it. Listening to the music could make one forget everything else. One could be completely immersed in the melody, and even feel a little unable to extricate oneself. Listening to the music and drinking the wine was indeed a wonderful feeling. It was very enjoyable. One's body and mind were completely relaxed, and one didn't have to think about anything. All the burdens were completely cast aside. This feeling was simply too good. This wonderful feeling gradually led one into a trance. Gradually, one entered the world of the melody, and all thoughts were directed towards the melody. His mind was completely filled with the melody. His body and mind were completely relaxed, and there wasn't a trace of vigilance. At this moment, Qin Shao closed his eyes. He just wanted to quietly listen to the music and have a good sleep. It was known that gods didn't need to sleep. Even if they wanted to sleep, they couldn't. For gods, sleeping had become a kind of luxury. The so-called sleep here didn't mean that closing one's eyes to cultivate was called sleep. True sleep was a complete sleep, a sleep where one threw away all consciousness. This kind of sleep was basically impossible for God. However, at this moment, under the influence of the music, Qin Shao was overcome by drowsiness and slowly fell asleep. His mind was empty, and he fell asleep completely. When Qin Se, who was playing the guqin, saw that Qin Shao had fallen asleep, her delicate face immediately flashed with a vicious expression. In an instant, it was as if she had completely changed into a different person. The speed at which she changed her face was really very fast. Qin Se played the song while looking at Qin Shao. She wanted to make sure that Qin Shao was really completely asleep. After making a few confirmations, Qin Se waved her hand. Immediately, virtual swords appeared above Qin Shao's body. They bloomed with unparalleled sharpness and aimed at Qin Shao. The destructive power of the all things Tao gathered in these virtual swords. As long as Qin Se gave the order, these swords would take Qin Zhao's life. The smile on Qin Se's face deepened. Humph, Qin Shao, ah Qin Shao. You're really an easy kid to deal with. 1-star all things expert, a cultivator sent in by the Universal Temple? Humph, no matter what your background is, you're definitely from the Universal Temple. The people who were banished here aren't like you. Humph, I hate the Universal Temple. I hate everything about it. So, as long as it's someone from the Universal Temple, I'll kill them all. She laughed coldly, and the killing intent in her heart was abnormally turbulent and surging. Qin Sei waved her hand, and the rays of sharpness whistled towards Qin Shao. She wanted to kill Qin Shao in one fell swoop. This move was brilliant, killing people without leaving a trace. She thought it was a foolproof move, but Qin Sei's expression suddenly changed. Because something unexpected happened. Just as she attacked, Qin Shao, who was originally asleep, suddenly woke up. A peerless sharpness shot out from his hand. Qin Shao actually attacked with all his strength in his sleep. The terrifying sword aura surged to the extreme. Clearly, this wasn't a hasty move, but a move he had long prepared for. How could this be? He wasn't asleep. He actually wasn't asleep. How could he not be asleep? For a moment, Qin Sei was completely confused. Her head was in a fog, and she didn't know which part of the plan went wrong. Her tried and tested move didn't succeed today. It was really hard for her to accept, but now wasn't the time to think about this, because Qin Zhao's terrifying sword had already arrived in front of her. Originally, she was fully prepared, but now the roles were reversed, and she was the one in a hurry. She hurriedly blocked, so the strength she could exert was naturally much weaker. Therefore, facing Qin Shao, who attacked with all his strength, Qin Sei was naturally no match for him. Under the destructive sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword aura, Qin Sei was directly forced to retreat again and again. But it was a little too late to retreat. How sharp was Qin Zhao's sword? Previously, Qin Shao had also broken through to the level of a 2-star all things master. Therefore, when he fully displayed his sword now, it became even more terrifying, sharper, and had the power to destroy all things. The power of the Tao had reached a terrifying level. Under the terrifying might of the Wei, Qin Sei was caught off guard. Unable to withstand it, she was sent flying by the impact. The sharp sword chi tore her clothes, causing her to cut a sorry figure. Boom! The zither fell heavily to the ground. Gravel flew everywhere, and a shallow pit appeared on the ground. Hit by countless sharp sword auras, the destructive power destroyed and tore her divine body. Qin Sei was seriously injured by one blow, and more than 70% of her divine body was shattered. In one confrontation, she was seriously injured and didn't have much strength to resist. Qin Sei struggled to stand up, her face pale, resentful, and gloomy. At this time, she was no longer the weak, delicate, and pretty girl from a noble family. She had stripped away her beautiful appearance, revealing her true ugliness. A disguise was always a disguise. No matter how good the disguise was, it couldn't change the fact. Qin Shao pointed his sword in front of Qin Sei and looked at her coldly. The last bit of sympathy in his heart suddenly disappeared, leaving only coldness and anger. You are the most pretentious person I have ever seen. Your attainments in disguise are really unfathomable. To be honest, to a certain extent, I have been deceived by you. There were a few times when I was confused, and I even wanted to believe you. If it were someone else, it is very likely that they would have fallen into your trap and been killed by you without leaving a trace. I have to say, your methods are really good. The coordination in all aspects can be said to be flawless, interlocking, and fascinating. Once someone is trapped by you, they will definitely die in your hands. Qin Sei knew that she had been exposed, and there was no need to hide anymore. She laughed eerily, as if she was a different person from before. Kid, it seems that you are really quite smart. You even saw through my disguise. The traps I set have been tested time and time again. But I didn't expect that today it would be broken by you. My disguise skills are also quite good. Even a 3-star all things expert may not be able to see through me so easily. But I didn't expect that you, a mere 1-star all things expert, could do this. Qin Shao, but I really want to know, when did you start to suspect me? My acting skills are unparalleled, and my performance was flawless. Where did I go wrong? This woman was still very unwilling to accept her defeat. Qin Shao was not in a hurry to kill Qin Sei. Instead, she replied, I have suspected you from the start. From the start? What do you mean? Qin Sei was even more confused. How could she have suspected him from the start? It did not make sense to be so direct. Qin Shao pursed her lips and patiently explained, Yes, I have suspected you from the start. My suspicion, on one hand, is because I believe in the way the All Things Palace does things. Since the All Things Palace has determined that you have committed a heinous crime, and that you are unpardonable, then you must be a devil. Being exiled to the Demon Island is a clear indication of the problem. You can't change this fundamental problem. So, no matter how flowery your words are, no matter what reasonable explanation you try to use to explain this matter, it is useless. And in other words, this will make it easier for you to be exposed. For example, when you complain to me about your miserable experiences since young. You're just trying to gain sympathy by saying all this. You seem to be unintentional, but you intentionally lead my thoughts in this direction, so that I can sympathize with you. Once I start to sympathize with you, I will naturally believe you. Because they are strong, they are respected. Therefore, everyone in the world must obey them. They are strong and they are the laws. That is what you think as well. The reason why you were exiled here by the Universal Palace is because the Universal Palace is powerful. Therefore, you have to lower your head. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qin Sei didn't know how to respond. Everyone's point of view was different and their thoughts were different. From a different point of view, the situation was naturally different. Moreover, there is no such thing as fairness or unfairness in this world. There is no such thing as right or wrong. What is right? What is wrong? I'm afraid there are 10,000 standards for every 10,000 people. Everyone has their own right and wrong. If you think it is right, it is right. If you think it is wrong, it is wrong. If you think it is right, but others think it is wrong, it only means that you are not strong enough. If you are strong enough, then no matter what you say, it is right. Because no one dares to go against you. In the end, everything in the world is because of power. Only power can decide everything. Therefore, why do you have to complain? If I had to choose between you and the Universal Temple, I would definitely choose to believe in the Universal Temple. I have justice in my heart. If you go against the justice in my heart, then you are a demon. Qin Zhao's sonorous and powerful voice was like a sharp knife. It struck Qin Sei time and time again, making her unable to retort. There is no good person in the Universal Temple. You are all hypocrites. You talk about bullshit justice, but in reality, you are just using the name of justice to satisfy your desire to rule. I am not willing to be ruled by you, so you decide that I am evil beyond redemption. The Universal Temple has ruled with iron blood for countless years. How many people have died at the hands of the Universal Temple? They're all hypocritical and treacherous villains. Little handsome brother, you've also been blinded by them. Humph, if you want to kill me, then kill me. My skills are not as good as yours. I, Chinsei, have nothing to say. Chinsei became very agitated and expressed her unwillingness to accept this. However, she was obviously twisting words. Qin Shao didn't think that the Universal Temple would wrong an ordinary 2-star Universal Wielder. Qin Shao had also ruled over a region in the God Realm. He naturally knew some of the ways of rulers. I don't have to kill you. However, if you are bent on dying, then I will fulfill your wish. Qin Shao said coldly and didn't say any more nonsense. Hypocrite! Qin Sei scolded sarcastically. Die. Qin Shao didn't care about Qin Sei's scolding and directly attacked. At this moment, Qin Sei didn't have much strength to resist. Naturally, she couldn't dodge Qin Zhao's sword. The moment the sword was drawn, the ancient times were silent and the sky was destroyed. This beautiful woman was none other than Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue had actually also reached the intermediate level of utilization. It was just that she had yet to go to the All-Creation Temple to obtain the identity of a 2-star All-Creation Cultivator. But in terms of strength, she was actually already a 2-star All-Creation Cultivator. It was just that in a 1 versus 3 battle, and against a 2-star All-Creation Cultivator who was more ferocious than the others, she was naturally at a disadvantage. Heh, pretty little beauty. Your strength is not bad at such a young age. No wonder you could enter the All-Creation Temple. You are indeed an exceptional genius. But since you have fallen into the hands of us 3 brothers today, you had better obediently surrender. Hee, don't worry, little beauty. We 3 brothers are very protective of the fairer sect. We won't kill you. As long as you serve us 3 brothers obediently and make us feel comfortable, we can let you go. Little beauty, don't resist. With your little strength, you have no way to resist. In front of us 3 brothers, you can't escape. Don't have any more delusions. Come, surrender obediently. That way, you won't have to suffer any physical pain. Haha, you have such soft, tender skin, and such a pretty face. If we really hurt you, we brothers would feel very sorry for you. The 3 ferocious-looking men spoke one after another, and their words were filled with filthy words. Hearing these words, Princess Ziyue's face grew even uglier and more furious. She couldn't help but have a look of shame and anger appear on her face. Detestable! When had she, Princess Ziyue, ever been so humiliated by men? But Princess Ziyue also understood that in her current situation, there was no way she could resist at all. Fighting against 3 ferocious 2-star fiends at the same time truly made her feel as though she was powerless. Her luck really was a bit too terrible. She had only been in Fiend Island for 30 years. Only a 30th of the time had passed, but she had already encountered such a hopeless situation. What to do? Could it be that she really had to give up? Could it be that she really had no fate with becoming a core disciple? She was unwilling. Truly unwilling. Princess Ziyue didn't want to give up, but the situation in front of her made her extremely worried. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. If she continued to resist, then it was very likely that she would die here. Right now, she was already at the brink of despair. If she delayed any longer, it would be hard to say what would happen. But for Princess Ziyue to give up just like this was truly hard to do. Ha, little beauty, you really have some backbone. You'd rather die than submit? That's not a good thing. Such a pretty little beauty. If she were to die, that would be a pity. Even I can't bear to kill her. Most of the time, the hero can't save the beauty. The three fierce-looking men attacked with all their might, breaking through the myriad mountains and rivers and charging towards Qin Shao. With the three of them working together, even the myriad mountains and rivers could not suppress them. Although the myriad mountains and rivers was Qin Zhao's strongest move, the three of them were not weak. With the three of them working together, even an ordinary three-star all-knowing would not be easy to deal with. With just Qin Zhao's strength alone, it would definitely be difficult to deal with them. If not for this, Princess Ziyue would not be in such a sorry state. Princess Ziyue's strength was definitely very strong. There was no doubt about this. The three fierce-looking men threw Princess Ziyue aside and went all out to deal with Qin Shao. The three of them looked ferocious, playful, and ferocious. They were like wolves, tigers, and leopard. Faced with the three of them coming at him with all their might, Qin Shao activated the myriad mountains and rivers, using them to stop the three of them. If it was just one person, Qin Shao would be able to suppress them if he used the myriad mountains and rivers with all his might. Even if he could not suppress them completely, he would definitely be able to take them down if he attacked with all his might. However, with the three of them working together, their destructive power was simply too frightening. Qin Shao could not suppress them at all. The myriad mountains and rivers were destroyed piece by them, but they were only able to slow them down. However, this could only delay them for a short while. It could not be maintained for long. Therefore, Qin Shao frowned slightly. With his strength alone, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight against the three of them. However, since he had stepped in to save Princess Ziyue, he could only fight till the end. It was not easy to be a hero. There were only a few successful heroes. There were even more heroes who had paid the price of their lives and had yet to become one. The myriad mountains and rivers surged as the three of them struck out with all their might. A frightening power surged out as a series of wild howls rang out, turning into gigantic hands that could take one's life. The might was boundless as streaks of sharp lights shot out, ripping apart the myriad mountains and rivers as they reached Qin Shao. The dangerous aura was like a tidal wave that was surging out. Even Qin Shao could sense the dangerous aura. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Qin Zhao's sword aura was pushed to its limits, fully unleashing the might of the myriad mountains and rivers. Even though Qin Zhao's sword was not as strong as the myriad mountains and rivers, it had developed the sharpness to an extremely frightening extent. Furthermore, Qin Shao was already a two-star all-being. Therefore, the sword aura he unleashed was naturally even more frightening. The radiance of the sword aura seemed to be able to illuminate the entire demon island. Streaks of sharp lights shot up into the sky, stirring up the heavens and earth. The myriad mountains and rivers collapsed layer by layer. It was as if everything was being destroyed and would cease to exist. It was frightening. Qin Shao used all his might to block the frenzied attacks of the three men. However, the attacks of the three men became even more ferocious. Even though he managed to block the attacks of the three men, Qin Shao could clearly feel that he was only blocking the attack. He did not have the strength to resist and was clearly being suppressed. Moreover, the suppression on this side was causing the might of Qin Zhao's myriad mountains and rivers to weaken. Once the myriad mountains and rivers completely collapsed and lost its suppressive effect, the situation would only become worse. In an instant, Qin Shao was in a predicament. Kid, I've already said that it's not easy to be a hero. You're just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Do you really think that you're that strong? A two-star all-being kid. Did the Universal Palace take the wrong medicine? How could they send a two-star all-being kid to Demon Island? Aren't they just sending themselves to their deaths? Don't waste your breath on this kid. Let's kill this kid first. Don't let that little beauty escape. After the three menacing-looking men mocked Qin Shao for a while, their killing intent intensified. At this moment, petals fell one by one and moonlight shone down. In the clear sky, a purple moon actually rose. Just like Princess Ziue's name, a purple moon slowly rose and hung high in the sky. The purple moonlight shone down, illuminating the entire sky. Under the purple moonlight, everything seemed to be shrouded in it. An invisible force imprisoned this part of the sky. The boundless might of the sun and moon was like a seal that suppressed the heavens and earth. A strange phenomenon occurred. The entire world fell into a world of purple light. Everything in the surroundings turned into emptiness. Under the petals, it was as if one had entered another world. Every petal was like a huge mountain. Along with the purple light, they fell slowly. However, they emitted a frightening killing intent. The powerful force fell like a waterfall. It was a performance of life's swan song. The scenery was beautiful. The moon was beautiful. The flowers were beautiful too. However, this beautiful object could kill. Could destroy the world. It could destroy everything in its path. It could even destroy the entire heavens. Princess Ziue stood in the sky under the purple moon. She was draped in purple clouds. She looked divine, as if a saint had descended. This was Princess Ziue's ultimate move. However, she had to pay a huge price to use this move. Hence, she wouldn't use it unless she had no other choice. The expressions of the three fierce-looking men abruptly changed, making them smell the scent of danger. The three of them secretly cursed, and their expressions became somewhat strange. Chapter 12:18. Stick to your principles. Qin Zhao's sword suddenly slashed towards one of the men with all his might. Princess Ziue's ultimate move stunned the three men. At this time, the petals fell, and purple light sprinkled down, forming a terrible binding force. The space froze. The petals that fell like a waterfall were even more terrifying. They turned into a huge mountain and smashed towards the three men. Each petal contained a powerful Tao might of all things, and it smashed down with terrifying Tao might. Under this terrible deterrent force, the three men fought with all their strength. Naturally, they did not care about Qin Shao. And this also gave Qin Shao an opportunity. Oh no, danger! It was not until Qin Zhao's sword reached the front of one of the men that he suddenly reacted and smelled the smell of death. His expression changed drastically, and he frantically tried to block Qin Zhao's sword. But how could he cope with it at this time? There was no way to deal with Qin Shao and Princess Ziue's attacks at the same time. The other two men also sensed that the situation was not good, and their expressions changed drastically. They wanted to come over and help, but they were entangled by Princess Ziue. Even if they wanted to come over and help, there was no way for them to do so. At this time, they were like clay bodhisattvas crossing the river. How could they delay and help? Ah, boy, get out of my way! Get out of my way! Being forced to the front by Qin Shao, the man let out a wild howl. But no matter how wild his howl was, it was useless. It could not deter Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's sword carried endless sharpness and the terrifying Tao might of all things, and it came crashing down. The man wanted to divert his energy to deal with Qin Shao. He was hit by a few petals, and his face showed some pain. Qin Zhao's sword slashed down heavily. The endless Tao might of all things came crashing down, and the mighty power destroyed everything. Although the man tried his best to resist, under the power of Qin Shao and Princess Ziue, he could not resist at all. He was directly suppressed, and his divine body was quickly destroyed and shattered. His vitality was also rapidly draining away. Big brother, third brother, quickly come and save me! The man finally panicked, and he finally realized that the situation was not good. The other two men wanted to come and save him, but they could not free themselves at all. Princess Ziyue's attacks were getting more and more ferocious. Apparently, she was using the last of her strength. Her ultimate move was exceptionally terrifying. It was more than enough to suppress these three men. The rest was left to Qin Shao. Die. No one can save you, Qin Shao said coldly. He ignored the man's despair and roared. Puff! The swords broke through the man's defense and pierced into his body. The destructive power was destroying his divine body. The terrifying sharpness tore at his soul and will. Ah, ah, ah! The man cried out in pain. In the face of death, this kind of heinous person actually felt some fear. His ferocious face was horribly distorted, and he began to beg for mercy. Don't kill me, don't kill me! Humph, you have committed a heinous crime, and the heavens will not tolerate it. How can I let you live in this world? People like you deserve to die 10,000 times. I will send you on the road to the netherworld. Qin Shao snorted coldly. He had no reason to listen to the man's pleas. His sword's momentum became more violent. Soon, the last bit of the man's divine body was destroyed by Qin Zhao's sword momentum. He finally died. After getting rid of one man, the remaining two men were much easier to deal with. It was very easy to defeat them one by one. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with two people, let alone three people working together. Qin Shao alone might not be able to deal with them. Now that one man was dead, the other two were still suppressed by Princess Ziyue and did not have much strength to resist. It was much easier to deal with them in this way. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all and continued to attack. Big brother, what should we do? Second brother is dead. What should we do? Could it be that the three of us brothers are really going to die here today? No, 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 we have lived for millions of years on Demon Island. We can't die like this. Big brother, quickly think of a way. What can I do? Damn it, damn it, damn it. If we had known this, we would not have wasted time. We should have killed that little beauty. Then, this would not have happened. But what's the use of saying this now? Let's fight. The two men knew that they were in danger, but there was no other way. They could only grit their teeth and fight. In this case, it was useless for them to fight. They could not reverse anything. They could not reverse the situation. Everything was a foregone conclusion. Qin Shao attacked with all his strength. He did not give the two men any chance at all. He did not spend much strength, but he killed them one by one. When the last person died, the world instantly regained its clarity and returned to its original state. Princess Ziyue, who was in the void, tilted and fell down weakly. Qin Shao was also shocked. She quickly flew over and caught Princess Ziyue. She hugged Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue's delicate body lay in Qin Zhao's arms. The feeling of being attacked by a beauty really gave Qin Shao an indescribable strange feeling. Except for Gu Lingyue, he had never hugged another woman like this. However, he only hugged Gu Lingyue when she was unconscious. Under normal circumstances, Qin Shao had never hugged her. At this time, he hugged Princess Ziyue. Feeling the incomparably soft body of Princess Ziyue, Qin Shao smelled an orchid fragrance. Princess Ziyue leaned on a flat and clean stone. With some support, Princess Ziyue wouldn't be able to sit still. After putting Princess Ziyue down, Qin Shao stood there and felt a little awkward. Seeing this, Princess Ziyue pursed her red lips and revealed a faint smile. Qin Shao, you are really a very special man, a very good man. To be honest, you have a very unique manly charm, which other men can't compare with," Princess Ziyu suddenly said. Her high praise made Qin Shao feel a little embarrassed. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He didn't care about the praise and said, "Don't think too highly of me just because I saved you. In fact, it might not be so. What you see now is just a small side of me. You haven't seen more of me. In this world, there is no absolute distinction between good and bad people. I don't think I'm a good person, a righteous man, or a gentleman. I've never flaunted myself. As a person, as long as you have your own principles and bottom line, you have your own righteousness and have a clear conscience, then you are right. I just did a small thing that I felt I should do. It's really nothing. Princess Ziyu, you don't have to flatter me like this. I am ashamed to accept it." Princess Ziyu smiled and said, "In any case, I feel that you are very special. You saved me and I am thanking you. Why can't you accept it?" Qin Shao didn't continue to talk about this topic with Princess Ziyu. Instead, he said, "Princess Ziyu, you need to rest and recover your divine power. You should have some items on you that can recover divine power, or some universal essence stones. You can use them to quickly recover your divine power. Otherwise, it will be dangerous for you. I will stand guard for you. After you recover your divine power, I will continue to hunt demons." Princess Ziyu didn't seem to be in a hurry. She pursed her lips and looked at Qin Shao with a smile. "What, you want to leave me so badly? You can't wait to leave?" Chapter 12-19. 100 years. Qin Shao didn't have much experience in dealing with such matters. The main reason was that Qin Shao didn't know how to reject a woman. Perhaps it was because of the so-called gentleman in his heart. It's rare for a man to be so shy. Princess Ziyu chuckled teasingly as she muttered to herself. Although her voice was soft, Qin Shao heard it. Qin Shao was so embarrassed that he couldn't say anything. Yes, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, Qin Shao had lived for 400,000 years. What kind of storms hadn't he seen? His friends, brothers, and clansmen had all become old ancestor-level characters. He was the only one who was still alone. "Princess Ziyu, you should quickly recover your divine power. This is Fiend Island. You can't be too careless. It's not safe here. We have to leave quickly," Qin Shao said with a serious face. After such a big battle, it was very likely that some fiends would be attracted here. Thus, it wasn't good to stay here for long. Seeing Qin Shao so serious, Princess Ziyu didn't say anything. Instead, she began to recover her divine power. With Princess Ziyu's status, she naturally had some treasures that could quickly recover her divine power. Thus, in a short moment, Princess Ziyu's divine power was completely recovered. Her strength was also mostly recovered. Compared to the previous weak Princess Ziyu, the current Princess Ziyu had regained her high and mighty princess temperament. She was like a peerless divine object that made all men want to obtain. After Princess Ziyu's divine power recovered, Qin Shao thought that Princess Ziyu would separate from him and wander on her own. However, Princess Ziyu didn't have any intention of separating from Qin Shao. Instead, she followed Qin Shao as if she wanted to form a team with Qin Shao. The Universal Temple didn't restrict people from forming a team. If they formed a team, their strength would undoubtedly increase by a lot. Of course, there were also some corresponding problems. That was the problem of prey distribution. Another thing was that if two people were to travel together, the number of prey they would obtain would not change. Naturally, it would be much less than if two people were to travel separately. In this kind of situation where everyone was competing for results, forming a team wasn't a very good choice, unless the target was some evil demon. But Fiend Island was so large, and there was no map. They completely relied on luck to randomly wander about. How could they know where 2-star fiends were? In this case, luck played a large role. Luck was also a part of one's strength. This point could not be said to be fair. No matter how peerless a genius he was, it was impossible for him to not have good luck. Therefore, no matter where one was, luck was seen as a part of one's innate potential. This was also something that the Universal Palace was interested in. Princess Ziyue, are you sure you want to go with me? Qin Shao couldn't help but ask after following Ziyue all the way. Princess Violet Moon gazed at Qin Shao and said, "What? You're unwilling? Are you afraid that I'll drag you down?" "No, that's not what I meant. It's just, haha, if that's not what you meant then that's fine. Don't worry. I definitely won't drag you down. Perhaps I can even be of help to you. In addition, I won't become your competitor. Speaking of which, I don't really have to become a core disciple, nor do I have to fight for it. In addition, I'm a woman. Comparatively speaking, I have a bit of an advantage over you." Princess Violet Moon didn't give Qin Shao any chance to continue speaking, directly interrupting Qin Shao. Qin Shao knew of Princess Violet Moon's status. She was the most beloved descendant of King Ying, and King Ying viewed her as a personal disciple. With King Ying's personal tutelage, it didn't matter if Violet Moon became a core disciple or not. Given King Ying's power, if he focused all of his efforts on raising a descendant, then Princess Violet Moon would definitely receive far more benefits than a core disciple of the Universal Palace. In addition, external resources were just a supplementary method for cultivation. It could help a cultivator avoid some detours. But whether one could truly grow up or not still depended on the cultivator. To Princess Violet Moon, becoming a core disciple was just an honor. Moreover, it wasn't for herself, but for her family, for her ancestor, King Ying. Thus, Princess Violet Moon naturally didn't care that much. It would be best if she could obtain it, but it didn't matter if she couldn't. Moreover, a woman's way of thinking couldn't be measured by a man's way of thinking. The things they liked to do might be somewhat incomprehensible. Since Princess Violet Moon insisted on following, Qin Shao couldn't chase her away. He could only let her follow. Speaking of which, having Princess Violet Moon following him wasn't a bad thing for Qin Shao. On the contrary, there might be some benefits. After all, with Princess Violet Moon's strength, if they really encountered a strong enemy, then he and Princess Violet Moon would be able to deal with it if they worked together. Even if they faced a 3-star fiend, they would still have the strength to fight. If he was alone, then if he really encountered a 3-star fiend, then he might only be able to nurse a grievance. He might not be able to escape the calamity. The dangers of Demon Island definitely couldn't be underestimated. He couldn't be careless. After only 30 years, Princess Violet Moon was almost forced to withdraw from the test. Thus, the two of them formed a team and started to explore together. With a great beauty by his side, he could talk and chat from time to time. Even if they didn't talk, just looking at her was a kind of beautiful enjoyment, a visual baptism. To be honest, this kind of feeling was indeed very good, very delicious. Therefore, men and women were really wonderful creatures created by the heavens. A woman's beauty could deeply attract men, and a man's masculinity and handsomeness could deeply attract women. When a man and a woman walked together, there would always be some indescribable mutual attraction. Along the way, the rest of the journey was relatively smooth. With the two of them working together, as long as they didn't encounter any 3-star fiends, then there definitely wouldn't be any danger. Thus, they could be considered to have cut through all obstacles and advanced triumphantly. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years along the way, the two of them had become much more familiar with each other. Their relationship could be considered to be quite pleasant. But of course, Qin Shao had always intentionally maintained a certain distance from Princess Violet Moon, treating her as a friend. In addition, on this journey, Princess Violet Moon had clearly been intentionally helping Qin Shao, allowing Qin Shao to kill all the fiends they encountered. When it was time for her to attack, she would attack. This sort of situation caused Qin Shao to feel quite embarrassed, as this would affect Princess Violet Moon's results. Thus, towards the end, Qin Shao had intentionally guided Princess Violet Moon, having her kill some fiends as well. In fact, Qin Shao had even intentionally allowed Princess Violet Moon to kill some 2-star fiends. Otherwise, if all the prey were to be killed by him, then even if Qin Shao became a core disciple, he would still feel quite strange. Qin Shao truly did want to become a core disciple, and he was determined to do so. But if he had to rely on Princess Violet Moon's help, then Qin Shao would rather not have it. Princess Violet Moon seemed to understand what Qin Shao was thinking, and so afterwards, she didn't intentionally do anything else. When they encountered prey, they would each kill their own, relying on their own abilities. Imperceptibly, they wanted to create an atmosphere of competition. Chapter 12:20. Snatching Food. Universal Palace, Sacred Platform. The three venerables were sitting there, watching the situation on Fiend Island. "Haha, Venerable White Mother, it seems that the little girl you've taken a fancy to has fallen in love with you. Look, she's sticking to that Qin Shao brat. She's clearly fallen in love with him. If this continues, it might not be a good thing." Venerable Seven Leaf smiled. Venerable White Mother smiled and didn't mind. "So what if she's fallen in love? Falling in love doesn't mean it'll affect her cultivation or be a bad thing. Who knows, it might even be a good thing. The most precious thing in the world is love. Love will only make people stronger. That's why I've always been supportive of love between men and women. I don't think that it's an extremely absurd and wrong idea to indulge in love and neglect cultivation. If it's a heartless person, I won't like them even if they become strong." Venerable Seven Leaf laughed again. "Haha, I know Venerable White Mother is famous for being an expert in love. However, Qin Shao, that brat, might not necessarily accept this favor. If that brat Qin Shao rejects her, it'll hurt her heart. That's for sure, but it's only a tribulation. The tribulation isn't scary. What's scary is that you can't overcome it. Once you were able to cross it, it would only make your state of mind grow a lot, and make your path of cultivation much smoother. Perhaps this is a test for little Ziua. However, I'm still quite confident in her." Venerable White Mother nodded. "That's interesting. That brat Qin Shao seems to be quite good at the moment. However, I feel that there's something about him that I can't see through. Big brother, Venerable White Mother, don't you feel the same?" Venerable Seven Leaf nodded. Venerable White Mother thought for a moment and nodded. I feel the same way." Lin Fan had a feeling that this little fellow was not simple at all. Extremely extraordinary. There's something about him that I can't see through. Man has his destiny, and Tao has its laws. If he couldn't see through it, then so be it. A heaven-defying genius should be like this, said the white-robed Venerable. Venerable Seven Leaf and Venerable White Mother fell into deep thought and didn't say anything else. In the past 100 years, 50,000 people had already been eliminated from Fiend Island. Now, only 5,000 to 6,000 people were left on Demon Island. Less than 1 in 10 were left. This kind of elimination probability was very scary. Only a tenth of the time had passed, but more than 90% of the people had been eliminated. Moreover, people would be eliminated from time to time. There were even some stubborn people who didn't even have the chance to escape at the last moment. They died on Demon Island. This kind of situation was not uncommon. In Demon Island, Qin Shao and Princess Purple Moon had wandered the world together for 70 years, and they had developed a tacit understanding. At a certain place, the two of them stopped and hid in the dark. Their gazes were fixed on a certain direction from afar. After inspecting for a while, Qin Shao said with a solemn look on his face, "Purple Moon, it seems our luck this time is pretty good. We've found a fiend lair. Judging from the scale of the buildings here, this should be a fairly large clan. Conservatively speaking, there should be at least 5,000 of them. This is going to be a sumptuous feast. However, the terrain here is complicated, and there are quite a few hidden sentries as well. The security is fairly tight. If we want to sneak in without anyone noticing, it'll be fairly hard. Still, it's not a big deal. Our goal isn't to sneak in, but to start a massacre here. Thus, there's no need to be so particular about it. As long as we find a good opportunity, we can start a massacre. There's no need to worry about anything." Princess Purple Moon nodded. "Right. It really is a sumptuous feast. However, we can't be too careless. We still have to do a thorough investigation and get a good sense of this clan. Based on what I can sense, this clan most likely has at least 10,000 fiends. Although it can't be considered a particularly large clan, and theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be any 3-star fiends guarding it, we still can't be careless. In all things, it's best to be careful. If we really do end up provoking a 3-star fiend, then we'll be in deep trouble. If there are only a few 2-star fiends, then we'll definitely be able to eat them. Thus, let's not be impatient. Let's first investigate the situation. We don't need that bit of time." Qin Shao nodded solemnly. "Right. That's what I was thinking as well. A few days won't matter. To be able to eat a sumptuous feast like this is worth several years of adventuring. In the past 100 years, they had encountered several small clans, but they were all fairly small. A few hundred fiends. 1,000 fiends. A small clan like this, to the two of them, naturally posed no challenge at all. They were completely capable of easily dealing with it. If they wanted to quickly earn points, then encountering a clan like this was the best way to do so. The two carefully advanced. Soon, their gazes flickered, and they quickly came to a halt, retreating into the darkness. The two stared at each other. "It's young Master Taimu," Princess Violet Moon said. Not too far away, Qin Shao and Princess Violet Moon had seen 5 figures scouting the area, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Clearly, they weren't the only two who had discovered this place. The leader of the 5 was young Master Taimu. Although the other 4 weren't particularly famous, they weren't bad either. They definitely weren't weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive for 100 years on Fiend Island. Young Master Taimu's power was unquestionable. If he had these 4 helpers as well, then perhaps he might even be able to give Qin Shao and Princess Violet Moon a good fight. This sudden turn of events caused Qin Shao and Princess Violet Moon to become somewhat hesitant. In addition, clearly, young Master Taimu's group had discovered this place first. First come, first served, they would definitely be young Master Taimu's prey. Forget it, Qin Shao. Let's go and find other prey. Let's not fight over food with young Master Taimu for this feast, so as to avoid any unnecessary conflict. Princess Violet Moon said to Qin Shao. Clearly, she didn't want to have any conflict with young Master Taimu. However, Qin Zhao's lips curled into an evil grin. Leave? Why should we leave? Since we've run into such a good opportunity, there's no reason for us to leave. Judging from the looks of young Master Taimu's group, they've already been scouting for some time and are preparing to attack. In that case, they should have already figured out the situation here. There shouldn't be any 3-star fiends guarding this place. A fiend clan without a 3-star fiend guarding it. Since we've run into such a great feast, there's no reason for us to give up. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't want to give up, Princess Violet Moon couldn't help but frown slightly. If they didn't give up, then that would be the same as fighting over food with young Master Taimu's group. Clearly, they would offend young Master Taimu and cause some conflict. But Qin Shao didn't care at all. Pursing his lips, he said, "I've already offended young Master Taimu to death long ago. It doesn't matter if I offend him a bit more. Violet Moon, if you don't want to offend young Master Taimu, then that's fine. You stay here for now. I'll go by myself. It's just fighting over food. The Universal Temple doesn't have any rules that say that we can't fight over food. Young Master Taimu's group won't be able to finish such a great feast so quickly. I'll go help them eat a bit. It can be considered doing a good deed." Princess Violet Moon was speechless as well. She hadn't realized that Qin Xiao had such a two-faced side to him. She felt that this didn't seem like Qin Xiao's style at all. But when she thought about it, it didn't really matter. There was nothing wrong with sharing a bit of such a great feast. Only, Princess Violet Moon knew what sort of person young Master Taimu was. He was a vile person who would definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. Thus, Princess Violet Moon didn't want to easily offend him. Plus, she didn't really care about the core disciple spot, so she didn't really care. But Qin Xiao didn't think so. First of all, he and young Master Taimu were enemies, so there was no need to give young Master Taimu face. Second of all, Qin Xiao didn't want to let go of this great feast. He was determined to become a core disciple. Moreover, young Master Taimu was Qin Xiao's rival. Thus, Qin Xiao couldn't give up even more. Otherwise, wouldn't he be helping young Master Taimu's rise? Thus, Qin Xiao decided to make a move and snatch some food from young Master Taimu's hands. Seeing that Qin Xiao was determined to snatch young Master Taimu's food, Princess Violet Moon thought for a bit and could only nod. "All right, then let's snatch it. Anyway, I'm not familiar with young Master Taimu." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.